era of football. Est video is purement para intratnamiento y no infringe derechos de autor. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 676. White hot. No one expected that the two sides were evenly matched in the first half, but such a big gap immediately appeared in the second half. Just like the beginning of the first half, Lucian's explosive scoring ability was fully demonstrated at this moment. 1 point grab, 1 counter-attack. In these two goals, Lucian showed his confrontation ability, excellent skills, and comprehensive scoring ability. Zheng Qi has scored 5 goals. This is still in the game against the West Ham team. This shooter really started to explode in the top 32 games. It was his intention to score a hat-trick in every game before. A shooter who can stably control his goals to 0 is ridiculous, but if he can control it to 3, it's terrible. We have been speculating before whether he is lucky or deliberately controlling his number of goals. Now it seems that it can be proved that he is intentionally controlling it. It's a bit scary to think about it. When a striker like this begins to completely release his scoring ability, what kind of scene will there be? Now we have seen that when facing the defensive West Ham team, it only took him 55 minutes to score 5 goals. Such a goal-scoring ability is simply trembling. Under the cover of Zheng Qi's crazy goal, we cannot ignore Yuan Thong's role. The key to this goal lies in his interception of Zheng Qi in the midfield, as well as his timely and accurate long pass, which played a key role in this goal. Zheng Qi defeated the core of the West Ham team's defender, Zheng Qi, and the captain of the West Ham team, Liu Bang, but before that, Yuan Thong first defeated the core of the West Ham team's midfield, Zheng Qi, which is the key to this goal. Commentators from all walks of life began to comment one after another. Now everyone knows that the West Ham team probably has no chance, and the performance of the two core players of the Overlord team has become a matter of interest to everyone. Yuan Thong's suppression of Zheng Qi, can Zheng Qi still score? These are all topics of interest to them. As for the West Ham team, the opponent scored 2 more goals in the first 10 minutes of the second half, and unlike the first half, when the opponent scored, they did not score a single goal. Under such circumstances, the West Ham team did suffer an extremely serious blow. Psychologically, they were not in a particularly serious situation. After all, it was either win or lose, and it was nothing more than fighting to the end. However, in terms of offense, they were not as smooth as in the first half, which was the biggest problem. Launch an attack and get back to our previous state. If we don't fight, we really won't have a chance. Liu Bang sighed. Not only did they have no chance in this game, but the West Ham team, which had a relatively old average age, was in its last peak this year. It was still unknown whether it would be in such a peak next year. To put it more tragically, this was their last battle. When the state declined, the title of the West Ham team and their respective code names could not be kept. The West Ham team launched a fierce attack. They did not defend because they were afraid that the opponent would score again. After all, this was a cup match, not a league match, and goal difference was useless. If they lost the game, they would go home. There was no difference between losing 1 goal and losing 10 goals. In fact, this was the key to Lucian's boast of 30 goals. In the cup match, the opponent would not strengthen defense because they were worried that he would score too many goals. Only by attacking could he have more opportunities. If it were a league, there might be a team that didn't care about winning or losing and just wanted to keep an eye on him and prevent him from scoring more goals. In that case, it would be a fantasy to score 30 goals in 5 games. But now, there is still a good chance. The West Ham team launched a fierce attack, and their momentum did not drop at all. The Overlord team still defended in the midfield, ready to kill the opponent with a counter-attack at any time. They are good at such tactics. After the West Ham team was forced into a desperate situation, the offensive ability they showed was also exceptional. After a while of fierce attack, Zheng Qi passed the ball to the wing, and Zhao, who was advancing, broke through and passed the ball into the penalty area. Fang Kui used his body to block Xiang Zhuang, who was filling in the position, and Han Xin rushed in front of Wang Shu and shot, tying the score to 5-6. Of course, after scoring this goal and completing the hat-trick, Han Xin did not have any expression of joy, but just wanted to smile bitterly. In a normal game, the West Ham team could score 5 goals, which was a sure win, but this game, after it was the Overlord team's turn to attack, they did not show any mercy. Under the leadership of Zheng Qi, they continuously launched attacks through passing. the three forwards kept switching positions in the front court to create opportunities. Liu Xiaoshan was of course the focus of the opponent's defender, but his mentality was very good. He did not pursue his own forced shots, but still put the offensive effect of the whole team first. The consequence of this was that the Overlord team quickly expanded its lead again, but the goal was scored by Zheng Qi. After Zheng Qi broke through the middle, the three forwards of the Overlord team were all running. After Liu Xiaoshan attracted Xiaohe's attention, Zheng Qi passed the ball to Zheng Qi, who was inserted in the back row. Zheng Qi was unguarded and pushed the ball into the far corner. The players of the West Hand team could only shake their heads and sigh. They focused on defending Liu Xiaoshan, so the chances of others would naturally increase. There was really nothing they could do about it. The West Hand team gritted their teeth and fought back, and recovered 1.6 minutes later. This time, the defense of the Overlord team was very tightly organized, but the West Hand team still found an opportunity that was not an opportunity. After Li Wang received Zhao Bo's return pass, he shot the ball immediately and hit a wonderful art ball. The ball went around Fan Xingji's fingertips and spun directly into the goal. 6-7, the West Hand team fell behind by 1 point again. These guys are crazy, such crazy goals, but the game is exciting. An amateur commentator shouted at the top of his lungs. Such commentary did not have any technical content, but it spoke the voices of countless viewers. Yes, this game was really exciting. The score was 4-4 inches the first half. In the second half, which lasted only 20 minutes, the two sides scored 5 goals in total. Such a big score is rare even in the current classical football games. Come on. Come on. Defensa. Defensa. The game entered a white-hot stage. Seeing hope, the fans of the West Hand team began to shout more crazily. Now they were only 1 goal behind. If they could stop the attack of the Overlord team, they might be able to equalize the score. In a disadvantageous situation, they stubbornly widened out the disadvantage. Such performance was enough to prove that the West Hand team was a top team. Now the fans of the West Hand team had no other expectations, nor did they expect anything too far. All they wanted was for the next defender to be successful. Isn't victory accumulated little by these things? What made them ecstatic was that the West Hand team did it. Next, they successfully stopped an attack of the Overlord team. Zheng Qi passed the ball to Liu Xiaoshan. Liu Xiaoshan pretended to break through the penalty area, attracted the opponent's attention, and then passed the ball to Zheng, who was advancing on the wing. Zheng made a beautiful cross, and the Overlord rushed to the goal before General Pu, but Liu Bang made an extremely wonderful save. When the ball was about to fly into the goal, Liu Bang barely saved the ball with one hand. The difference was only a millimeter. If it was a little slower, the ball would definitely cross the line. The ball that rolled out was controlled by Xiaohe. The defensive core of the Western Hand team did not make any mistakes, nor did he kick the ball with a big foot. He kept a calm mind, raised his foot and passed the ball to Zheng. Then he advanced, received Zheng's return pass, and immediately passed the ball to Zheng Liang, who retreated, breaking the Overlord team's front court pressing. Return to defensa. Fan Xingji shouted in the back court, and the Overlord team's players retreated like a tide, giving the Western Hand team no chance to counterattack. However, the Western Hand team regained the initiative again. Attack, we must tie the score this time. Zheng Liang shouted loudly. In his shout, the West Hand team began to advance from the midfield layer by layer, determined to firmly grasp this attack in their own hands. Attack. 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 The fans of the West Hand team have been completely crazy. They shouted madly, using their shouts to cheer for the West Hand team. Withstand their attack. The fans of the Overlord team also began to shout unwillingly. Such a game atmosphere is hot enough to melt everyone. The West Hand team has exhausted their offensive methods, but the defense of the Overlord team is also very tenacious. Whether it is Xiang Zhuan Wanshu or Thongli Mei Yuziki, the players of the Overlord team have proved that they can stand beside Zheng Qi and Liu Xiaoshan not just to hug their thighs, but to show their own value and prove their strength. Although Zheng Qi and Liu Xiaoshan have become their core at their outstanding strength, they have always been able to give these two people great help on the court. This is what a team should look like. Of course, not all the players on the field of a team can be the core. However, when they can play their own strength around the core and give each other bonuses, this team is complete, successful, and what it should be. Han Xin received Zheng Liang's through ball in the penalty area. Wan Shu and Xiang Zhuan rushed at the same time and built a wall in front of Han Xin with their bodies. Han Xin had no angle to shoot at all and could only choose to pass back. Fang Kui shot immediately after receiving the ball, but was blocked by Zheng, who returned to the penalty area. Zhao Bo followed up to prepare for the response, but Fan Xingji attacked in time and boldly, using his hand advantage before Zhao Bo, and punched the ball out of the penalty area. Chen Ping jumped up quickly, but Jing was one step faster than him and headed the ball out first, and the ball flew to Zheng Qi's feet. Now it's our turn to attack. Zheng Qi turned around with the ball on the spot, dodged Cao Shen who was forcing him, and then shouted. Chapter 677 Just Do It. The fans of the West Ham team in the stands sighed helplessly. They knew that the West Ham team had tried their best, but still failed to score such a key goal. They had scored 6 goals so far in this game, but the lack of such a key goal was enough to wipe out the credit of the previous 6 goals. This was also an extremely frustrating thing. Although the role of each ball was actually the same, a goal at a critical moment was much more important than other goals in terms of meaning. The West Ham team struggled to block a key attack of the Overlord team, but the Overlord team also showed their tenacity. In the absence of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, they blocked the West Ham team's counter-attack through crazy defense and interception. And now, the Overlord team's counter-attack began again. Seeing that Zheng Qi had successfully controlled the ball, the players of the West Ham team had no choice but to retreat, just like the Overlord team's players never talked nonsense and retreated immediately after Zheng Qi successfully controlled the ball. In this case, pressing in the front court can only be a waste of time, and the opponent is unlikely to make a mistake. Be patient in attacking, don't be anxious. Zheng Qi raised his hand to signal, then passed the ball, and Overlord began to advance steadily. Originally, Overlord was not very good at such a steady attack, but with Zheng Qi, this no longer bothered them. Under Zheng Qi's dispatch and control of the rhythm, the current Overlord can play fast or slow. As long as Zheng Qi commands and they obey, there will be no problem. Such an Overlord team is also very powerful. The West Ham team is equally strong, but compared with the Overlord team, they may have some advantages in other aspects, but in the 2 aspects of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, it is difficult to make up the gap. The West Ham team launched a defensor, and they began to intercept layer by layer from the midfield, trying to prevent the Overlord team's attack from quickly penetrating their hinterland. The closer to the goal, the easier it is to score. This is also the same in today's classical football. Through the defense of the front players and the rapid running of other players, the West Ham team implemented this well. They cut off the connection between the midfield and the forwards of the Overlord team. When the forwards of the Overlord team retreated, they were able to better protect their own goal. At this time, Zheng Qi got the ball. He did not pass the ball quickly this time, but faced the rolling ball, swung his right foot directly, and shot hard. Zheng Qi flew over, but he made a mistake in his judgment at a distance of 30 meters. He instinctively thought that Zheng Qi was going to score a goal with a spinning ball, so he jumped higher so that he could intercept the ball halfway, but Zheng Qi did not use a spinning ball, but directly shot a long shot with a straight ball. Under Zheng Qi's power, this long shot was also as fast as lightning. This is not too exaggerated. If it were not so fast, it would not be possible to make the goalkeeper unable to react within the reaction nerves of the current goalkeeper. The ball flew into the penalty area almost instantly, and Liu Bang once again showed his fully stimulated good state at this time. He leaped up and stretched his whole body in the air, then stretched out his arms and blocked the flight path of the ball. The next moment, a strong force came from Liu Bang's hand. Liu Bang gritted his teeth, exerted his wrist again, and barely pushed the ball out. However, in this case, he originally planned to push the ball directly out of the baseline. This is a choice that an excellent goalkeeper should make, and going out of the baseline means that the threat is completely gone. However, the ball came too fast, and he only had time to make his palm not be knocked away. The ball hit his palm and then bounced back into the penalty area. Remove. Before Liu Bang could shout, he saw Lu Xiaoshan's figure appear in front of him like a god descending from heaven, facing the ball that bounced out. Lu Xiaoshan volleyed and pushed the ball into the net again. 8-6. There are still 10 minutes left before the end of the game. The Overlord team now has an absolute advantage. What's even more surprising is that Lu Xiaoshan scored again. The 6th goal. A double hat-trick. What a terrible shooter. Once he explodes, everyone will tremble. The commentator roared almost crazily. At this moment, I don't know how many other players who were paying attention to this game turned pale. Facing such a monster-level shooter, no matter what strong team it is, I'm afraid they will feel fear. It is quite difficult to perform a hat-trick in a game, even today, let alone 2 hat-tricks. It would be fine if the opponent was an ordinary team, but the opponent was not an ordinary opponent, but the West Ham team, which is known as the strongest among the 8 teams. Now anyone with eyes can see that the West Ham team has no hope now. It is not shameful for them to lose. They showed a very high level throughout the game. However, it is still a shame to let Lucian score 6 goals. But Lucian did not want to stop scoring goals. The other players of the Overlord team didn't want to either. 30 goals in 5 games, 6 goals per game on average is enough, but since it has already reached the standard, it is better to exceed it as much as possible, otherwise there will be room for buffering when encountering other obstacles next time. So, after the kickoff again, the Overlord team still maintained high morale and excellent game state, and started intercepting and running on the field again. The morale of the West Ham team finally declined a little. No matter how motivated they were, they couldn't stand this. In fact, being able to persist until now is enough to prove that their perseverance and will are much better than ordinary people. But now they are 2 goals behind and there are only 10 minutes left. Although it is not a dead end, if they want to win, they have to expect the performance of the Overlord team to suddenly drop a level. Everyone knows that this is impossible. There are not many people who can maintain their fighting spirit even though they have no chance of winning. So in the next attack, the West Ham team played a little weakly. Their basic foundation is still there, but they have lost their spirit. There's nothing interesting to watch in this match. It's nothing more than seeing if Chen Fengxiao can score again. Since this goal-scoring madman has been holding back for so long and is now starting to kill, he will definitely pursue scoring more. Let him vent his desire to score. At least when we meet them, it won't be so scary. Wei stood up and said to Guoji and Thong Da. Guoji and Thong Da nodded at the same time. The overall situation of this match was indeed decided. The next thing is nothing more than some details. If they meet the Overlord team next, the most troubling thing for them will definitely not be the details. The players of the Callaway team left, and in every corner of the stadium, there were also people leaving in 2s and 3s. These people were basically the other 32 strong who would not participate in the competition. They basically chose to watch this game, which was enough to see the appeal of this game. The most attractive game in the 32 strong competition is about to come to an end. However, no one wants to spend the rest of the time so easily. At least Lucian still wants to show better in the remaining time on the stage. Once you make it to the top 32, there is no such thing as preserving your strength. It doesn't matter whether you preserve it or not. There is no way you can hide your strength. You can only fight all the way. Preserving strength was possible in the previous qualifiers and group matches, but in the top 32, there will be no easy targets. You have to know that in the Chinese competition, the top 32 has changed several times in the past 5 years. Even the 8 recognized strongest teams have not been able to win to the top 32. There are as many as 100 teams that are able to win to the top 32. Those who can make it are definitely very strong teams. If you can still preserve your strength under such circumstances, how powerful must this team be? So after the next interception, the Overlord team continued to launch a fierce attack. They intercepted the next attack of the West Ham team, and then began to bombard the gate of the West Ham team, trying to score another goal. For the fans of the Overlord team, they felt that 8 goals were not enough. It would be better to score 2 more goals and reach double digits. That would be more glorious. In so many games in the past, it was rare for one team to score more than double digits in a single game in the top 32. There were many games where both teams scored double digits together. Can you score 2 more goals? Zheng Qi asked in the team channel. Try. Overlord said. Try it. Lucian replied. Work hard, fight, double digits. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. Brother, I call you brother, you can just shout in the team channel, why shout it out? Overlord wanted to kneel down to Zheng Qi again. How could this person not know how to save character? Sure enough, after Zheng Qi shouted like this, the faces of the players of the West Ham team changed. A man can be killed but not humiliated. This is intolerable. The morale of the West Ham team, which had been somewhat declining, rose again. This is no longer a question of victory or defeat, but a question of the dignity of a team. Look, you have to say that. B.A. Wang said helplessly. That's more interesting. Zheng Qi continued to be stubborn. Just do it. Lucian shook his head, although the excitement in his tone said it all. The players of the B.A. Wang team shook their heads helplessly, but they also knew that if these 2 guys didn't have such a perverted desire to fight against a strong team, they might not have improved to the point they are now. They can feel that compared to the beginning of last year, they have improved a lot now. After all, the greater the pressure created by the opponent, the greater the possibility of their own improvement. Chapter 678. The system's hatred can also be put. The West Ham team's resurgence made the game not show a decline in quality from beginning to end. This is of course a very important thing. If the overall quality of the game does not decline, it will be more attractive. When the game ended, the fans of the Overlord team felt a little regretful, because their team was just one step away from scoring double-digit goals. In the final moments of the game, Lu Xiaoshan once again demonstrated his strong ability to score goals. He made a quick shot in the penalty area and scored the 9th goal of the game for the Overlord, which was also his 7th goal. However, the Overlord team still failed to achieve a double-digit achievement, but this is just a small regret. After such a wonderful victory, can the fans of the Overlord team ask for more? At least they themselves feel that if there are more requests, it would be a bit heartless. The Overlord team defeated the West Ham team 9-6 and entered the top 16 with their heads held high. This is not the first time they've entered the round of 16, but it is obvious that compared with the last time when they did not encounter any real strong teams and walked on thin ice all the way, and relied on penalty kicks to win to the quarterfinals in several games, the attention that the Overlord team received this time was much greater. Defeating the West Ham team to win to the round of 16 and defeating an ordinary strong team to win to the quarterfinals are two different things. Many other games are still in progress. The Overlord originally wanted to take others to watch the game, but Zheng Qi waved his arm and said, "What's so good about it? Don't we have to draw lots tomorrow morning?" and drove everyone back to rest. This approach may seem a little unreliable, but it is also the same reason. The qualifiers in the Chinese region all eliminated all the way, and there will be a draw in each round. You don't know who the next team will be. While increasing the difficulty, it also tests a team's ability to respond. After all, the World Cup is also such a venue. If you don't test it first, you will be in a mess when you get to the World Cup. The players of the Overlord team also thought so, and in the final analysis, the whole team's improvisation would be under Zheng Qi's command, so they might as well take a good rest. I don't need to tell you about the information, right? After the others left, Zheng Qi stopped Lu Xiaoshan and chuckled at him twice. Lu Xiaoshan looked very cautious. "What do you want to do? You are smiling so cunningly, and it's obvious that you are up to no good." "Damn, Boss Lu, it's not good to lie with your eyes open. The system looks like that. How can you tell that my smile is cunning? Your eyes are CT," Zheng Qi said depressedly. "I can tell from your tone that you are up to no good." Lu Xiaoshan said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Intelligence, information, don't tell me you haven't collected any information," Zheng Qi said. "I never care about these things," Lu Xiaoshan said. "Don't make a fuss. You are the captain after all, and your wife is the core of the tactics. Would you not collect intelligence about the opponent? I have collected a lot, but it is inevitable that there will be omissions. We can share what we have. I just happened to observe the specific information of the opponent," Zheng Qi said with a smile. "You know everything," Lu Xiaoshan muttered, and then said, "Okay, I will send it to your email right away. Are you really not going to watch the next game?" "No, I have to think about the tactics against other opponents, so that you can score more goals," Zheng Qi said. "You passed the ball to me a lot today, I will remember it." Lu Xiaoshan nodded. "You said that as if you are going to settle accounts with me in the future," Zheng Qi said with a smile. Lu Xiaoshan didn't say anything more and immediately chose to log off. Zheng Qi didn't wait for long before he received an email notification. Zheng Qi didn't log off either, and began to quietly watch the video materials of the intelligence. With two professional clubs, the intelligence materials would certainly not be messy, but rather detailed and systematic. Zheng Qi first picked out the representative intelligence of several teams that had appeared and observed it, and then began to observe carefully. Zheng Qi's observation ability in this area has always been excellent. The overall view is a very general term, which basically includes the two aspects of paying attention to details and the overall situation. His overall view is excellent, and his observation ability will not be bad. It is precisely because of the support of intelligence that his observation ability and overall view can be more outstanding. In the middle of this, he just went offline to have dinner, and then continued to watch the video online. He didn't even have time to talk to Su Jing. This person is really crazy. Lu Li, who was pulled out by Su Jing to have dinner together, couldn't help but say something. Yes, otherwise he is so young, how can he be so outstanding? He is talented, but without a spirit of research, he can't make progress so fast. Su Jing laughed. Yes, don't you like this kind of people? Lu Li joked. Su Jing's face didn't blush. After all, there was nothing to hide in front of her closest girlfriend. Lu Li was the one who knew the most about her and Zheng Qi's affairs. Although Zheng Qi was laughing and joking, he was not a playboy. Although the two had not revealed their feelings for each other, they almost understood each other's feelings. Neither of them was hypocritical, nor did they think too much. They didn't need someone to push them hard behind them, and there was no window paper to break. Slowly, it would come naturally. So even at this time, Sujin had no opinion on Zheng Qi's obsession with classical football. Zheng Qi also knew that Sujin would not have any opinion. So he was still immersed in his own world, waiting for tomorrow to come. Tiffin's training camp would start in just a few days, but Zheng Qi might continue to be absent because if he could lead the Overlord team to the World Cup, then he would definitely not be able to participate in the training camp in August. Of course, he could make this choice because Zheng Qi knew that Tiffin was now completely on track and it was a time of harvest. He didn't need to participate and it would not have any impact. Moreover, if they make it to the World Cup, he will also drag Lu Xiaoshan to not participate in the World Cup, which will have even less impact on Tiffin. Summer training is not particularly important for the entire season, at least there will be no overall tactical drills, just to keep the players in a better state. The impact of the second half of the game does not rely on any special tactics, but on the good state of the players and the positive spirit of the whole team. So Zheng Qi was distracted and felt at ease. Moreover, he now feels more and more that classical football seems to be more interesting than the professional games in the football era. There are not so many dazzling skills to use, but it can show one's level in a more primitive way. This is a new understanding of human beings themselves and a new way to develop human potential. This feeling makes Zheng Qi seem a little addicted. That night, Zheng Qi slept comfortably. He has been accustomed to a good work and rest schedule. What he didn't know was that during this period, Meng Fan rarely helped him with acupuncture to regulate his body. It's not that he couldn't do it, but it was no longer necessary. He hasn't had the fainting phenomenon before in the past year. Meng Fan couldn't explain this change. After all, he had checked Zheng Qi's chronic illness many times. Although Zheng Qi himself didn't know, his family knew that acupuncture could only temporarily relieve him, but couldn't completely cure him. Meng Fan just thought, I hope it's not a last gasp or something like that. After all, Zheng Qi's physical problems have always been a heavy matter in the hearts of him and Zheng Qi's parents. The next day, Zheng Qi got up early, and then entered the game, and saw the other players of the Overlord team. You guys had a good rest? Zheng Qi greeted. Of course I am happy to win the game. Long Qi smiled. We have to win again today. Zheng Qi waved his fist, causing cheers from others. Overlord followed and waved his fist twice, still feeling a little uneasy. Although they won the last game, their luck in the draw was really bad. It seemed that as soon as Zheng Qi returned, the luck of the Overlord team began to decline. Now, in the top 16, the 8 traditional strong teams occupy 7 places, and the probability of encountering extraordinary teams has become greater. With Zheng Qi's luck, will the Overlord team draw another strong team? But he couldn't say this to others, so he could only pray secretly in his heart. Although the game that defeated the West Han team has proved the current strength of the Overlord team, it is definitely able to rank among the top teams in the Chinese region. However, no matter how strong the team is, if they encounter strong teams of the same level all the way, the difficulty of finally winning the championship will increase several times. Having the ability to win the championship and actually being able to win the championship are two different things. Last year, the Carloway team won the championship, but in fact, their performance was a little worse than that of the Shuhan team, which was also criticized. However, after entering the knockout stage, they encountered relatively weak teams, while the Shuhan team encountered strong teams all the way. Although they finally met the Carloway team in that final, their state obviously declined a lot and they were finally defeated by the Carloway team. This is a very typical example. If the Overlord team is also like this, then their luck is too bad. I hope there will be a strong team, so that we can beat them all the way. How exciting it is! Zheng Qi said with a smile. The Overlord, who was praying, almost fainted after hearing this. He wanted to fly over and cover Zheng Qi's mouth. Please stop talking. However, it is obvious that Zheng Qi's ability to attract hatred is really the best in the world. Even the hatred of the system seems to be attracted by him. The draw will start soon. Of course, there is no ceremony for such a draw. The names of the 16 teams are put into the system, and then the system is allowed to draw lots. This is the fairest way, which can be said to be completely random. When the teams split into 2 and lined up on both sides, B.A. Wang first looked at where the B.A. Wang team was, then looked at where the opponents were, and then his eyes went dark. The B.A. Wang team did not draw the Carloway team, nor the Shuhan team, nor the Dongwu team. This was considered lucky, but they directly drew another of the 8 super teams, the men team. Oh my god, B.A. Wang couldn't help but want to scream. Chapter 679a. Steady team. Oh, it's good, it's exciting, this is exciting. When the Overlord's eyes went dark, Zheng Qi's happy voice came to his ears. It was a really happy voice, as if he had won the first prize in a lottery instead of the famous and powerful Team Deming. Is it exciting? Overlord couldn't help asking. Of course, wouldn't it be more exciting to fight against such an opponent than to fight against some random people? Zheng Qi laughed. But they're a strong team. Overlord emphasized. One of the 8 strongest teams in the past few years. That's a real record. I know, but what does it matter? At least it's much easier for us to find intelligence on them, and we also know what good players they have. If a less well-known one comes, we will be far behind in terms of knowing ourselves and the enemy. Zheng Qi laughed. B.A. Wang was stunned when he heard this. That's right. When playing against well-known strong teams, it's much easier to collect intelligence. You don't even need to collect intelligence. Experienced players like them can easily figure out what outstanding players the other side has, what tactics they are good at, and what are the outstanding aspects of the players. From this perspective, for a team that wants to win the championship, it's better to play against a familiar strong team than against an unknown team. This is also related to the competition system of classical football. There is no fixed league, and it's a single elimination tournament. Naturally, you will encounter a lot of unfamiliar opponents, and you won't have time to fully understand the opponent. If the opponent is a strong team, it's much better in this regard. Are you familiar with the Deming team? B.A. Wang asked Zheng Qi. It's okay. They have the 2 strongest strikers in China, Zhu Da and Chang Yachun. Chang Yachun is a top center forward, and Zhu Da is a technical shadow forward. The 2 of them are an excellent pair. The core of the midfield is their captain Hong, and he has 2 excellent assistants, Li Shanchang and Liu Baoyan. These 2 midfielders are technical auxiliary midfielders who can connect the offensive of the whole team, but they are led by the all-round midfielder Hong. Li Wenzthong on the left side of the 2 wings is good at attacking, and Du Dahai on the right side is good at defending. Their midfield is very flexible, and Du Dahai often comes to the midfield to support the defender. The 3 defenders are Deng Yu, Tang He and Feng Shen. Deng Yu and Feng Shen are good at frontal interception and front defense, while Tang He is good at filling in. Together with an attacking goalkeeper Lan Yu, their entire formation prefers to press forward, and their offensive ability is quite outstanding, especially their 2 forwards. There is no such outstanding forward partner in the entire Chinese region. Even Kalowei's talented Zheng Yuan seems to be less impactful than them. Most other strong teams play with a single forward and cannot compare with them. Zheng Qi spoke a long paragraph without blinking, which stunned the Overlord. You did a good job on your homework. Lu Xiaoshan praised. Of course. Besides, their offensive team is more suitable for our classmate Chen Fengxiao to score more goals. Among their defenders, Deng Yu and Feng Shen like to defend and confront head-on. Although Tang He is stable, he is also a little insufficient in the face of impact. You can use flexibility and strength to restrain them, but be careful. Their goalkeeper Lan Yu likes to attack and has a large control range. Not only in his own penalty area, but also often rushes outside the penalty area to clear the siege. If we want to play behind, we must pay attention to this. Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan. Don't worry, I don't believe he can be faster than me. Lu Xiaoshan said confidently. Zheng Qi nodded. He was also very confident in this point. Moreover, a team that often presses on the offensive and a goalkeeper who likes to attack, there are too many loopholes that can be grasped, and there is no worry about not being able to catch the opponent's flaws. The reason why that Deming team can always be one of the super strong teams is not their defense, but their offense. But the Overlord team is really not afraid of attacking the opponent now. They now hope that every game will be a vigorous offensive battle to see who has more opportunities. Although both sides scored a lot of goals in the last game, that was based on both sides being in good shape and able to seize almost all opportunities. The rhythm of the game was not very fast, and this game will surely be very different. In other matchups, there were also strong competitions. The Dongguo team drew the Dayton team, while the Kalowei team and the Shuhan team were luckier and drew a less famous team. They are so unlucky, especially the Shuhan team. Their luck in the draw this year is a bit surprising. Long Qi, who noticed this, said in surprise. It's the law of conservation of character. They met strong teams all the way last year and played so badly. It's normal for their luck to be better this year. Zheng Qi said indifferently. But your luck has never been good. Have you noticed that after you returned, we always meet strong teams? The Overlord couldn't help but say. The others had not noticed this before, but after being told this by B.A. Wang, they immediately realized that something was wrong. That's right. The year before last, we had good luck in the draw. As soon as Yuan's Thong, joined last year, we encountered strong teams all the way, and even ran into such a group. Yeah, we didn't encounter any strong teams before this year. As soon as you returned, we first encountered the Western Han team and then the Ming team. How many bad things have you done in your daily life, Yuan's Thong? What? It's a good draw to draw them, okay? Zheng Qi laughed. They are good at attacking and they are a strong team. Do you think they can lower their face to play defense with us? When the time comes, we will score a goal as soon as we attack, and we will score a goal as soon as we attack. Isn't it wonderful? It depends on you to attack. B.A. Wang said while holding Zheng Qi's hand. That depends on her while Chen Feng laughs. Zheng Qi turned around and held Lu Xiaoshen's hand. Lu Xiaoshen quickly shook it off. The other players of B.A. Wang's team laughed. Although they were facing a strong team next, they were fearless now. It must be said that after the influence of the past 1 or 2 years, they have already shown the style of a strong team. From this perspective, it is extremely beneficial for them to often encounter strong teams. Only by seeing more can they become in the face of praise or criticism. Today, the game of the Overlord team is scheduled for the afternoon, so they can relax a little in the morning. In the morning game, the most eye-catching is the contest between the Dongguo team and the Dayton team. The contest between these two strong teams will certainly attract attention, so the Overlord team went to the competition venue collectively to watch the game. Guess how many people will come to watch this game? Zheng Qi asked. He was referring to the players of the other top 16 teams. Except for the players in the competition, everyone will come. After all, these two teams are also their favorites to win the championship. The Dongguo team is needless to say, the 4 heroes are well known, and the Dayton team is also full of talents. Although the Dayton team has never won the championship, they have always been a frequent visitor to the top 8. Being able to maintain such a stable performance is enough to prove their level. Fan Xingzhi said. But this game may not be very good. Long Qi smiled. Yes, both teams are relatively stable. The Dongguo team is the best at defense among the top 3 teams, and the Dayton team is also known for its stability. In this game, it depends on who can make fewer mistakes. Yingbu nodded. The confrontation between Zhao Gongjin and Li Weigong, a top-level confrontation. Jibu said. The confrontation between these two leading midfield cores, both of whom are good at using surprise troops, is worth paying attention to. Yuziki said. Zheng Qi was also watching the court. He knew that although there were many midfield cores in the Chinese region, there were only a few with similar characteristics to him. He had seen Xing Liang of the Western Han team and Yuo Jie of the Kalawei team. The rest was Zhao Gongjin and Li Weigong on the court, and Hu Chuo of the Shuhan team, who could represent the highest level of the Chinese region's organizational core. The other midfield cores were all round, and their characteristics were not quite the same as his. As an organizational core, Zheng Qi certainly paid more attention to these players. Although he was also interested in scoring goals, he habitually kept a hand. If it was not an extremely important game, he would not show his scoring ability. In the last group match against Wei last year, if the game was not too important, he would not have shown his explosive scoring ability. He didn't know when to show his best points, but now, with Lu Xiaoshen in the front court, he just needed to show his organizational ability. The explosive scoring ability can be saved for the World Cup. After all, although domestic opponents almost know that he has excellent scoring ability, foreign opponents may not know it. At most, they will look at this year's games. This year, as long as he hides it well, he can still give the strong teams a good look in the World Cup. This is actually not Zheng Qi's intention. It's just that as a player with a very good overall view, he habitually keeps a hand, which often plays a huge role. If it wasn't for luck last year, the Kalawei team would have been killed by him. The next game was indeed as everyone guessed. The game went quite dull. The two sides kept fighting in the midfield, looking for flaws, and at the same time, not letting any loopholes appear on their side. Such a performance certainly seemed a bit dull, but no one in the stands let down their guard. Because in such a game, the outcome is often decided in a split second. If you miss those details, it will be enough to make everyone beat their chests and stamp their feet. The outcome of the game is indeed decided in a split second. The outcome of a key confrontation between Zhao Gongjin and Li Weigong, two top organizers, determined the final outcome of the game. Li Weigong's instigation was seen through by Zhao Gongjin, who took the opportunity to instigate a counter-attack, and the Dongwu team broke the deadlock. This goal was also the only goal of the game. The Dongwu team advanced to the quarterfinals with their heads held high, and the Dayton team became the second strong team to be eliminated. Chapter 680. Flash Attack. I hope we don't play against the Dongwu team. This team is too patient, Zheng Qi said after the game. The players of the Overlord team had a deep sense of identity. In this game, the Dongwu team can be said to have played the world steady to the extreme. They did not give the Dayton team any chance. Instead, they took advantage of the opponent's surprise attack to counter-attack and finally scored the key goal. They were defending a lot of the game and then constantly disrupting, but they just seized an insignificant opportunity and scored the final goal. The Dongwu team has more good defenders and fewer good attackers, so they formed this style. If I really want to make an analogy, I think they're like Teen Head in the professional league, Zhao Gongjin's style, and Li Qing's. Overlord said. Lu Xiaoshan didn't say anything. Zheng Qi knew why. He laughed out loud. Okay, forget about them. We just need to prepare for the game. After all, whether we can meet the Dongwu team is still an unknown. The players of the Overlord team nodded one after another. This was indeed the truth. They were going to face the Demon team next. It must be another goal-scoring battle. How to play to their level in such a game is a very critical thing. However, the other players of the Overlord team didn't think so much. It was nothing more than a good fight. As for the specific tactical command, the Demon team will definitely focus on defending you, but they should not lose their offensive tactics. It is a bit scary for you to get 7 players in at once, but the scoring ability of their 2 forwards combined will not be worse than yours. They will be confident in this aspect. I heard that the captain of the Demon team, Hongguan, is a very proud and conceited person. He will not give up the tactics he is good at. Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan. It's not necessarily arrogance, but knowing what they are best at. Although it is possible that they will change their tactics temporarily, they should still use offensive tactics. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. If we fight each other, you'll be lucky. Zheng Qi laughed. In terms of the ability to seize opportunities, I won't lose to anyone. Lu Xiaoshan's confidence is obviously justified. As the most outstanding attacker in the alliance, although he has no special research in tactics, he has a natural keenness in seizing opportunities. Coupled with his brave and diligent character, if he were in ancient times, he would be a seemingly rough and brave general and a famous general. In this respect, Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan are similar, but compared with Lu Xiaoshan, Shen Ruofei seems a little immature. Zheng Qi and Shen Ruofei didn't really care about the next opponent, Tamin, because the personnel of this traditional strong team had not changed much, and there had been no changes in the past few years. This meant that this team, like the Western Han team, had reached the end of its peak period, and perhaps in a year or two, it would have to give up the team name and its respective titles. In the eyes of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, such a team was excellent, but it would not bring any surprises. Of course, only they could say such a grandiose thing. The other players of the Overlord team were still very excited. Facing such a top-level strong team was also a test for them. So when they came on stage, although they hoped to be on Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, they still felt a little nervous, and it was not until they came on stage that they felt better. The players of the Demon team shook hands with the players of the Overlord team one by one. Their captain Hongguan was a guy with a strange appearance. He was not tall or strong, but he was strong and energetic. Among the 2 forwards, Chang Yachun was rough and Zhu Die was elegant. It was obvious that they were not easy to deal with. You played well last time, but you won't be our opponent in this goal-scoring game. Hongguan said to Ba Wang. That's hard to say, unless you want to play a defensive counter-attack. Ba Wang laughed. Of course, Hongguan would not take such words seriously. He nodded to Ba Wang and walked away. He was more concerned about Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. Are you interested in joining us? Some of our players are getting old and may retire next year. We need fresh blood. Hongguan said to Zheng Qi. I'm doing well and don't want to change jobs. Zheng Qi laughed and was not moved by Hongguan's invitation. But it's true. If Zheng Qi was willing to be inferior to others, he would have chosen to join Cheng Ping and Lu Xiaoshan to fight side by side. Why would he think of forming his own extraordinary club to challenge the 5-time champion? Don't say that there is a little condescending meaning in Hongguan's words. Even if he really respects the wise, Zheng Qi will not be tempted. He is a very playful person. How can he have fun if he is not the captain? How can he live freely under the rules and regulations? Hongguo didn't think that Zheng Qi could be persuaded with just one sentence. He just wanted to leave a chance. As the founder and captain of this team, he hoped that the Deming team would not sink after he and others left. It was imperative to find fresh blood again. He had already taken a fancy to some young players with good performance, but the Deming team still needed some people who could carry the tripod. If this game was won, he could invite them again. Thinking in this way, Hongguo did not underestimate his opponent, the Overlord. A team that could defeat the Western Han team was always excellent, but if the Overlord was not defeated, why would Hongguo dig people from the opponent's team? What's more, he has not won the Chinese championship so far. Now, the opponents who are blocking the Deming team, Hongguo must defeat them all and fulfill his dream. After all, if he can't win this year, he and those old friends will be old. Everyone has his own goals and dreams, and when these goals collide, it is hard to say who is right, who is wrong, who is righteous, and who is evil. It's just a collision between each other. Let them see what our sweeping attack looks like. Hongguo said to his teammates in the team channel. Chang Yachun waved his fist, and Zhu Da smiled slightly. The tools of the Deming team were also very interested in Lu Xiaoshen's performance in the previous game. They admitted that Lu Xiaoshen's scoring ability was indeed terrible, but they were more interested in having a goal contest with Lu Xiaoshen. All players who can become famous in classical football must be extremely confident and motivated players. After all, without the stimulation of money, the only thing that can make them continue to train hard and improve is their love for this sport and their pursuit of a higher level of football. So the Deming team will use their best offensive method to compete with the Overlord team to see who is the team with the best offensive ability. The Overlord welcomed this, and they wanted this effect. The game started, and the Overlord team kicked off first. When Zheng Qi got the ball, Hongguo immediately came up. The midfield is the most outstanding part of the Deming team. Although their two forwards are the strongest, they have too many midfielders, 5 midfielders, each with their own characteristics. Li Wenzhong's running position is erratic, and he can attack from both wings. Although Wu Dahai is a winger, he is a player who uses running to help the midfield improve its hardness. Hongguo is quite comprehensive, able to attack and defend well. In addition, there are two organizing midfielders Li Shangchang and Liu Baoan who are excellent in passing and dispatching. The midfield of the Deming team is not a midfield in the conventional sense, but it is more effective. It is under such midfield support that the Deming team can create a large number of scoring opportunities. With the ability of the two forwards to seize opportunities, they always score the most goals every time they play in the Chinese qualifiers. Of course, it is only the strong offensive and slightly inferior defensive that are the key factors that have prevented them from winning the championship. Several times they were killed by the Dongguo team led by Zhao Gongjin, which is also a tragedy. Hongguo's pressing was very powerful, and Zheng Qi soon felt the pressure. He didn't feel much difficulty, and continued to control the ball with ease, but unlike usual, he didn't pass the ball immediately. Very accurate judgment. Hongguo thought to himself, if Zheng Qi passed the ball at this time, then his evaluation of Zheng Qi would be lower. Behind him, Dahai was ready to intercept Zheng Qi's pass at any time, while Li Shangchang and Liu Baoan were faintly cutting off his pass to other positions. At this time, he saw Zheng Qi turn around and pass the ball back. This was a very accurate judgment. The forward passing route was cut off, so what could he do? Of course, pass it back. After passing the ball to Arshu behind him, Zheng Qi took the initiative to retreat about 20 meters. Hongguo hesitated and did not press forward. After watching the previous game, Hongguo knew that even with his defensive ability, it would be difficult to interfere with the opponent when the opponent had enough space. It is not feasible for the midfield to continue to press forward to compress the opponent's space. Compressed defense has always been able to play a good role only in a relatively narrow space. Zheng Qi got the ball after retreating, and then kicked it without warning. Even Hongguo was unable to react. At such a distance, even if he reacted, he couldn't intercept it in time. There were more than 10 meters between them. So Hongguo could only turn his head helplessly to see that Zheng Qi's long pass was very fast and flew directly to the front of the Deming team's penalty area. Just now, both sides were more concentrated in the midfield, and when Zheng Qi made a long pass, the three forwards of the Overlord team rushed forward at the same time. The defenders of the Deming team naturally reacted a bit slower, but they were closer to their own goal than the opponent, so they also began to quickly return to defense. Everyone's speed is about the same, and the competition is all about confrontation. After a while of chaos, Lu Xiaoshen relied on his strong strength and confrontation to rush to the front line without suspense, and was the first to approach the ball's landing point. At this time, Lan Yu had already abandoned the goal to attack, and Lu Xiaoshan did not stop the ball, but directly lifted the ball up and lifted it over Lan Yu's head. After accelerating to bypass Lan Yu, he kicked the ball towards the fallen ball. The ball flew into the Min team's goal first. Chapter 681. What are you looking at? The stands were quiet for a while, and then all kinds of noisy noises broke out immediately. The fans of the Overlord team were of course cheering in surprise, while the fans of the Deming team were very depressed. Less than a minute after the start of the game, the Deming team didn't even touch the ball, and the Overlord team scored a goal. Although they lose the ball in every game, it is rare to lose the ball so quickly. That Chen Fengxiao, his confrontation ability and strength are very strong. It seems that his attribute points are very high. We have to be careful of their long passes. In such a confrontation, we have no advantage at all. Liu Baoan frowned and said to Hongguo, "It's true in defensa, let's attack. Their defensa is not very good. Even if we explode each other, we have to score more goals than them." Hongguo nodded and said loudly. Chang Yachun and Zhu Da nodded at the same time. Their abilities have not been brought into play yet, and the opponent has scored a goal. The goal was scored by Lu Xiaoshan. This was his 8th goal in the top 32 games, far ahead of other shooters. Of course, Chang Yachun and Zhu Da's rankings were not low either. In the first round of the top 32, the Deming team beat their opponents like a sieve. Their two forwards both scored hat-tricks in the game. Although it seemed much less than Lu Xiaoshan's goal, it was still valuable enough. "I'm not as strong as him." Chang Yachun shook his head. "I think his desire and skills in shooting are not worse than Lao Xiu's." Zhu Da nodded. "Well, it can be seen that he is an excellent shooter. But can't the two of us brothers beat him alone?" Chang Yachun patted Zhu Da's shoulder vigorously and said with a smile, "I think so too." Zhu Da moved to the side. After the restart, the Deming team's attack really counter-attacked fiercely. The Overlord team started to defend in the midfield. They were very confident after having experienced the fierce attack of the Western Han team. However, after the fight, they immediately felt uncomfortable. The Min team's midfielders' ability to switch positions and cross-run is so good that they can attack from almost any position, which makes the Overlord team's defense unable to find the center of gravity repeatedly. Although they have made a lot of progress in the past 2 years and have also developed the temperament of a strong team, they still seem to be a lot worse in experience. When facing a strong team they have never played against, they are inevitably a little uncomfortable. The Min team's defense itself is also quite good, coupled with this strong sense of discomfort, which directly caused the Overlord team's defense to have problems. Hongguo dribbled the ball and forced a breakthrough, then pretended to shoot, but passed the ball to the side. Li Wenzthong, who followed up, accelerated to the bottom and passed the ball to the middle. Chang Yachun in the middle attracted Wan Shu's attention, but the ball flew in front of the two of them. Zhu Da, who was outflanking in the back row, met the ball and shot it, and the ball quickly went into the net. 1-1. The Deming team tied the score. Less than a minute after they lost the ball, the Deming team immediately showed their excellent defensive ability. Both sides showed their strong scoring ability. Only 3 minutes after the start of the game, both sides scored a goal. In the last game, both sides scored quite a lot of goals. The Overlord team scored 9 goals against the West Han team in one game, and the Deming team also scored 7 goals in the game. Will they create more goals in this game? Let's wait and see. The commentator shouted excitedly. It was really exciting to score 2 goals so quickly, especially in the process of scoring goals. Both sides did not score by luck. The overall offensive and defensive organization of the Deming team and the performance of Lu Xiaoshan's personal ability were fully demonstrated. Although it was a draw, we scored by the whole team, and they relied on the personal abilities of 2 outstanding players. The difference is obvious. Next, in defensa, we must keep a close eye on Chen Fengxiao. He is the biggest direct threat to the goal. Even if there are 2 people, we must control him. Do you understand? Hongguo shouted in the team channel. Using 2 people to defend an opponent's striker is a very easy thing to go wrong in the current classical football game, but Hongguo resolutely decided to do so. The reason is very simple. He knows what the biggest threat of the opponent is. And as long as it can slightly suppress the opponent's scoring ability, it will be effective. The Overlord team kicked off again and launched an attack. When Zheng Qi dribbled forward again, only Hongguo came up to block him this time. The two started a contest in the midfield. Liu Baoan, Li Shanchang and others kept cutting off Zheng Qi's passing route from all sides, forcing Zheng Qi and Hongguo to have a personal confrontation. Zheng Qi didn't care and immediately started to force a breakthrough. If a midfielder with excellent skills also has more strength and confrontation than ordinary people, it would be very difficult to stop him. This time is no exception. Zheng Qi dribbled the ball and broke through Honggua's defender, and then quickly passed the ball to the wing. After Zheng Qi got the ball, he started to break through along the sideline, and then passed the ball to the front of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan jumped up under the pressure of two defenders of the opponent, and barely passed the ball to the penalty area to create a chance for Ba Wang. Ba Wang forced his way through Tang's defender. When he was about to rush to the first landing point, Lan Yu made a bold move and cleared the ball to the front court before him. The Deming team successfully blocked the attack of the Ba Wang team. The fans of the Deming team shouted loudly, and 1 minute later, their shouts began to become more crazy. The ball that was first cleared by Lan Yu flew to the front court. Chang Yachun and Wan Shu jumped up at the same time. Although they were not superior in strength and confrontation, Chang Yachun still relied on the advantage of occupying the first landing point to head the ball down first and handed it to Zhu Da, who was responding. After Zhu Da received the ball, he began to dribble forward. Xiang Zhuang went to intercept him. Zhu Da passed the ball to Chang Yachun and then moved forward. Chang Yachun passed the ball directly behind the Ba Wang team's defense line without stopping. Zhu Da shook off Xiang Zhuang, who was one step slower in returning to defense, and moved forward to receive the ball. Fan Xing chose to abandon the goal and attack. Although he was more used to defending the goal, he would be a fool if he didn't attack after the opponent entered the penalty area. Wan Shu, who had landed earlier, also began to return to defense desperately, and together with Xiang Zhuang, pressed from behind. Zhu Da had a chance to shoot, but he didn't shoot. Instead, he turned around and passed the ball back. Chang Yachun, who followed up, was unguarded. He shot the ball with a powerful kick and scored the ball into the empty goal. 2-1, the men team completed the reversal in an instant. It is worthy of being the most offensive team in the Chinese qualifiers in recent years. After losing the ball less than a minute after the start, the men team scored 2 goals in 3 minutes. Their tools scored 1 goal each again. Less than 5 minutes after the start of the game, both sides scored a total of 3 goals. Such a goal rate is really, amid the commentators' sigh. Zheng Qi looked at Lu Xiaoshan. What are you looking at? Lu Xiaoshan said unhappily. Look at you, you didn't score a goal but the other team scored 1. We should have been leading but someone else is leading now. Aren't you ashamed? Zheng Qi said. This conversation made others unable to listen anymore. The other players of Overlord team began to think that Zheng Qi was too harsh, or even deliberately making things difficult for Lu Xiaoshan. With Lu Xiaoshan's temper, he might fight with Zheng Qi on the court. Just when they wanted to stop the fight, they saw Lu Xiaoshan nodded seriously. You're right, but I am not ashamed now, I just feel angry. Then vent your anger on your opponent, young man. Zheng Qi patted Lu Xiaoshan on the shoulder. For Lu Xiaoshan, who considered himself to be highly respected, Zheng Qi's behavior was unbearable, but at this moment he did not show any other expression, but looked at the Deming team's half with his eyes spitting fire, and it seemed that he had really been aroused by the opponent. Be careful of Chen Fengxiao, he may want to prove something. Honggua said in the team channel. With his rich experience, he could see at a glance that Lu Xiaoshan's desire to score at this moment had reached an extremely high level. When such a shooter is very eager to do something, what kind of scoring ability will he be able to burst out? Of course, he needs to be closely guarded. The Overlord team launched an attack, and the Deming team started to intercept in the midfield as usual, but in the backcourt, their defense against Lu Xiaoshan was obviously upgraded to a higher level. The previous goal scored by Lu Xiaoshan, the Deming team made the mistake of using only one person to defend him. As a result, Deng Yu, who had a strong ability to resist, was not crooked even without Lu Xiaoshan committing a foul, and directly lost his position to defend him. Now 2 people are focusing on Lu Xiaoshan. Even if they can't resist, they won't let him create opportunities easily. The overall formation of the Deming team began to gradually retreat, and the Overlord team pressed forward without hesitation. They are also good at this. Zheng Qi retreated to get the ball, and this time the Deming team didn't dare to let him go. Chang Yachun and Zhu Da retreated at the same time and pressed Zheng Qi. However, once the attention was focused on Zheng Qi, the defense in other places naturally weakened a lot. Zheng Qi passed the ball to Yingbu, who was advancing. Yingbu dribbled the ball forward and saw that the opponent's defender was basically concentrated in the middle, so he immediately passed the ball to Zheng Qi, who was on the wing. Zheng Qi dribbled the ball towards the middle, then knocked it to Yu Ziki, who was on the side. Yu Ziki dribbled the ball to the bottom and then kicked it to the middle. The ball whizzed towards the middle of the penalty area, and Lu Xiaoshan sprinted and jumped high. Deng Yu and Tang He jumped at the same time, sandwiching Lu Xiaoshan and jumping up. Although the two were in the air, they were both hit by Lu Xiaoshan and lost their center of gravity. However, they firmly believed that in such a confrontation, Lu Xiaoshan would definitely lose his balance, and the place where he jumped was far away from the goal. In this case, a header would not pose too much threat to the goal guarded by Lan Yu. Lu Xiaoshan did not head the ball, but he barely headed the ball and headed it directly to the other side of the penalty area. Overlord met the flying ball and leaned forward to head it. Lan Yu's attention was also on Lu Xiaoshan. When he turned around, the ball had already flown into the goal. Lan Yu looked at Lu Xiaoshan in surprise. After Lu Xiaoshan stood firm, he glanced at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Chapter 682. Tip for tagged. After saying this, Lu Xiaoshan turned around and ran to celebrate with Ba Wang. Lan Yu wanted to say "What's wrong with you?" but found that he couldn't say it. When the key striker is being guarded, he passes the ball to his teammates to shoot. This is the simplest offensive routine. However, the defenders of the Zheng team just now collectively forgot this simple fact. It can only be said that Lu Xiaoshan's threat is too great, so they ignore other things. Hong shook his head. He had no way to deal with this goal. It can only prove that Lu Xiaoshan's threat is definitely not only in shooting. Of course, they think so, which is more beneficial to the Ba Wang team. The Ba Wang team's shooting is indeed centered around Lu Xiaoshan, but only the threat of other people can distract people's attention, so that Lu Xiaoshan's explosive scoring ability can be better exerted. He can score goals, but his value is not only reflected in scoring goals. Such shooters are the most terrifying and the most difficult to defend. At least D has one more link. One more link will increase the possibility of not scoring. Go, let's score and take the lead again. Hong said in the team channel. They didn't expect to win the game by relying on defense. In the final analysis, they still had to rely on offense. Their number of attacks was very top-notch. In such a game, the more times they could attack, the more goals they would score. Both forwards had excellent scoring ability. In the midfield, except for Udahai, who was a full-time defender, everyone also had good scoring ability. This multi-point blossoming feature was the key to the Ming team's fame. So they showed such characteristics next. They began to pass and run in and out. The two forwards were of course a classic combination of powerful center forwards and technical forwards. However, their range of activities was also very large, and they often pulled out of the penalty area, which forced the defenders of the Overlord team to follow them, and other Ming team players who advanced had more opportunities. After a series of attacks, retreats, and then attacks again, the Zheng team scored another goal. This time, it was not their front court double wall that scored, but Li Wenzhong who inserted diagonally into the penalty area from the side. Li Shanchan's wonderful through pass gave him a single opportunity. Li Wenzhong who inserted diagonally into the penalty area cleverly scored the ball into the near corner of the goal. Fan Xing's misjudged and the Zheng team took the lead again. However, just 2 minutes later, the Overlord team's fierce and rapid attack equalized the score again. This time, it was not Lu Xiaoshan who scored, but he played a big role. Zheng Qi received the pass from Lu Xiaoshan who retreated after inserting forward, and then dribbled into the penalty area. With a small angle, he easily picked the ball to the back point. The attention of the Zheng team's defenders was attracted by Lu Xiaoshan running in the middle. After all, if Zheng Qi passed the ball to Lu Xiaoshan in an inverted triangle, the threat would be greater. As a result, Zheng Qi picked the ball to the back point. There, the fullback Yuziki inserted in the back row, he met the falling ball and easily headed the ball into the empty goal. 3-3, now is the 13th minute of the game, the commentator said weakly. Neither the Overlord team nor the Ming team disappointed others, but seemed to perform better than expected. They attacked more times, and their ability to seize opportunities was simply amazing. With such a fast offensive rhythm, the two sides have attacked each other 7 times in 13 minutes so far. Except for the Overlord missing one possession and not scoring a goal, the other possession attacks were all mastered. Such an ability to seize opportunities is terrifying. Of course, in the game, any attack may be seized or lost. The forwards of both sides are good at seizing opportunities, including other people involved in the attack, which has created such a wonder. As the game progresses, it is very likely that the players will not be in such a good state in the next game. Both sides are competing for the ability to seize opportunities. How to maintain a better state when the state and energy are declining will determine the outcome of this game. It's impossible to score 6 goals in 15 minutes. The two sides can score 36 goals in total in the whole game. a commentator said with a smile. The fans who heard this all laughed. How could this be possible? Even with the current pace of the game, scoring so many goals in one game was a bit too exaggerated. However, what happened next made everyone a little dumbfounded. In the next attack of the Zheng team, they once again used skillful passing and coordination to tear open the defense of the Overlord team. It was not that the defenders of the Overlord team did not want to defend well, but the opponent's interlaced running was too exciting. Many defenders were unknowingly led away from their defensive positions by the opponent. Liu Bao's pass gave Zheng Qi an opportunity in the penalty area. He overpowered Xiang Zhuang and headed the ball into the dead corner of the goal. The score was 4-3, and the Zheng team took the lead again. Perhaps it was because someone on the other side scored more goals than him, which stimulated Liu Xiaoxin's performance. Soon, he received Zheng Qi's direct pass during the attack of the Overlord team, and then dribbled into the penalty area. The Overlord used his body to hold Zheng Qi, who wanted to fill in the position. Fengxian's return defender was a step slower. Liu Xiaoxin turned sideways and hit a horizontal out ball. Although Lan Yu stretched out his arms, he couldn't block the ball. The score was 4-4. It's the 20th minute of the game, and the score is 4-4, a commentator said weakly. If the first half of the game continued with 2 goals in 5 minutes, what a terrible record this game would create. However, it is obvious that their previous judgment was correct. Whether it is the Overlord team or the Zheng team, they can't continue to have such performance. The opponent's confrontation and the slight relaxation of their own mental state are huge factors in missing opportunities. And such factors, almost no one can avoid, it only depends on the degree of impact. Although both sides showed an extremely good state in this game, this theoretically optimal state cannot be sustained forever. In fact, it is already a great thing that both sides have maintained it until now. Sure enough, in the next attack, the Zheng team made a mistake. Their continuous passing tactics themselves have a low tolerance rate. After the 3 midfielders passed the ball continuously, Hongguo passed the ball to Zhu Da, who was pulling the side, but Zheng Qi flew and shoveled the ball out halfway. The ball that rolled out was caught by Zheng Qi, who raised his foot and sent a long pass forward. Liu Xiaoxin and Zheng Qi ran to the landing point at the same time. Liu Xiaoxin grabbed the first landing point and headed the ball. Zheng Qi moved forward to prepare to receive the ball, but Lan Yu, who attacked in time, was the first to destroy the ball. Within 20 seconds, both sides made a mistake once, said the commentator. The mistakes were made so quickly. The pace of this game is really fast enough. Another commentator said. However, these 2 mistakes also reminded both sides that they had seized many opportunities before under such a fast pace, and the continuous offensive failures now are not accidental, indicating that both players had reached a limit in terms of concentration. The rhythm should be slowed down next, otherwise, the mistakes will become more and more. Don't relax, play fast with fast. Hongguo said in the team channel. His idea was very direct and simple. The Zheng team had 2 main scorers, Zheng Qi and Zhu Da, both of whom had a strong ability to capture opportunities. Even if one person made a mistake, the other could make up for it. What about the Overlord team? The most reliable one was Liu Xiaoxin. We continue to play fast, and everyone shoot when they have a chance. Zheng Qi also made the same decision. In his opinion, Liu Xiaoxin's ability to capture opportunities is stronger than that of the other 2 forwards. In such a confrontation, it all comes down to the upper limit. It is hard to say who is right or wrong in these 2 ideas. It can only be said that both sides are quite confident in their offensive capabilities. From a certain perspective, these 2 teams are really tit-for-tat. Hongguo, who had retreated to get the ball, received it, and then saw Zheng Qi approaching him. He quickly passed the ball and then ran forward. Zheng Qi followed him closely. In previous games, he rarely marked his opponent like this, but in this game, Zheng Qi also knew that if he wanted to suppress the opponent in the offensive, he would have to be more comprehensive in the midfield, not only in offensive, but also in defensive. In Zheng Qi's view, he actually had other tactics to deal with the Zheng team, but in order to ensure the number of goals scored by Liu Xiaoxin, this tactic became the only way. In fact, it was not just for Liu Xiaoxin to score more goals. In such an open offensive tactic, the team's ability under pressure could be better trained. From this perspective, Zheng Qi's thinking in team building was almost the same as Meng fans. The influence between people was still huge. Li Wenzhong got the ball on the wing, and then he started to dribble towards the middle. Yang Bu, who was returning to defense, entangled him. Li Wenzhong made an emergency stop and knocked the ball to Hongguo, who came up to receive it. Zheng Qi had already rushed over when Hongguo just got the ball. Hongguo did not stop the ball and quickly transferred the ball again. Da Hai, who was responding, passed it directly to Zhu Da, who was pulling out of the penalty area. Zhu Da got the ball with his back to the penalty area. Wan Shu pressed up from behind. Zhu Da crossed his legs and let the ball slip under his feet, then turned around quickly. Such a wonderful passing move immediately threw Wan Shu away, but Xiang Zhuang, who was filling in the position, made a flying tackle in time and shoveled the ball out of the sideline. After getting up, Xiang Zhuang and Wan Shu clapped their hands, and then quickly joined the defenser. After receiving the out-of-bounds ball from his teammate, Hongguo passed the ball into the penalty area, but Fan Xingji attacked and hit the ball out. Zheng Qi, who was at the front of the penalty area, got the ball and pretended to pass it long, but he quickly wided the ball and dribbled past Li Shanchang, who came up to interfere with him. "Go, it's our turn to attack," Zheng Qi shouted, and the players of the Min team began to return to defense like a tide. Chapter 683. Good condition. Zheng Qi did not pass the ball in time, but chose to dribble forward. Hongguo was interfering with him, but Zheng Qi's ball control skills began to show. Under Hongguo's constant interference, he still dribbled the ball across the half-court. When Liu Baoyan and Li Shanchang were ready to come over to meet the double attack, he passed the ball to Zhong Aimei, who was inserted on the wing. Lu Xiaoshan kept running in the front court, which gave the defenders of the Deming team a headache. If they focused on defending him, Tyrannosaurus Rex and others would have more opportunities. If they did not focus on defending him, once he got the ball, his chances of scoring would be much greater. When they hesitated, Zhong Aimei did not hesitate, but sprinted down the bottom in one breath. Deming team's wing defense seemed a little weak, and the 352 formation was naturally insufficient on the wing. Originally, with the running ability of Deming team players, the impact was not very large. However, with Zheng Qi attracting the middle road, their middle road players not only could not go to the two wings to protect, but even Da Hai often came to the middle road to defend, and the defects of the wing road became even greater. Zhong Aimei rushed to the baseline with the ball in one breath. This was originally an important routine of the Overlord team's attack. The two wings relied on the fullbacks to advance and then break through the bottom, and then pass the ball into the penalty area. The next step was to see the forwards rush. Zhong Aimei raised his foot and passed the ball into the penalty area. In a hurry, he couldn't aim at someone to pass. He could only choose the simplest way, passing an outward arc ball so that the opponent's goalkeeper couldn't attack, and then choose a high ball with a fast speed. With such a cross, even if the defensive player touched it, he might score an own goal if he was not careful. When Zhong Aimei passed the ball, Overlord jumped high at the front point, trying to rush to attack. As the main shooter of the Overlord team before, he had scored many times after receiving the cross from the two sides. However, Fan Xingji stuck to him tightly. Fan Xingji was slightly inferior in strength, but he could still interfere with him. "Be careful that he passes to the back point," Hongguo shouted in the team channel. As expected, Ba Wang got the first point, but he didn't pass the ball to the back point, but pushed the ball diagonally to the middle of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan, who was originally running at the back point, first retreated, then suddenly turned around and accelerated, got rid of Ten Yu who was marking him, and took the lead in shooting the falling ball. The ball quickly flew diagonally upwards and flew into the goal of the Deming team. The ball goes in. Beautiful goal. This goal was so simple. Chen Fengxiao got rid of his opponent by running back and forth, and then he appeared at the landing point of the ball in the first time, followed by a flick shot. It looked ordinary, but it showed Lu Xiaoshan's outstanding ability to score and concise shooting skills. Hat-trick. 5-4, Chen Fengxiao scored 2 goals in a row to help the Overlord team overtake the score. The number of goals has decreased during this period, but the confrontation between the two sides has become more intense. What surprised me was Chen Fengxiao's performance. It only took him 25 minutes to complete the hat-trick. Now he has scored 10 goals in the top 32. Such a terrible scoring rate. Maybe he can't break the record of 27 goals, but he may create the only record of more than 20 goals in the past 30 years. The commentators shouted wildly, praising Lu Xiaoshan's performance, but it was true that he had scored 10 goals in just 115 minutes. What a concept! No matter how strong the shooter is, he can't score goals so easily. More points, understand? Our forwards are scoring as many goals as they are now, but they are not worse than us in terms of number of goals. This is the key to our lag. We should play to our strengths. Everyone should shoot whenever they have a chance. We should use quantity to make up for quality and let them see that our offensive is the best. Hongguo said with a straight face. The game has been a little out of control so far. However, in the case of mutual explosion, if one side appears a little weak first, then the end will definitely be pursued by the other side until it collapses. In such a situation, there can be no retreat. Only by desperately strengthening the offense can we control our own destiny in the game. The second time the Zheng team fell behind in the game, they did not appear conservative, but continued to attack, which made the fans in the stands very happy. Everyone wanted to see offense, not defense. The Overlord team was not conservative either. They did not choose to defend because they were ahead. The defender could not defend. Every time they controlled the ball, they would press forward to attack. After continuous possession of the ball in the midfield, they would pass it to the shooters in front to complete the attack. The following game was still played at a very fast pace. Both sides wasted a lot of opportunities and created a lot of opportunities, which made the fans in the stands very excited. After all, although the ability to seize opportunities has begun to decline, the wonderful shots and wonderful defenses will still make people feel extremely happy. When the whistle sounded at the end of the first half, the men team had recovered from the previous backward situation. They relied on two forwards to score 1 goal each and scored 6 goals in the first half, while the Overlord team relied on Ingu's forward penetration to score a goal. The score of 6-2, 6 inches the first half was quite eye-catching. Only 3 goals were scored in the first half. You have to hurry up in the second half, Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan. I did this on purpose in the first half, otherwise, they really had to focus on defending me, which would be troublesome. Lu Xiaoshan laughed. Seeing that these two people didn't care about the current situation of the game at all, but just talked and laughed about Lu Xiaoshan's goal, the players of the Overlord team suddenly seemed relaxed. In the second half, they kicked off first. Will this be disadvantageous to us? B.A. Wang asked Zheng Qi. No, do you think there will be so many goals in the second half? Or will the ability to seize opportunities be so high? Impossible. Whether it is them or us, the ability to seize opportunities and create opportunities is declining. This is an inevitable consequence determined by the human body. In the second half, we don't need to have any problems with the ability to seize opportunities. As long as we are better than them, that's enough, Zheng Qi said with a smile. That's right, B.A. Wang nodded. If both sides have superior ability to seize opportunities, then the opponent's multiple kick-off opportunities may indeed be very important, but in the current situation on the field, the opportunity to kick off is nothing. The competition is still about who can seize more opportunities than the opponent. And on this point, the players of the B.A. Wang team are very confident. In the first half, Lu Xiaoshan did not covet credit, but still scored 3 goals. Once he exploded in the second half, come on, we scored 9 in the last game. In this game, we should try to score double digits, B.A. Wang said to the other players. The other players nodded one after another. Such a record could not be created casually. The opponent, the men team, was not good at defense. If they met a strong team in the next game, they might not have so many chances to score goals. In addition to striving for more goals for the whole team, they had to let Lu Xiaoshan score more goals. In short, the more goals they scored, the higher the possibility of their victory. The first half of the game was already a mess. Even if one side wanted to stabilize at this moment, it would not be able to stabilize. If it was in the classical football professional competition that had developed to its peak in the past, there might be a super team that could change its mentality and devote itself to defense immediately after the fierce attack in the first half. This was only possible after extremely rigorous training and various simulations. Now the top teams in classical football may not be inferior to the professional players of the year in terms of level, and they have even surpassed them in physical fitness. However, such a change of mentality cannot be compared with the professional players who have been tempered for thousands of years. After all, they are still amateurs. So in this case, with both sides attacking fiercely in the first half, it is impossible for one side to change tactics. Unless they are crazy, they will definitely be beaten to a pulp by the other side. Unless their strength is much higher than that of the other side, they can switch like this. It is not impossible to change tactics. Just like when the Overlord team played against the West Ham team before, the Overlord team suddenly changed to a ball control tactic and gradually gained the advantage on the field. However, that was also a change in offensive tactics, and the mentality did not need to be adjusted much. The audience on the sidelines are actually worried about this. They are worried that the Overlord team will change to a ball control tactic, and then the excitement of the second half will be reduced. Although the offensive rhythm in the first half was so fast and there were so many goals, it was a bit aesthetically fatigued, but compared with the ball control offensive with hidden murderous intent, it was still much more exciting. Everyone is looking forward to the second half. Both sides can score more goals, and after the start of the second half, the attack of the Zheng team ignited their hope. Obviously, after the rest and adjustment in the half-time, the Zheng team has regained a good energy and physical strength again. Under such circumstances, they launched a fierce attack. In the first round of the top 32, the opponent of the Zheng team was not particularly outstanding, but it was not without resistance. After a vigorous offensive, the Zheng team defeated the opponent. The state and morale of the entire team were well baptized, and the energy was not consumed too much. This state can be said to be the best time, and it is also the reason why Honggua has always asked the Zheng team to attack and not give up his offensive tactics. It is precisely because of such a good state that Honggua will only choose the tactics he is best at. This is a kind of self-confidence. Such self-confidence is not without reason. After a series of passes, Chang Yachun and Zhu Du's forward insertion suppressed the defenders of the Overlord team into the penalty area. Li Wenthong, who broke through the wing, passed the ball to the front of the penalty area. Honggua followed up and kicked a wonderful spinning ball, which gave the Zheng team the lead again. 6-7. CS escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subieron sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 684. Hidden. After scoring the goal, Honggua waved his fist vigorously. Many famous players from other strong teams in the stands who were watching the game looked at Honggua with a relatively calm expression in surprise, and each of them had some thoughts in their minds. This guy is amazing. Captains of strong teams such as Wei Weili and Wang are all very familiar with Honggua, because they were originally the same batch of players. They all emerged in the classical football Chinese league at the same time 6 or 7 years ago. For example, the group of people in the Western Han team were earlier than them, and Guo Jia, Hu Chuo, Zhao Gongjin and others in their team were later than them. Of course, there are newcomers in these three strong teams. Zhongde of the Kalawei team, Jiang Kalin of the Shuhan team, and Boyan of the Eastern team will all be the next generation of outstanding players. After Wei Weili and others retire, they will also take over such captain titles and pass them down from generation to generation. Although the achievements of these three strong teams were made in recent years, in fact, they have a long history. It is precisely because of this way of inheritance that they have always been the strong teams in the Chinese classical football. The Zheng team is different from them. It is the object of competition among those new players. New teams can grab such team names if they perform well. For many new teams, their goal is to grab such names. Of course, everyone wants to grab team names like Kalawei, Shuhan, and Dongwei, but they can't grab them. When Wei Weili, Kim and others took over the banner of their predecessors in their own teams, Honggua created a miracle. He led a newly formed team to the semi-finals and overturned the strong team Zheng team, but eventually lost to Kalawei and Wei Weili. According to the rules, in the next year, they can challenge Zheng team. If they can win more than 60% of the matches in no less than 10 times a year, they can replace the opponent's team name. Generally speaking, if a strong team loses the game unfairly for some reason, then they can usually keep their name. Another situation is that the opponent does not want your team name. This situation is also very common. Didn't the Overlord team not steal their team name after defeating the Western Han team last year? Of course, there is also the reason that Zheng Qi left and the Overlord team was not sure of winning. Such a rule is actually quite harsh on the challenger. A 60% winning rate is not high, but it means defeating the opponent more games. Will the strength to become a top team be very poor? Almost impossible. Generally speaking, if a strong team wants to keep its position, if it does not get a 40% winning rate in the first 10 games that must be participated in, then in the next period of time, they will definitely challenge frantically and try to win back the victory. Sometimes the winning rate is close, and the game will continue until the start of the preliminaries in the new year. But the team led by Honggua challenged the men team at the time, and won 10 games and did not give the opponent any chance. At the time, the men team did not think of counter-attacking and regaining their winning rate. The reason was very simple. In those 10 games, their fighting spirit had been completely crushed. This was of course a great thing, but for Wei and others, they did not think much of Honggua, the captain of the men team. This men team had many outstanding players. Not to mention the two front court players, there were also many outstanding players in the midfield and back court. As their captain, Hong was very comprehensive in personal ability, but he was not particularly outstanding. In the eyes of Wei and others, this was actually a bit of a drag on the whole team. At least whether it was Wei, who was in the midfield, or King Li, who was responsible for defense or in the back, they all believed that if the main team was led by themselves, they would definitely achieve better results. However, Hong's goal this time surprised them a little. This was a spinning ball, a great result, but in the eyes of Wei and others, it was not particularly surprising. After all, they themselves might be able to kick it. This was a very good skill that only a few people could master, but in the entire Chinese region, dozens of players with such skills could still be found. There are less than 20 players who can really master it. Here, mastering it means players who can fully understand this skill and have a high success rate in shooting spinning balls in the game. However, there are still quite a few players who know how to shoot it and can get a few by luck. Although it is not in the 3 digits, it is still not difficult to find 70 or 80. At least people like Wei and some outstanding players in their team can be regarded as top players who can fully master it. Before Hongguan, he was not very good at it and could only get it by luck. But after so many years of hard work, it is normal for him to master the method of spinning balls. However, the key lies in the location where Hongguan shot the spinning ball. That is, at the top of the penalty area, about 26.7 meters away from the goal. It looks nothing special, and many laymen can't detect anything wrong. However, experts like Wei know what it means. In professional games 100 years ago, such a curved ball was already a basic skill. Anyone could hit it. However, as the force increased, such a spinning ball would become more and more difficult. After all, the greater the force, the more difficult it would be to suppress the force to maintain the arc of rotation. After the football era, the increase in force did not come little by little, but directly had a qualitative leap, so the problem came in multiples: how to hit a spinning ball under such a huge force suppression. Although there are no professional games, there are still many people studying these things. After all, when people have nothing to do after eating, they will think about various things. The progress of mankind is figured out little by little. So after all these years, everyone has figured it out. It is not difficult to shoot a spinning ball well. Just start shooting hard from the front of your own goal. With the technique that has been mastered by almost everyone can quickly hit a spinning ball across the entire field. If such a spinning ball were put into a real game 100 years ago, it would probably be exaggerated to the point of directly destroying the foundation of the entire football game. After all, as long as you master such a shot, which is actually not difficult to master, you can shoot a super long shot from any position on the field. What is there to watch in the game? But in the football era, goalkeepers are not vegetarians. They are not afraid of injuries and can concentrate on saving shots. More importantly, they can arrange their attribute points better, point higher in flexibility, balance, burst and jumping, keep their strength normal, and do not need to increase their endurance and physique specifically. In this way, goalkeepers will have an advantage in defense. In terms of the reaction properties of the classical football goalkeeper, a long shot from 30 meters away basically cannot threaten the gate they are guarding. Even if it is a spinning ball, they have enough time to retrieve to determine the route of the opponent's shot, and then use boxing and other methods to hit the ball out. No need to worry about the ball flying into the goal. Only a spinning ball starting from 30 meters can break the gate of the top goalkeeper. On this basis, the closer to the goal, the easier it is to score, but the more difficult it is to shoot a spinning ball. The position where Hongguan scored was close to 26 meters, which means that at such a position, his threat is doubled. Although a straight shot can play a big role at close range, it is also easy to be intercepted midway under the defense of the opponent's defender, and a spinning ball is difficult to intercept midway. Players who can shoot with a spinning ball at such a distance will undoubtedly become more and more important on the field. It seems that this guy has been holding back for a long time. If it weren't for Overlord, he might not have used this trick. Li said to Huge Wu beside him with some sigh. That's not true. They will use it to ensure victory when they meet any strong team. Huge Wu laughed. Li nodded. It was indeed true. The men team was only one of the 8 strong teams. They were not sure of winning against any other team, including the current Overlord. If they were still hiding their strength at this time, what would be the point if they lost? In this kind of knockout game, hiding strength itself has great limitations. Now that the main team is leading, if the Overlord team has any hidden tricks, they should have used them soon. In the first half, the men team has proved that their offensive ability is not worse than that of the Overlord team. Huge Wu said to himself. Maybe it's their ball control offensive tactics. Don't mention it. I haven't seen such an excellent ball control tactic for many years. Although it's a bit boring, it's a bit unsolvable with the support of their strength. Li said. Maybe. Hu Tuo nodded. Obviously, the audience and commentators in the stand thought the same thing. They were wondering at this moment, would the Overlord team use the ball control tactics to turn the situation around? After all, the defense of the Ming team was not very good. If they used the ball control tactics they used against the Western Han team, they would still be able to guarantee a goal. Although this would reduce the viewing experience of the game, would the Overlord team care about this in the face of victory? With this mood, after watching the next minute of the game, warm cheers rang out from the stands. The Overlord team used the ball control tactics, but when they crossed the half-court, their offensive immediately began to speed up. In such a situation, they did not choose to be conservative. Chapter 685. It's time to compete for success rate. Many fans expressed their appreciation for the Overlord team's choice. It takes courage to make such a choice, even a lot of courage. After all, under the pressure of victory, it is a bit stupid to attack bravely instead of using a tactic that is easier to win. However, Zheng Qi chose such a tactic. It's not that he is stupid, but he knows that such a tactic will be very effective against a team like the West Han team that is good at defense, but it may not be effective against the Deming team. First, the Deming team has enough midfielders, and second, they are more accustomed to attacking. The fast break launch quickly after the midfield steals the ball is their forte. If they play that ball control tactic, there will be more places for others to take advantage of. What's more, they said they would compete with the opponent in offense, so how could they be timid at this time? So after crossing the half-court, the Overlord team's offense suddenly accelerated. Their offensive method is a combination of Overlord's own offensive method, and with the addition of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, their offensive is fierce and effective. Zheng Qi's presence can make their passing before the offensive more effective and less prone to mistakes, while Lu Xiaoshan's presence is a super strong point-grabbing shooting machine, which makes their offensive appear very threatening. Of course, no matter how threatening the offensive is, it will not succeed every time. The Overlord team's offensive that made the stand cheer failed. Lu Xiaoshan's shot was almost over the goal line, but was barely blocked by Lan Yu, who flew to save it. Tang He, who returned to defense, immediately kicked the ball away, and the ball flew to the front court. Chang Yachun rushed to head the ball down before Wan Shu, and the Deming team took control of the ball again and launched an offensive. Defend well, I don't believe they can score every time they attack, Zheng Qi said in the team channel while running back. His voice was very calm, which also made the Overlord team's players no longer feel anxious. It is indeed true. It is normal for the offensive to fail. Although the Deming team has extremely strong offensive capabilities, they also make up for quality with quantity, similar to the Overlord team. It is impossible for them to score every time they attack. Even if they're lucky and score this time, what about next time? In the end, it is still necessary to compete with the overall ability to seize opportunities, and not be affected by temporary lead or lag. Of course, everyone understands this truth, but when it really happens, how many people can remain calm? Zheng Qi is such a person, and when he exists, his attitude will also affect his teammates. Sure enough, in the next attack, the Deming team failed to score. Xiang Zhuang almost tackled the pass that Zhu Da handed to the other side. The ball rolled out and was caught by Uziki, who immediately handed the ball to Zheng Qi, who was responding in front. Zheng Qi raised his foot and sent a beautiful long pass. The defenders of the Deming team learned their lesson. Feng Sheng and Deng Yu followed Lu Xiaoshan closely and kept fighting him physically, while Tang He focused on Ba Wang and Long Qi, who followed him. Although there were two people on the other side, there was only one person who could score. The ball flew to the corner of the penalty area. Ba Wang accelerated and started to sprint. Tang He went to fill in. If the two were to face off, Ba Wang would have some advantage but not too much. However, Tang He rushed to fill in and was immediately surpassed by Ba Wang. Facing the falling ball, Ba Wang headed into the penalty area. At this moment, after colliding with Feng Sheng and Deng Yu at the same time, Lu Xiaoshan kicked the ground fiercely and rushed forward. Ba Wang's header was sent to the middle of the penalty area. Lan Yu had already attacked, and Lu Xiaoshan should not be able to catch up, but he leaned over and headed, instantly eliminating the distance between himself and the ball. Before Lan Yu caught the ball, Lu Xiaoshan had already headed it. In this case, he still had time to control the part of his head and headed the ball directly to the ground. It was a rebound. The ball hit the grass and flew up quickly, passing Lan Yu, who had already attacked, and then flew into the gate of the Deming team. After missing an opportunity, the Overlord team also tied the score again. After heading the ball out, Lu Xiaoshan lost his balance and fell to the ground, and then Feng Sheng and Den Yu followed him, but it was meaningless. Although Lu Xiaoshan was pressed badly, he would not suffer any harm. The closest overlord ran over and pulled Lu Xiaoshan up. "Are you okay?" Overlord asked. "What's wrong?" Lu Xiaoshan laughed and patted the dust on his body. There would not be any dust originally, but the classical football game strives to be retro, so there will be dust and grass on the field, but the impact is still not great. Even if you eat a mouthful of dart, it will not affect your real body. "That's good, come on and score 2 more. You still need 2 goals. Ba Wang was relieved and said to Lu Xiaoshan with a smile. "Of course, 2 goals are not enough. I need to score a few more. What if we meet Donghua team in the next game? I don't have the confidence to keep scoring more than 6 goals. Lu Xiaoshan laughed. "SHH, stop talking nonsense." Ba Wang was startled and said hurriedly. "You're so old and still believe this, don't talk about anything else. Let's get through this first." Lu Xiaoshan patted Ba Wang on the back and said. The score was tied by Ba Wang team again, but this did not reduce the fighting spirit of the Deming team. They began to continue to attack, and Ba Wang team did not slack off at all. They kept fighting with the opponent in the midfield. Once they had the opportunity, they would press forward and attack. If they had the opportunity to shoot, they would shoot. They did not pursue to let Lu Xiaoshan score. The offensive characteristics of the Deming team are similar. There are many shots and many goals. So far, both sides have scored 7 goals. However, the number of shots is exceeded 20 times, with an average of 1 goal for every 3 shots. This goal rate is very high, but the fact that so many goals can be scored is also due to the large number of offensive times of both sides. The hearts of the audience in the stands were always lifted. 1 goal was scored here, the other goal was scored there, and 1 mistake was made here, the other mistake was made there. In such a nervous and constant cheering and sighing, the game came to the last 5 minutes. In the previous game, the performance of both sides was quite outstanding. When the score was 7-7, only 15 minutes had passed in the second half, and now the score was 9-9. Honghua of the Deming team scored both goals. His long-range shot was powerful, and Lu Xiaoshan of the Overlord team was not to be outdone. He also scored 2 goals for his team, completing a double hat-trick again. It was hard for others not to notice the double hat-tricks in 2 consecutive games. After all, everyone knew how difficult it was to do this. In the past classical football matches, hat-tricks were an extremely rare honor. No matter what level of players, if they performed a hat-trick in the top league, the media and fans would talk about it for a week. No matter how much people criticized a player, as long as they could score goals and perform hat-tricks frequently, others would not be able to do anything to criticize them. Scoring goals all the time is a hard indicator. In the current football era, it is not so difficult to perform a hat-trick in a game. Although there is no league, in the only official competition such as the Chinese qualifiers, it is not uncommon for 1 or 2 shooters who score goals in every game or even perform hat-tricks frequently in the final winning team. However, in a competition of the top 32, it is not difficult to score goals in every game, but it is difficult to perform a hat-trick in every game. As for performing a double hat-trick in a row, it is even more difficult. Everyone was amazed at Lu Xiaoshan's performance, although no one thought of breaking the record. The record of 27 goals has been maintained for many years, so long that many people can't remember it. Of course, they will remember it next. For Lu Xiaoshan, he didn't feel any excitement or pride now. He was just preparing for the next game. He would not ignore that the score was still a tie and they had not yet won. The glory of scoring a goal would only make people cheer after the victory. The game is at the last moment, stop their attack this time. Overlord shouted in the team channel. In the past 20 minutes, both sides performed very well on both offensive and defensive. They blocked the opponent's attack and were scored by the opponent. At the time, whether they blocked the opponent's attack or not, the impact was not very big. However, now, any successful defense or attack can change the final result of the game. Before, they could compete with probability, but now they have to compete with success rate. The players of Overlord team knew that the success rate of attack was not low, but in terms of the success rate of defense, Overlord team was a little worse than the opponent. Otherwise, Overlord team should have been ahead now. Although the 2 forwards of the opponent were very capable of scoring, they were not as good as Lu Xiaoshan in terms of individual ability to seize opportunities. Now it was a tie, which could only be said that they dragged Lu Xiaoshan down. Of course, their previous poor defense was also largely related to Honghua's outstanding performance. The Overlord team was very wary of Honggua's long-range shots. Whenever he got the ball, the Overlord team's defenders had to focus most of their attention on him, and the other offensive players of the Zheng team would of course have more opportunities. If they didn't focus on defending him, Honggua might score a goal with a long-range shot. If they focused on defending him, he would immediately pass the ball to Liu Bao and Li Shanchang beside him, and these two players with excellent passing ability would immediately find Zhu Die or Chan Yachun who were in the defensive gap. Obviously, this was an extremely effective offensive method for the Zheng team, and this offensive method was already the Zheng team's last trump card. How could they deal with such a trump card? The Overlord team's defenders were very confused about this. Chapter 686. Defensor, I'll defend him. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. You? Everyone was a little surprised. In fact, he said this not because he looked down on Zheng Qi, but because Zheng Qi had been involved in defending Honggua before, and it seemed that the effect was just so-so. Why did he suddenly say this now? In terms of wisdom and martial arts, I have always been a little higher than him. Zheng Qi said. Are you going to say that because of the burden of this, he is a little higher than you? Yinggu and others looked at him unkindly. Aha, have you all seen such an old movie? Actually, I don't mean that, but with you next to me, I can't concentrate on defending him, so just leave it to me alone, and you can deal with the others. Zheng Qi laughed and said. Isn't that the same meaning? Don't play anymore, it hurts your self-esteem. Jibu said. Don't make a fuss, play seriously. Zheng Qi said. Then listen to Zheng Qi, anyway, it's better to treat a dead horse as a living one. Overlord came out to make peace. Okay, play seriously. The players of the Overlord team waved their fists and shouted. The players of the Zheng team were also smiling bitterly at this moment. Although they were used to solving battles with offensive, they had never experienced a game where the two sides were tied at 9-9. Although they would not be weak after scoring too many goals, they would also be a little tired. Keep attacking and take the lead again. Honggua said calmly in the team channel. Others looked at their captain with admiration. Maybe this captain was the inconspicuous one in the team, but the other members of the Zheng team knew that this captain was the most indispensable. The calmness at this moment alone could prove Honggua's value. The Zheng team launched an attack. They had to take the lead again in this attack, so that they could take the lead in the last 5 minutes. If they could not score, their situation would be very passive. Everyone knew this. Scoring a goal could give them a huge initiative, but not scoring a goal would make them very passive. It was a simple choice between the two. After continuous interlaced running and passing, Liu Baoyan got the ball in the back. The special attack of the Zheng team lies in the strange division of labor in their midfield. The two midfielders are responsible for passing the ball. Liu Baoyan and Li Shanchang can get the ball and organize, but their ability to move forward is a little weak. However, the two of them can pass the ball to the front court and organize the attack very well. However, the core of the Zheng team's midfield is Honggua. The one responsible for rushing back and forth is their left forward Li Wenzthong, and the only full-time defensive midfielder is their right forward Yu Dahai. Such a configuration makes people feel dizzy. Although blurring the position is the development prospect of football tactics, there have been earth-shaking changes in the game of the football era. When each player's running ability and coverage ability are already super strong, blurring the position on the field makes it easier for the players to be unclear about their responsibilities. After all, they are all amateur players, not professional players, and they are much weaker in this regard than before. Remembering your position and running actively is what you should do in football games now. But the Zheng team did the opposite and played such a position, which is amazing. However, many top players believe that such tactics hinder the Zheng team from moving to a higher level, making them prone to mistakes at critical moments. However, in this game, the Zheng team did not make such mistakes. Liu Baoyan took the ball and observed the front court. He could use his observation ability well in the back, but at this moment, he seemed to find no route to pass the ball. The players of the Overlord team stood scattered, protecting their own defense line, and kept a man-to-man defense against the attackers of the Zheng team, without revealing any gaps. The Zheng team has seen such a situation many times, and the way to solve the problem is to give the ball to Honggua. The opponent's defense has no flaws, which means that there is no special defense against Honggua. Relying on Honggua's personal ability to solve the problem is a good way. However, at this moment, there is an extra Zheng Qi beside Honggua. Although one person's defense often cannot cause any trouble to Honggua, and there seems to be a route to pass the ball, with Liu Baoyan's intuition as an organizational core, he instinctively realized that passing the ball at this time is not a good choice. This made him hesitate for a moment, and the offensive rhythm of the Min team slowed down. Li Shanqian ran towards Liu Baoyan and motioned him to pass the ball. "What's wrong with you? Why are you hesitating?" Li Shanqian asked as he received the ball. "There is no route to pass the ball." Liu Baoyan smiled bigly. "Let me take a look." Li Shanqian looked up, and soon had the same feeling as Liu Baoyan. There is a route to pass the ball, but they sensed danger. "Something is wrong," Li Shanqian said. The two of them were mumbling here. Hong Guo frowned, looked at Zheng Qi beside him, and then retreated 2 steps. "Give me the ball." Li Shanqian immediately passed the ball. Hong Guo took the ball and turned around, facing Zheng Qi. "Come on, pass me," Zheng Qi said as he went to meet him. "You don't have to tell me," Hong Guo replied coldly. Although he also felt a hint of danger at this moment. What is the arrow on the string? This time, it has to be shot. After dunking the ball twice, Hong Guo first made a fake move to break through to the right, and then quickly dunked the ball to the left, forcing a breakthrough. This is a very simple fake move, but with Hong Guo's speed and impact, as well as his skilled footwork, it is still easy to achieve a breakthrough. This does not mean that the opponent will be able to defend if he is excellent. In a one-on-one defense, no matter how good the defensive player is, he may not be able to withstand his impact. As long as he rushes past half a body, it is basically equivalent to a successful breakthrough. Relying on individual breakthroughs to achieve a chain reaction is the best way to attack in classical football in the football era. Using the breakthroughs of some outstanding individuals to break through the surface and gain the advantage of the entire scene. Does it look familiar? That is the simplest star tactic in professional football games in the past. However, although such tactics were already outdated at the time, they have become the most effective tactics in the current situation. There are no useless tactics in the tactics accumulated by football over the years. It just depends on whether they are applicable to the environment. Hong Guo's breakthrough has such an effect. Although the Min team's advance can always be very beautiful and exciting, the final solution to the problem is often Hong Guo's breakthrough. He is the nuclear weapon of the Min team. Zheng Qi did not react at first. This was not a matter of reaction. Although he made a second reaction, turned around and stuck to Hong Guo, and then followed him to retreat. From a defensive point of view, he was already broken through by Hong Guo at this time. However, in the following time, Zheng Qi began to collide with Hong Guo constantly. Relying on the advantage in strength, he bumped Hong Guo into constant pauses. He wanted to move forward quickly and could not do it, so he could only barely protect the ball. Hong Guo was very surprised. You know, with his ball control, it is not possible for anyone to break through, but he has always been strong enough, and he himself is a person with very good physical fitness. Although the football era mainly relies on attribute points, the characteristics of the body can also be brought in reality, although not obvious, but in the confrontation of the same level, there is an advantage. In this case, he would rather sacrifice his other parts, be a player with no bright spots, and maintain the strength. Just a breakthrough at the critical moment can play a key role. This is what he feels he should do as a captain. But now, in such a forced breakthrough, his strength did not prevail. This was something he had not expected. Lu Xiaoshan's strength was also very strong, which was observed by the Min team before, but Zheng Qi had not shown how good the confrontation was before. Just when Hong Guo was a little surprised, Zheng Qi completed an extremely risky defensive move. While he was fighting for position shoulder to shoulder with Hong Guo, he suddenly lay down, and the whole person fell to the ground and swept the ball directly from Hong Guo's feet. After falling to the ground, the whole person swept, expanding the defensive area. At the same time, Zheng Qi did it extremely quickly. Hong Guo just came back from the stiffness of colliding with him, and the ball under his feet had been shoveled out by Zheng Qi. Damn it! With Hong Guo's calmness, he couldn't help but curse. He turned around and rushed out, trying to grab the ball back, but it was Lu Xiaoshan who retreated to get the ball. He turned sideways and blocked Hong Guo behind him, just controlling the ball tightly. Hong Guo grabbed the ball a few times and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. He shouted retrieved in the team channel and ran towards his own half. Lu Xiaoshan's strength was also above his. It was almost impossible to intercept the ball like this. Since they'd lost this offensive opportunity, they had to defend the opponent's offensive opportunity. There were still 4 minutes left before the end of the game. Everything was still possible. At this time, Zheng Qi ran over and took the ball from Lu Xiaoshan's feet. It's up to you next, Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan with a smile. The 7th ball, no problem. Lu Xiaoshan nodded and said confidently. He might not necessarily be confident, but for him, staying confident at all times has become an instinct. If a shooter can't even maintain enough confidence in himself, then how can this shooter maintain high morale and huge desire to score? Zheng Qi has never doubted this. Be patient in attacking. We must firmly grasp this opportunity in our own hands. Do you understand? After asking Lu Xiaoshan, Zheng Qi turned around and shouted to the other players of the Overlord team. No problem. The players of the Overlord team shouted, full of energy. They couldn't help but be full of energy. Their performance was already quite outstanding at this point in the game, and Zheng Qi said he would defend Hongguan, and he really did it. This mood greatly encouraged them. As long as we perform well, and with the two perverts Yuan Thong and Chen Fengxiao, what can we not do? Chapter 687. Two-digit numbers. In football matches, morale and state are of course very important. However, at the end of a tough match, the state of any player will not be very good. In such a situation, the fighting spirit and desire of the players will play a great role. The fighting spirit of the Overlord team has been fully aroused at this moment, while the fighting spirit of the Deming team seems to have dissipated due to the failure of this attack. Of course, compared with the Overlord team, the Deming team is definitely experienced in many battles. Such a change only smooths the gap between the two sides. Now it depends on whether the Overlord team can seize this opportunity. The situation of the Deming team is not very good. Although the fighting spirit and morale are similar now, the overall situation has been biased towards the Overlord team. Li sighed and said, Huge Wu nodded. The key is this attack. Leading the overall situation does not mean that you can win. Heaven moves forward, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. In the end, it depends on their own performance. Li turned his head and took a look, then laughed. You're right. Everything else is something else. Victory depends on yourself. They knew this better than anyone else. No matter how strong the opponent was, no matter if they were at a disadvantage, as long as they persisted, they would still have a chance. Victory was left to God, but fighting spirit was in your own hands. This was the kingly way, and the only truth in all competitive games. The offensive rhythm of the Overlord team began to slow down. They began to pass the ball continuously to cross the midfield, and after crossing the midfield, their passing did not stop. The offensive tactics of the Overlord team changed to a ball control tactic. Although their current state was declining, and there was a high possibility of passing errors, the opponent's state was also declining, and the intensity of the pressing would not be as great as before. Of course, the technical content and fault tolerance of pressing were much lower, and the Deming team still had a great chance of stealing the ball, but there was still Zheng Qi in the Overlord team. Zheng Qi, who had not shown much in the game before, showed his super level in receiving. His running increased a lot compared with before. He kept appearing in some places where mistakes might occur, dribbling the ball and then passing it out, so that the passing of the Overlord team could proceed smoothly, which made the Deming team impatient. From fast pace to slow pace, not only the attacking side needs to adapt, but also that defending side. They began to strengthen the midfield's pressing, but because they were afraid of the personal abilities of Lu Xiaoshan and others, they did not dare to press too much. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. Steady, intercept them, don't be impatient. Hongguan shouted in the team channel, stabilizing the team's morale. They are a little impatient, come, give me the ball. Zheng Qi shouted in the team channel at the same time. Yingbu, who got the ball, immediately passed the ball. He didn't know what Zheng Qi was going to do, but at this time, he chose to believe Zheng Qi unconditionally. Zheng Qi's retaking of the ball did not attract much attention. After all, during this period of passing, he had taken the ball many times. But this time it seemed different. After getting the ball, he looked around, as if he was looking for a route to pass the ball, but his feet quickly moved forward and broke through. Hongguan reacted immediately and then rushed forward. It will be difficult for me to react at the first time, and I may not be able to gain the upper hand in the subsequent physical confrontation, Hongguan thought to himself. He was still very calm at the moment, but after the confrontation with Zheng Qi just now, he knew that if Zheng Qi launched a one-on-one breakthrough, he really had no good way. However, if other teammates came up to assist, with Zheng Qi's passing ability, I'm afraid that he would be able to pass the ball out immediately. At the time, he would break through directly with the surface, and the defense line of the Ming team would be very dangerous. In the current classical football game, such a self-injury is a very headache thing. After all, when a certain person on the other side cannot be controlled, it is not impossible to rely on the strength of the whole team to control him, but the premise is that the other party is not good at passing. Is Zheng Qi not good at passing? No one dares to think so. However, even if there is no certainty, you have to go up to defend. It is said that knowing that it is impossible to do something, but still doing it. Many victories that seem to be achieved in impossible situations are achieved in such a state. Of course, such a situation is not the norm, but the abnormal state. If you want to win more safely, you must make yourself stronger. Zheng Qi also did not use too many fancy passing skills, but the same passing action as Hong Guo at the time. After shaking twice in a row, he pretended to break through from the left, and then dunked the ball back to break through from the right. Hong Guo was still shaken by Zheng Qi. This was not because he was stupid, but if he really only defended the right side, Zheng Qi would definitely break through from the left directly. It is much easier to turn a fake action into a real action than a real action into a fake action. Just keep doing it. Hong Guo turned around and stuck to Zheng Qi. He was mentally prepared, but when he stuck to him, his face changed, because in the collision, he realized that Zheng Qi's power attribute was better than what he had shown before. What kind of pervert is this? Even though Hong Guo has always been an indomitable and indifferent mentality, at this moment he also had an irresistible mentality. Although he was still trying to resist, he was still almost lost by Zheng Qi. In this case, Hong Guo did not panic. He immediately began to command in the team channel, asking Dahai and Zhu Da, who had retreated, to defend Zheng Qi together, while the others retreated to defend, leaving no gaps for other players of the Overlord team. Although this could not last too long, it could at least slow down the opponent's attack speed. After issuing such an order, Hong Guo tilted his body. The instability of the center of gravity was gradually accumulated. He could barely support it before, but now he really couldn't support it. Hong Guo tilted to the side, but his ability to support was still good. He had controlled his balance without falling to the ground. Then he stabilized his center of gravity and persevered in chasing him. Dahai and Zhu Da might not be able to defend for too long, but with himself, the three of them worked together, and they had to stop this guy anyway. However, when he was about to catch up, his body froze again, because he saw that Zheng Qi had already gotten rid of Dahai and Zhu Da, and was riding away towards the middle road. What's going on? You two are so fast that he got past you. Hong Guo finally couldn't help it and yelled. It would be better if it wasn't a double team, Dahai said depressedly. Zheng Qi rushed forward very fast. Dahai almost didn't have time to blink before he saw Zheng Qi had already rushed in front of him. At this time, Zhu Da, who was returning to defense, also ran at his highest speed and rushed over from behind, trying to interfere with Zheng Qi's ball from behind. He would rather commit a foul than stop Zheng Qi's action. As an attacker with excellent skills, he knew how much threat such a player could create after starting to break through and successfully started. There are very few fouls in classical football matches now. After all, everyone's center of gravity is very stable. If a reasonable collision cannot knock the opponent down, then most of the time, a big foul will be used to knock the opponent down. Such a foul will most likely result in a yellow card or even a red card. Ordinary fouls are useless in the current game, but at the critical moment, stopping the opponent's attack at the cost of a card is a very worthwhile thing. It takes courage for Zhu Da to make such a decision. Only he realized how much threat Zheng Qi's next breakthrough could create. Unfortunately, Dahai did not realize this, and did not know that Zhu Da was going to use a foul to stop him, so Zhu Da rushed forward and Zheng Qi moved sideways without warning. Dahai immediately found that Zheng Qi, who was originally in front of him, disappeared, and was replaced by Zhu Da, who flew over. The next moment, the two collided with each other, and Zheng Qi easily passed by them. Stop his breakthrough. There was no time to think about how Zheng Qi did it. Hong Guo yelled. Zheng Qi was now close to the front of the penalty area. Although it was not known whether he could shoot a spinning ball and score from this position, he could not let him go forward anyway. If he continued to move forward, close to the front of the penalty area, even a straight and powerful shot could threaten his own goal. The defenders of the Zheng team naturally knew this, and Feng Sheng immediately rushed up and intercepted Zheng Qi head-on. He was the closest defender to Zheng Qi, so even though he was originally marking Lu Xiaoshan, he could only rush out. And he also believed that when he rushed out, Den Yu, Tang He and others would quickly catch up with Lu Xiaoshan and would not leave any gaps. But as soon as he rushed out, Zheng Qi passed the ball. An extremely concealed ground pass instantly reached Lu Xiaoshan. Before Den Yu and Tang He desperately came to fill the position, Lu Xiaoshan had already completed his shot. He did not stop the ball, but faced the rolling ball, swung his right foot directly, and then followed the trajectory of the ball until he reached the most comfortable point, and then kicked the ball out with force. The ball drew a white light, rushed directly past Lan Yu, and rushed into the gate of the Deming team. 10-9. Lu Xiaoshan's 7th goal of the game, the Overlord team took a crucial lead in the last moments of the game. This super goal battle is finally coming to an end. The Ming team has no chance, and there are less than 20 seconds left. The Overlord team has grasped the time too accurately. Such a team is really scary. They have scored a lot of goals in 2 consecutive games. In the first game, they scored 9, and in the second game, they scored 10. This may not be the first time such a scene has appeared, but their performance is still exciting enough. Amid the loud shouting at the commentator, the shouts of the Overlord team fans covered the entire stadium. Double-digit goals were created by their team in one game. Chapter 688. It's not him. 10-9, such a score is enough to surprise people no matter where it is placed. Even in professional football matches 100 years ago, such a score in penalty shootouts was enough to make major sports media around the world talk about it. Even now, it is absolutely rare to score so many goals in a single game, not to mention that one side scored double-digit goals. So when the whistle sounded at the end of the game, the whole Ming team, although very regretful, also had a sense of being convinced. Your offensive ability, I really can't evaluate it. Honghua sighed and said to Zheng Qi. It mainly depends on our Chen Fengxiao, Brother Xiao. Zheng Qi said. Lu Xiaoshan glared at him. The name Brother Xiao, it doesn't sound right, like a psychopath. 7 goals in 2 consecutive games, this year's top striker, most likely you. Honghua said to Lu Xiaoshan. These 2 games are open-style play, it's nothing. Lu Xiaoshan shrugged and replied. Honghua shook his head. Even if it was a developmental style of play, 7 goals in 1 game and 14 goals in 2 games, is this something a human being can do? In this game, of the 9 goals scored by the Deming team, only 6 were scored by their 2 forwards. Chang Yachun, who scored the most goals, only scored 4 goals. Their performance was not bad, but compared with Lu Xiaoshan's crazy momentum of scoring goals, it was simply weak. The highest record is 27 goals, and you still need 13 goals. I kind of hope to see the moment when the new record appears. Honghua said leisurely. I don't regret meeting opponents like you before going downhill. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan watched the captain of the Deming team walk away, and then looked at each other. Don't look at him like that, I think he is speaking from the heart. Zheng Qi said to Lu Xiaoshan. I know, but he doesn't know our identity, Lu Xiaoshan replied. Zheng Qi laughed. If Honghua really knew who he was facing, he would probably blush when he said this, right? There are still 3 games. Is the pressure high? Zheng Qi asked Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan snorted with his nose to show his disdain. If we meet the Donghua team next time, it will be difficult for you to score a goal. Zheng Qi said. Do you hope to meet the Donghua team so much? Lu Xiaoshan asked. I really hope so. I want to see what the best defensive team is like now. Zheng Qi said, touching his chin. I also hope so. Breaking through such a gate is worth being happy about. Lu Xiaoshan laughed. Do you think it is possible that there are other guys participating in such a game? Zheng Qi suddenly asked. Lu Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, even if professional players play football, they will not participate in such a game. It is too much of a waste of time for them. Moreover, as professional players, they are always a little arrogant and are not willing to bully amateur players. No matter how awesome the players at the highest level of classical football are, they are amateurs after all. In terms of the degree of training in daily life, they are not as precise and scientific as professional players. This is also the biggest essential difference between amateurs and professionals. However, the 2 of them can come to play in the Chinese qualifiers for various reasons. Isn't there anyone else? I see that Zhao Gongjin is in command with such confidence, maybe he is Li Qing's. Zheng Qi continued. No way. Lu Xiaoshan was shocked. I guessed. How about if we meet the Donghua team, you go and ask? You can tell him that you are Lu Xiaoshan and ask him if he is Li Qing's. Zheng Qi said. Why not you ask? Lu Xiaoshan thought for a while and asked back. I don't know him well. Unlike you, you have been entangled for so many years and are very familiar with each other. You can know who the other person is after chatting for a few words. Zheng Qi said. I'm not that familiar with him. We haven't talked much. Lu Xiaoshan replied. This is not right. Shouldn't you be sympathetic and concerned about each other? On the surface, you don't talk, but privately read every piece of news about each other over and over again. Zheng Qi asked. How is that possible? I'm not a pervert. Lu Xiaoshan refused outright. Besides, if they really knew that he was Li Qing's, it would be difficult to play that game. If we want to ask, we should ask after the game. And if he is not Li Qing's, my identity will be exposed. I'm the #1 player in the league after all. If I come to play a classical football game, it will make a lot of noise if it gets out. Now I am the #1 player in the league. Your little brat is so arrogant in front of me. Do you believe I will kill you? Come on. The two chatted privately just now, and no one else knew what they said. Then suddenly they found that the two were shouting at each other. The players of the Overlord team who didn't know what happened hurriedly came up to persuade them to stop fighting. It's okay, we're just chatting about what will happen if we meet the Suchao team tomorrow, Zheng Qi said. Before the others felt anything, Overlord felt a tightness in his chest. This guy is too outspoken. What if he really meets the Suchao team? But after thinking about it, Ba Wang felt that it was nothing. Anyway, it was already like this. If they won this game, they would enter the quarterfinals. After entering the quarterfinals, it would be normal to meet any strong team. After all, apart from playing against each other, there would be few teams that could eliminate them. If they didn't meet Dongguan, they might also meet Kaowei or Shuhan. There was not much difference. After thinking about it, Ba Wang calmed down. No matter how bad the schedule was, he had to work hard. Otherwise, how could he challenge the championship? Moreover, the victory of these two games was enough to prove the current strength of the Ba Wang team. Have a good rest today and come to see our opponent tomorrow. Ba Wang could only say this in the end. Lu Xiaoshan didn't say much, and then chose to log off. He was still on vacation, so there was naturally no one else around him, only Wen Xiang was beside him. You played well in today's game, and scored 7 goals again, Wen Xiang said to Lu Xiaoshan with a smile. Lu Xiaoshan hummed, but did not continue to answer. Wen Xiang saw at a glance that something was wrong with him. With Lu Xiaoshan's personality, when he heard him say that, he would just brag about himself and brag a little bit. Although his persona outside was that of a domineering and cool person, Wen Xiang knew that he was actually just a big kid, too naive to grow up. What's wrong? I watched your game. Although it looked dangerous, in fact, the rhythm of the game was controlled by you. Zheng Qi is really good. In the next game, you have a great chance of winning the championship, Wen Xiang said. Yeah, it's not bad. Lu Xiaoshan continued to nod absent-mindedly. What's wrong? Are you worried about Zheng Qi? We can't catch up with them in the second half of the season, Wen Xiang asked. No, Zheng Qi is good. Our chances in the second half of the season may not be big, but that doesn't make me feel confused. In the game, we just have to fight one game at a time. Lu Xiaoshan came back to his senses and quickly denied it. Then why are you absent-minded? I didn't see any female players in the game, Wen Xiang said deliberately. Because Zheng Qi said something to me, I'm thinking about it now. Lu Xiaoshan was speechless for a moment, then quickly answered. What did you say? This guy has a lot of ideas, don't be fooled by him. Wen Xiang smiled. He didn't say anything else, he just said that maybe other guys in the league will also participate in this competition, and said that Zhao Gongjin of the Dongguan team is meticulous, accurate in judgment, and his style is very similar to Li Qing's. Lu Xiaoshan replied. Are you considering whether Zhao Gongjin is Li Qing's? Wen Xiang suddenly realized. Yes, I'm wondering if Zhao Gongjin is that guy. If so, it would be a very pleasant thing to play against him in classical football. Lu Xiaoshan replied. I don't think it should be, Wen Xiang shook his head. Why? Looking at Zhao Gongjin's style, he is very similar to the guy Li Qing's. Lu Xiaoshan said puzzledly. No matter how similar, it can't be him, Wen Xiang said. Why? Lu Xiaoshan was even more confused now. Because Li Qing's legs are insensitive, although he has used great perseverance to become the top player in the football era, but in the game, he can only walk like an ordinary person. In the game, we can use various skills to prevent our feet from affecting the game, but the classic football game is different. It is all about kicking. How much time does he have to spend to achieve this? And he has already spent so much time in the professional game of football era, Wen wanted to say. Lu Xiaoshan patted his forehead and suddenly realized. After fighting against Li Qing's for so long, psychologically, Lu Xiaoshan had long forgotten that Li Qing's was a paralytic with no feeling in his legs, not a cripple. A cripple can at least walk with the help of crutches, while Li Qing's can only sit in a wheelchair. This actually affects his performance in professional games. After all, people do not live in the football era where they have to return to real life after leaving the holographic cabin. It is already a very boastful thing for Li Jinx to be able to perform at the top level in the game, but as Wen Xiang said, in the football era games, the legs are only used for running, so there is not much time required for practice, and the rest can be made up for with skills. However, it is different in classical football. There is no such thing as skills, and everything still depends on the legs. Li Jinx naturally has less experience in walking in reality than others. How much will he have to pay if he wants to have good enough football skills? Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoshan smiled bigly. It seems that I thought too much. That guy is indeed worthy of respect, but he will not perform well in classical football. Yeah, even if there are other guys in other leagues playing classical football, what do they have to worry about? It's just a game. In the world of classical football, even if a god-level player comes, it may not be effective. Wen Xiang laughed. You're right, I'm obsessed with it. It seems that Zheng Qi is also obsessed with it. Let's see how I despise him tomorrow. Lu Xiaoshan laughed. Wen Xiang smiled slightly. Chapter 689. Meeting on a narrow road. Are you stupid? You didn't even notice this little detail, and you still said that Zhao Gongjin is Li Jinx. I think your IQ is hopeless. The next morning, after meeting Zheng Qi, Lu Xiaoshan immediately told Zheng Qi everything that Wen Xiang analyzed yesterday, and then began to criticize him. I didn't say that Zhao Gongjin is Li Jinx, Boss Lu, you must have made a mistake. Zheng Qi listened with a smile, and didn't laugh until he had almost finished speaking. You're still lying. You clearly said yesterday, Lu Xiaoshan was furious. I just said that Zhao Gongjin might be Li Jinx, and asked you to ask. I didn't say that he must be Li Jinx. Zheng Qi said. Lu Xiaoshan thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. Then you didn't notice that little detail either. Where's your IQ? Lu Xiaoshan said. Well, after all, I'm not as familiar with him as you are, otherwise why would I ask you? Zheng Qi said lightly. Okay, everyone is here, let's go and watch the draw ceremony. It's already the quarterfinals, why do we still have to hold a draw ceremony? It's a waste. Can't we just arrange it according to the schedule? Lu Xiaoshan's attention was indeed attracted. Zheng Qi smiled secretly in his heart, and then said, it's a gimmick, and it seems to be more interesting to do so. At least the process of waiting for the opponent is still very exciting. At this time, B.A. Wang and others had also arrived. After listening to Zheng Qi's words, they nodded collectively. This feeling was indeed very exciting. Of course, this is also because they have enough confidence now. If it were before, I'm afraid they would be very nervous waiting for the opponent to appear, hoping that they could draw a more difficult opponent. In the final analysis, strength is not empty. The quarterfinals, except for those eliminated by us and the Carloway team, the other 5 have entered the quarterfinals. It's not easy to draw a good opponent. Fan Xing said. It's okay. No matter what team it is, we have to do our best to kill them. It would be best if we meet the Carloway team. Zheng Qi said. Overlord looked at Zheng Qi helplessly. Although there are still many strong teams to come, it is always troublesome to meet Carloway, Donghua and Shuhan. After all, among the remaining 7 teams, the strongest are still these 3. If you really want to avoid them, there is a 50% chance of avoiding them. After Zheng Qi said this, Overlord felt that he had some ominous premonitions again. Obviously, his ominous premonition was correct. There were only 8 teams left, and the speed of drawing lots was of course very fast. After the results of the draw came out, Overlord team drew Carloway team in a flash. Brother, do you have an affair with the system? Overlord turned his head and asked Zheng Qi. No, if I really have an affair with the system, I will add a few hundred attribute points to myself first, and then I won't need anything else in the game. I can just dribble all the way and run over. Zheng Qi laughed. Carloway? They are an interesting opponent. I was not there last year, but I am here this year. We just need to beat them. Lu Xiaoshan was not disappointed at all and said eagerly. Carloway is relatively balanced. It may not be easy for you to score in this game. B.A. Wang said to Lu Xiaoshan. Their defenders are really strong, 1 level stronger than the West Hand team and the Min team, and their offense is not inferior to theirs, but it doesn't matter. I will have a chance to score. You should also pay attention to it. Shoot when you have a chance. Don't focus on me alone. If you waste too many opportunities, then my pressure will be greater. Lu Xiaoshan said. B.A. Wang and Long Qi nodded at the same time. They didn't have much chance to perform in the last game. Most of the opportunities were seized by Lu Xiaoshan. In this way, Kaoe will definitely pay more attention to defending Lucian. If they can seize the opportunity to score more goals, then they will be able to grasp the advantage. Leave the midfield confrontation to me. I played a game against them last year and I am very familiar with them. Zheng Qi chuckled. And they should be very afraid of me. The other players of Overlord team nodded repeatedly. If we talk about the last game of the group stage last year, the other players of Overlord team only played a supporting role. According to their previous performance, Kaoe team should be able to beat them. As a result, it was because of Zheng Qi's outbreak, with goals and assists, that he almost brought Kaoe team down. If Kaoe team hadn't scored a lucky goal at the last moment to equalize the score, and ranked first in the group with the advantage of goal difference, maybe it was Overlord team that made it to the World Cup last year. Others may not care much about Zheng Qi's scoring ability, but Kaoe team will definitely care. In this way, they will be distracted from our sharp brother and me. If you don't seize more opportunities, it will be unreasonable. Zheng Qi said this. Tyrannosaurus Rex and others immediately felt that the task on their shoulders was much heavier. In fact, Zheng Qi was not bragging. After seeing the result of the draw, the players of the Kaoe team also hit solemn expressions. This game will be very difficult. In addition to Yuan's Thong, we must also pay close attention to Chen Fengxiao. In the last game, the Tyrannosaurus team scored 10 goals, and Chen Fengxiao accounted for 7. In terms of the number of times he created and seized shooting opportunities, he created even more, nearly 9 out of 10. We must pay close attention to such a striker. Zheng frowned and said. Not only him, don't ignore Yuan's Thong. Yuan's Thong has not scored a goal so far, but we should not forget his performance in the game against us last season. Yuoji immediately reminded him. We can't forget, but we can't split into 2 teams, 5 people against 1. What we have to do is 1-on-1, and then the others will assist on the side, and guard the other players of the Overlord team, who are relatively less threatening. Wei nodded, and then said. Leave Chen Fengxiao to me. Eli said immediately. Wei, Yuoji and Zheng looked at each other and nodded. Eli and Ukai were about the same level, but Ukai might be a little stronger, but Eli was more flexible. To deal with Lucian, it takes more than just strength and flexibility, both are needed to better guard. Leave Yuan's Thong to me. Zhongde said, I didn't defend him last year, but that was in a hurry. I will perform better this year. Okay, Eli, deal with Chen Fengxiao. Zhongde, deal with Yuan's Thong. Zheng, you will assist Eli at the side and be ready to fill in at any time. I will be responsible for helping Zhongde fill in. The others will do their own jobs. This is how it is on Defensa. Look for more opportunities on Defensa. Their Defensa is not very good. In this game, we may still have to compete with them on Defensa. Wei nodded and said. Except for the Dongua people, maybe everyone will have to compete with the Overlord team on Defensa. Yuoji laughed. The others nodded one after another. Yes, many strong teams have their own characteristics, but Defensa has really risen to another level. Only the Dongua team, if they did not seem to have some insufficient means on Defensa, should be able to win more championships with their characteristics. After all, in the cup competition, the good defensa is often more advantageous. It's not that other teams can't defend, but their defensa is not as strong as the Dongua team. Without such strong defensive capabilities, even if they want to achieve better defensive results, it is unlikely. So since we are not sure about the offensive against the Overlord team, we might as well try to exert our offensive ability as much as possible. After all, the defensa of the Overlord team is obviously weaker than the offensa. If there is a weakness, of course we have to chase and attack. This is why other teams like to play offensa against the Overlord team. It's not that we can't play defensa, but it's more effective to play offensive than defensa. After all, when playing defensa, we have to pay attention to Zheng Qi's forward insertion and organization, and Lucian's ability to score points. When playing offensa, we just need to try to fight against Zheng Qi in the midfield to gain some advantages, so that our offensa can play better. We don't need to spend too much energy, and it's relatively better. Both sides didn't say much about tactics, and even intelligence adjustments can be omitted. We played one game last year, and there weren't many personnel changes this year. There's nothing much to say. After we get on the court, we just have to fight. The match between the Overlord team and the Kaoe team was held in the morning, so after the draw, they did not rest much, but prepared to play. Although they had reached the quarterfinals, these teams did not have any benefits. They continued to maintain the rhythm of one game a day, and the lack of broadcasting problems also brought benefits. 4 games, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, were played together. Anyway, if they wanted to study the opponent, they could watch the live game, and it was full camera, so they could analyze it any way they wanted. After playing the game in the morning, they could watch the opponent they were interested in the afternoon, or they could watch the opponent they were interested in the morning and go out to fight the opponent in the afternoon. It was relatively simple. After all, in the important cup competitions in the past, because of issues such as the broadcaster, the knockout matches were basically held separately. Although it satisfied the audience's desire to watch, it was not fair to some teams to a large extent. For example, in the World Cup, in the finals of the competition between the opponents, one side would definitely take advantage of an extra day of rest. But now there is no such problem. Of course, physical fitness is not a problem now. When the players of the Overlord team and the Callaway team came on the stage, the fans of both sides in the stands began to shout desperately. Although it is not easy for the audience to maintain their enthusiasm with one game a day, the encounter between the Overlord team and the Callaway team, which had all kinds of grievances before, still allows the fans of both sides to maintain enough enthusiasm. The fans of the Overlord team hope that the Overlord team can succeed in revenge, and the fans of the Callaway team hope that the Callaway team can continue to move forward and kill the ant in front of them, rush into the World Cup again, strive to win the World Cup this year, and get rid of the label of being good at internal wars but not good at external wars. When they meet on a narrow road, only a fight can be convincing. Chapter 690. Another quick attack. When the players from both teams met on the court, the players of the Callaway team did not want to say hello. They were not very familiar with the players of the Overlord team. To be honest, a team of the Overlord team's level was not worth their serious treatment. After all, they were one of the best teams in the Chinese region. They only saw the top teams. They won the game last year. How did they say that? The winners don't have to pay too much attention to the losers, but after the game last year, the Callaway team was in a state of disgrace. Although they finally advanced, everyone generally believed that the Overlord team's performance in that game was better. It was just that they were unlucky and encountered a draw. They only lost to the competition system, not to the Callaway team. Such comments made the Callaway team very unhappy. It was not until they won the final Chinese championship that such comments calmed down a little. However, when they failed to win the final championship in the World Cup, such comments began to be recognized by more people. It was aggrieved. The Callaway team was very aggrieved. Although they also knew that after that game, they had been trained as a whole and made great progress, they were still full of hostility towards the Overlord team, as if they were the losers in that game. They were going to fight hard now. Of course, they would not take the initiative to say hello to the players of the Overlord team. This was actually a manifestation of their respect for the Overlord team. If the Overlord team was not so threatening, they would not be stingy with their smiles and say hello to the other side. It was precisely because they were threatening that they could not be treated well. This was a very subtle emotion. Zheng Qi did not seem to have such an obstacle. After seeing the players of the Callaway team, he immediately greeted them enthusiastically. "Hi, everyone, I haven't seen you for a year. Did you miss me? I've been thinking about you." Wei snorted coldly. "I think someone must be specifically guarding me today. Who is it?" Zheng Qi didn't care and asked directly without any hesitation. The players of the Callaway team looked at each other and felt that they couldn't lose their momentum at this moment. Besides, it was something that could be exposed in a game, so it wouldn't be a problem to say it now. So Zhongde immediately stood out from the crowd and said, "It's me, you should be careful." Zheng Qi looked at him in surprise, then turned to Wei in surprise and asked, "Really? Did you really let him defend me?" Wei was stunned by his question, and it was difficult to answer anything else, so he could only nod and say affirmatively, "It's him." "Have you forgotten the painful fact that I easily dribbled past him last year? Listen to others' advice and eat your fill. I advise you to change someone to defend me, really," Zheng Qi said. Zhongde was so angry that he was fuming. He was also a thoughtful man who was mature at a young age, but when Zheng Qi teased him, he was about to explode. Wei patted Zhongde on the shoulder, told him to calm down, and then smiled and said, "He is the most suitable person in our team to guard you. I believe he can do a good job. Then there will be no suspense in this game," Zheng Qi muttered and turned around, speaking in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone to hear. Zhongde calmed down instead. He shook his head and then calmed down. "I won't be fooled by such a clumsy provocation." Hearing Zhongde's words, Zheng Qi turned his head and looked at Zhongde, his mouth tilted, smiled slightly, and then turned and left. Pretending, "Don't be afraid of him, kill him." Yuan patted Thongday on the shoulder and said. Thongday nodded heavily. Are you provoking them again? Lu Xiaoshan asked Zheng Qi. The more hatred I attract, the more attention they pay to me. Do you have more opportunities? Zheng Qi replied. It's true in theory, but will it really be like this? Yes, believe me. After sending Lu Xiaoshan away with a few words, Zheng Qi began to say in the team channel, I will be more forward in today's game, so you two remember to help fill in more positions, do you understand? Jibu and Yingbu answered at the same time that they understood. In the previous games, Zheng Qi rarely went forward. He was always organizing from the back and only broke through occasionally, so the back row was basically handed over to Jibu and Yingbu, who also have good forward insertion capabilities. Now that Zheng Qi has said that he wants to move forward more, they can't move forward as frequently as in the previous games, and will stay behind more. After all, the position after Zheng Qi moves forward also needs someone to fill in. They didn't have any opinions on this, but instead remembered the game a year ago, when Zheng Qi kept moving forward and scored the goals. The last time was against Kaowei, and this time it was against Kaowei. Does Zheng Qi want to repeat last year's story? In fact, the Kaowei team also guarded against this. Even though Zheng Qi rarely attacked in the previous two games, his breakthrough ability was still shown in the game that eliminated them in team. The lethality that such a player can create is of course huge. In this case, we need to be more careful with him. Although Lu Xiaoshan is also very good, the Kaowei team is also very clear about this, but the lethality brought by Zheng Qi is something they have experienced personally. There is always a difference between having experienced and not having experienced. Otherwise, how can we say that seeing is believing? In addition, Zheng Qi's unscrupulous way of attracting hatred, although he did not provoke, it seemed that he was just unintentional, but it must be said that this way is easier to attract hatred. The Overlord team kicked off, and the players of the Kaowei team spread out on the field, ready to meet the opponent's attack. The Overlord team was incomparable in the top 32 games, scoring 19 goals in 2 games, and most teams did not even score 9 goals in 2 games. Such offensive power is indeed a bit scary. To deal with such an opponent, even if you have to attack the opponent, you still have to be more serious in defense. After all, no matter how good the offensive is, it cannot guarantee that every attack will be successful. Seizing more opportunities in offensive and withstanding the opponent's offensive in defense are actually the same thing. Ba Wang and Lu Xiaoshan were preparing to kick off in the center circle, while Zheng Qi was standing at the top of the arc in the center circle to prepare for the response. This was also the position he usually stood in, and there was nothing different. However, after the kickoff, the players of the Kaowei team immediately noticed something was wrong. In the previous 2 games, Zheng Qi would pass the ball back after getting the ball, then retrieve to receive the ball, and then start to organize the attack. But this time, after Zheng Qi got the ball, he did not pass it back, but rushed forward with the ball. Malcolm and Wen Yuan, who came up to press, were not paying attention and were broken through by him from the middle. Go intercept him, I'll respond on the side. Wei shouted, and Thongday, who was in a relatively forward position in this game, immediately went up to meet him. He did not wait for Zheng Qi to rush over, but took the initiative to meet him, and then used his hands and feet to entangle with Zheng Qi. Previous experience taught him that he couldn't wait to judge Zheng Qi's fate move before defending. He had to take the initiative to stick to Zheng Qi, interfere with his ball control and passing, and break through, so that he could better grasp the initiative. After all, he didn't expect to directly steal the ball from Zheng Qi's feet, as long as he interfered with him. So in this game, he also added a lot of points to his strength. Although he was still at a disadvantage, he would not be easily knocked away by Zheng Qi. Be prepared, young man, Zheng Qi said. Thongday struggled to entangle with Zheng Qi and didn't say much. At this time, he let out a breath, which also affected his strength. Zheng Qi made an emergency stop, dodged a little distance, then raised his foot, made a fake move, and then quickly pulled the ball back and broke through in the opposite direction. This series of actions was extremely wonderful, but when he just broke through, Wei appeared in front of him in time, and then stretched out his foot to steal the ball. This was a good opportunity to seize the opportunity when Zheng Qi had just broken through and had not yet been able to control the ball. However, just when Wei was about to poke the ball away, Zheng Qi kicked the ball out while running, first pushed the ball away from the side, and then accelerated forward. Yingbu, who followed up with the ball, did not hesitate at all. He passed the ball diagonally to Zheng Qi again. Zheng Qi pushed the ball forward and broke through. Wei reacted quickly, but when he turned around, Zheng Qi had already gone far away. Yuojia, go to defend Yon's Thong, stop him in front of him, and just hinder him. Eli, Continue to deal with Chen Fengxiao. Wei shouted loudly while returning to defensa. Guo Jie immediately came to defend Zheng Qi, and Cao Ren on the side also came to help defend. Although he might not catch up, as long as Guo Jie delayed, he could form a multi-person pincer attack. At the time, he blocked several sides, and Zheng Qi's breakthrough ability was excellent, and he couldn't break through. Zheng Qi passed the ball at this time. While running, he pushed the ball to the front court with his arch. Lu Xiaoshan retreated to get the ball. Eli pressed up from behind. Zheng Lingjun also increased his attention. Lu Xiaoshan's ability to turn and break through is also very strong. Eli might not be able to stop him in the first time. Then it would be time for him to fill in the position. However, Lu Xiaoshan did not turn and break through. After receiving the ball, he knocked the ball backwards and directly knocked it into the penalty area. Overlords running in the penalty area attracted Yu Kai's attention. Long Qie, who inserted diagonally, received the ball and had a single shot. Zheng Lingjun immediately came to defend Long Qie, but Long Qie passed the ball again. He passed the ball to the middle of the penalty area, and at this moment, Overlord, who was rushing forward, stopped Yu Kai behind him and shot directly at the rolling ball. It was difficult for any goalkeeper to react to the close-range shot, and Blind Xiao was no exception. The next moment, the ball flew into the goal. The ball goes in. 1-0. It's another fast break after the start of the game, and the Overlord team scores again. This time the goal was scored by their captain, Overlord. With Gyeonthong and Lu Xiaoshan being closely guarded by the opponent, Overlord's goal gave Overlord team the first goal. Overlord team definitely didn't get to where they are today relying on those two people. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sinisfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 691. Excitement. The commentator shouted frantically. This match had another early goal, which seemed to indicate that this match would be another match with a lot of goals. The first goal was not scored by Zheng Qi or Lu Xiaoshan, but by Ba Wang. This did not surprise the Kaowei team. After all, Ba Wang's scoring ability was also very strong, but he was inconspicuous under the brilliance of Lu Xiaoshan and others. Pay attention, that guy can't be guarded casually. Zheng Lingjun said to Yu Kai. Yu Kai looked very aggrieved. When you went to fill in Longju, I also had to focus on the middle to help defend Chen Fengxiao. The defense against Ba Wang was indeed relaxed a little, the others had nothing to say. This was originally the defense strategy of the Kaowei team in this game. No matter what time, in addition to the special person guarding, there must be others ready to help defend Gyeonthong and Chen Fengxiao at any time. Although Zheng Lingjun was the first to help defend Chen Fengxiao, when Zheng Lingjun went to fill in the side, Yu Kai had to step up. This was also arranged before. Okay, let's attack now. Wei said. The ball had already been lost, so there was no point in worrying about it. Moreover, the Overlord team's attack was obviously more focused. Although Chen Fengxiao was the most threatening, he was not a shooter who only cared about shooting for himself. Everyone knew this. Although Lu Xiaoshan had many shots in the previous game, he was still able to pass the ball to his teammates. It was just that he was better at grasping opportunities, so he naturally had more shots. Besides, even if he was a very independent shooter, as long as he could score goals continuously, that was his ability. The Kaowei team was very confident in breaking through the Overlord team's goal. Compared with their offense, the Overlord team's defense seemed much weaker, and there were many places that could be used. Although the Kaowei team did not have the top two strikers like the Deming team, their midfield scoring ability was stronger than that of the Deming team. In terms of offense, they were not inferior to the Deming team at all. After the restart, the Kaowei team immediately began to attack from the midfield. In the last game, Zheng Qi's participation in the defense did have an immediate effect, but the Kaowei team did not care about it. They have more than one offensive core in the midfield. In addition to Guo Jie, Wei and Thong Da can all add the offense. When someone attacks, others can keep moving forward to create opportunities. Their two forwards have a large range of running, which can well involve the opponent's defense. Kaowei does not have the strongest shooter, but it has a large number of players with amazing firepower. They showed this level last year against the Overlord team. Several people in the front court have the ability to score, and they cooperate with each other tacitly and pass accurately. You never know who will score in the end. Their offensive rhythm is not fast, but it is like a millstone that keeps crushing, leaving the opponent unavoidable. The players of the Overlord team actively run on the court, intercepting the opponent's attack, but they are still suppressed by the opponent little by little into their own half. It is said that the Overlord team has achieved good results with ball control offensive before, but in fact, in the previous Chinese competition, the team that can have a level close to ball control offensive is Kaowei, and their characteristics are different from other strong teams. Their midfield is not a dual core, but a triple core, Wei, Yuojia, and Thongda. All three can lead the organization of the offensive, but their characteristics are not the same. Wei has concise skills and accurate delivery. Yuojia has a slower rhythm, but he has excellent ball control and strong organizational ability. Thongda is more invisible. He is used to organizing in the back. It is difficult to integrate these three organizers with different characteristics. The Kaowei team has solved this problem very well, making their delivery smoother. While passing, changing the rhythm, this is also one of the unique offensive tactics of the Kaowei team. No team can change the rhythm in the offensive like them, making the opponent always in a very uncomfortable state. They didn't perform so well last year. These guys have improved again. Zheng Qi thought to himself. As a player with an excellent overall view and observation ability, Zheng Qi quickly judged the opponent's level and state. Last year, the Kaowei team was a dual-core team. Wei and Yuojia took turns to control the rhythm of the team. Now there is an additional Thongda, and the rhythm changes have many more changes, making it even more difficult to defend. Before this game, the rhythm of the Kaowei team was the same as before. Although the dual-core change was excellent, it was not difficult to deal with. But now that it has become a three-core, it is really different. It's a bit troublesome. These guys can actually hide some things. It's amazing. Zheng Qi sighed in his heart. However, Zheng Qi was not depressed at all, but began to become more excited. If the Kaowei team did not make progress and just maintain last year's level, then it would not be difficult to defeat the Kaowei team. Now, the Kaowei team has shown its true strength, and the game has begun to enter an unpredictable place, which makes Zheng Qi feel more excited. Only unpredictable games can bring suspense and pleasure. Such a game seems more exciting, and it is also that game that Zheng Qi pursues. He began to run more actively, even though he knew that such running did not have much impact on the Kaowei team's offensive. He still did so, because only by doing so can he be happy in his heart and get better play. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? There is no point in running like this. It is better to concentrate on attacking. Lu Xiaoshan in the front court thought to himself. Even Lu Xiaoshan could not feel the joy in Zheng Qi's heart. He came to play classical football to pursue more. In the previous two games, although the opponent performed well in front of him and Lu Xiaoshan, there was actually no hope of winning. Even in the last game, they won them in team only by the last ball. Because in the game, the Overlord team has always been in firm control of the situation, or it can be said that Zheng Qi has always been in firm control of the situation. Even when he fell behind, he was not worried. But in this game, the strength shown by the Kaowei team made him feel really uncertain. How could Zheng Qi not be excited about it? After continuous passing, the Kaowei team successfully equalized the score. Yuojia passed the ball to Wei, who suddenly accelerated to attack. After passing it to Malkai, who was out of the penalty area, he moved forward himself. After receiving Malkai's pass, he pretended to shoot, but he passed the ball to the other side of the penalty area. Zhuang, who was inserted in the back row, shot directly at a small angle. Fan Xing failed to save the ball, and the score was 1-1. Well, their attack is very good, so good that we can't resist it. Are you panicking? Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Brother, just say what you want to say. Overlord expressed helplessness. Everyone was depressed when they lost the ball, and you still said this. What do you want? What I want to say is that we are going to have another fun in this game. Zheng Qi said. What do you mean? Longzhu asked curiously. We really can't stop their attack, but we can't stop them from attacking. If we continue to play like this, it will be another big score explosion. Don't you think it's wonderful? Zheng Qi said. It seems to make sense, the players of the Overlord team thought to themselves. And in this kind of game, we have an advantage. We have rich experience in mutual explosions, while the Kaowei team does not. We have already had 2 such games, and they have not had any. In this regard, we are simply overwhelmingly superior. Isn't it easy to win? Zheng Qi continued. The players of the Overlord team were a little speechless. Is this a reason? But if you think about it carefully, it is really exciting. Then attack, speed up the pace, and knock them down. Overlord roared. That's right, remember to speed up the pace of attack, and speed up the running when defending, and force them to speed up the pace. Do you understand? Zheng Qi added. The players of the Overlord team nodded one after another. Now that the world have come to this point, there is nothing to say. Speed up the pace and guide the pace of the entire game to speed up, thereby reducing the opponent's advantage in rhythm changes. This is the basic strategy of this game. Of course, it must be difficult to do this. After all, Overlord's offensive tactics are already very skilled. However, in this case, the Overlord team can create more trouble for the opponent. With this mentality, the Overlord team launched an attack. Their attack was very fast. After the kickoff, through continuous passing, it was quickly handed to Zheng Qi's feet. Facing the defense of Thongday and Wei, Zheng Qi did not stick to the ball, but quickly passed the ball to the side. Long Qi took the ball on the side, and then began to break through on the side. Karim, who was retreating, defended him. At this time, Lu Xiaoshan ran to respond. Long Qi immediately handed the ball to Lu Xiaoshan and ran into the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan received the ball, and Eli rushed over and blocked his route to the penalty area. Behind him, Zhu Lingjun also increased his attention, and Du Kai was guarding the Overlord. Lu Xiaoshan did not break into the penalty area, but sent the ball to the sideline, and then accelerated to sprint. When he started to go down, other players of the Overlord team also began to respond to the penalty area. Yin Bujibu and others rushed up, and there were 4 or 5 offensive players of the Overlord team in the penalty area in an instant. Their forward charge put a lot of pressure on the defense of the Kalaway team. Thongday and Wei did not dare to leave Zheng Qi's side, and Eli was marking Lu Xiaoshan, and the pressure in the penalty area immediately increased a lot. The players of the Kalaway team also began to return to defense, but Lu Xiaoshan had already rushed to the baseline and then raised his foot to pass the ball into the penalty area. Du Kai, who was marking Ba Wang, was disturbed by Ingu. Ba Wang jumped high, rushed in front of blind Xiao, and pushed the ball out with force. 2-1, Ba Wang team took the lead again, another fast break. Chapter 692. It's not just about speed. After scoring the goal, Ba Wang stood still, looked up to the sky and roared, feeling extremely happy. It was not easy. He was the captain of the Ba Wang team. He was also that top player of the Ba Wang team before, the most glorious one. But it was obvious that he was not the most important player of the Ba Wang team in the past 2 years. The most important player was Zheng Qi or Lu Xiaoshan. It was impossible to evaluate it now, but it was definitely not him. Ba Wang actually had no opinion on this. After all, he was not a player who only cared about his own performance. He could still do a lot of things on the court, and he could also show enough level on the court. For the victory of the whole team, he was willing to sacrifice his glory. And now, he scored twice on the court. And he scored the first 2 goals of the whole team. This made Ba Wang feel extremely happy, as if the glory of the past had returned to him again, and on a bigger stage. This was indeed a gratifying thing. Well done, Captain. Great. Scored twice, scored all the goals. The other players of the Overlord team rushed forward to praise Overlord. Overlord smiled very happily. He knew that the final decision of this game might not be made by him, but at this time, it did not hinder his happiness. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan looked at each other and did not disturb their celebration. Instead, they rushed forward and celebrated with them. The fans of Overlord team in the stands were also celebrating. Leading consecutively, although it was nothing in the style of Overlord team, being able to lead was something worth celebrating after all. Okay, go back after celebrating. Remember, press harder and make them play faster. Zheng Qi emphasized. The players of Overlord team nodded one after another, and then returned to their own half, waiting for the game to start again. They played very fiercely. Yuo Jie said. It doesn't matter. The success rate of this kind of fast break is very low. We just need to control our own rhythm. If they keep fast breaking like this, they will be courting death. Wei said confidently. It's not that he is blindly confident, but the facts have proved that such a fast break will continue to waste opportunities even if the players have better scoring ability. The last game is a good example. Although they scored 10 goals, they attacked no less than 30 times throughout the game, and finally seized the opportunity only once in 3 times. This is already a very high probability. It is impossible to do it if the players are not excellent in scoring ability and in good condition. and the ball control attack of the Callaway team, to exaggerate a little, is enough to convert every attack into a goal. If they continue to fight like this, the Callaway team will definitely take advantage. Under the command of Wei, the Callaway team immediately launched an attack. They still passed the ball in the backcourt and then gradually pressed the formation upwards. They are already very skilled in such an attack, although it is the first time to use a 3-core lineup in the game. Their advancement was very smooth before, but after the kickoff, when they were still passing in the backcourt, they were shocked to find that the players of the Overlord team had already rushed across the half-court and began to press in the front court. Are they crazy? This will leave a big gap in the backcourt, Zheng said in the team channel while passing the ball. They want to force us to speed up the pace. Shu and Zhuang are still in the backcourt. Even if we pass the ball straight, Miakai and Zheng Yuan may not be able to score easily under their defenser, Wei said with a straight face. There is still a chance if we pass it, Yuojia said dryly. There is a chance, but the probability of scoring a goal will be reduced a lot. We don't have a player like Chen Fengxiao who can complete the attack by himself. Wei sighed. We have prepared the 3-core tactics for so long, but they found the key so quickly. The opponent's core is Yuan's Thong, right? We really need to be vigilant against him again. The players of the Callaway team were a little speechless while passing the ball. They passed the ball in the backcourt because they had enough space and people, so they were not too afraid of the opponent's pressing. However, it would be much more difficult to move forward. It would not be appropriate to pass the ball directly to the front court and let the two forwards fight. Malkai and Zheng Yuan are both team-oriented forwards. They occupy a very important position in the tactical system of the entire Callaway team. The role they play in the team is not inferior to any top forward. However, it is not the same when they are taken out individually. However, even if they know that the long pass will initiate the attack, the rhythm of the game will speed up, and the advantage of the team's possession of the ball will be lost invisibly, but they can only do this. The meat at their mouths is a little hard to chew, and there is no reason not to eat it. After a series of passes, Wei received a pass from Yuojia, and then he immediately sent a beautiful long pass. Shu, Zhuang and Zheng Yuan started to fight for position and compete for this offensive opportunity. In the end, it was the forwards of the Callaway team who won. Wei's long pass was quite accurate. Zheng Yuan rushed in front of Shu and headed the ball forward. It took seconds to get rid of Zhuang's defense in the sprint, and then broke into the penalty area. When Fan Xingji attacked, he knocked the ball to Zheng Yuan who followed. Zheng Yuan fell to the ground and shot, sending the ball into the empty goal, tying 2-2. It doesn't matter, we will attack again. Now their success rate of attack has begun to decline. Zheng Qi said proudly in the team channel. The others were convinced. They only saw the opponent's attack once and realized the key to the opponent. They restored the rhythm of the game to the rhythm they wanted. Of course, it was because the passing attack of the Callaway team was not particularly outstanding, but it was also a great thing to be able to make such a judgment. Let's go. The players of the Overlord team launched an attack with high morale, but this fast break failed to score a goal. Lu Xiaoshan received the pass from Overlord and broke through, then shot the ball, which was quickly intercepted by Zun Lingjun who was in the substitute position. Overlord wanted to follow up and shoot, but Akai cleared the ball first. The ball fell to the feet of Yuojia who was retreating, and the Overlord team quickly launched a counter-attack on the spot. This counter-attack was effective. Although Yuojia controlled the ball well, the Callaway team could only pass it in the backcourt and could not transfer the ball to the front court. Although the defense of the Overlord team in that backcourt was very weak at the moment, it didn't matter if you couldn't hit the defense and no matter how weak it was. Pass it first. Wei said in the team channel. Since it was impossible to advance the ball to the front court, it was also good to look for opportunities by passing the ball back and forth in the backcourt. However, the Overlord team's counter-attack continued. They did not slow down their pressing rhythm, but started pressing in the front court, as if shouting to the Callaway team, "Come on, just hit my backcourt is weak, if you have the ability, come and hit me quickly." This kind of request was rarely heard by the Callaway team, but if they really played like this, they would continue to follow the opponent's rhythm, so they still played like this. Yuojia sent a beautiful long pass, and the two defenders of the Overlord team and the two forwards of the Callaway team began to fight for the first landing point. Others rushed to the Overlord team's half-court, and their return defender was also very fast, which meant that if Zheng Yuan and Miakai wanted to score a goal, they had to do the same as before, quickly grab the first landing point, and then quickly launch an attack. 2-on-2 in the front court is actually very advantageous for the attackers, but if they want to succeed quickly in a short time, then the choices will be much narrower, and the probability of being defended by the opponent will also be much greater. When Zheng Yuan received Miao Kai's header and was ready to break through, Xiang Zhuang, who made a timely tackle, shoveled the ball out before he could dribble it. Zheng, who retreated from the wing, took the ball first, and still controlled the ball under the pressure of Cao Ren behind him. Zheng, who returned to defense, received the ball and turned around, and saw Zheng Qi appeared beside him. "Don't stop running, keep attacking," Zheng Qi shouted while dribbling the ball forward. What he wants is not only a fast break, but also a chaotic battle. Only when the game rhythm is extremely fast and the offensive and defense change extremely quickly, he and Lu Xiaoshan will have more room to win in chaos. Zheng Qi was very clear about this. He knew that if he set up his stance and played against the Callaway team in a rigid manner, the winning rate would definitely be very low. The Callaway team, which used the ball control tactics, could make their scoring rate very high, while the Overlord team might not be able to maintain such a high rate, because even if they played the ball control tactics, the Overlord team would still rely on Lu Xiaoshan to score in the end, and the opponent's attention to Lu Xiaoshan would definitely not be low. If this continued, the Overlord team would definitely suffer. Only by making the entire game rhythm chaotic and making both sides have to keep running on the court, he would have more space, and Lu Xiaoshan would also have more space. The rhythm of the game is not enough to be fast, it must be chaotic. After receiving the ball, Zheng Qi began to drive straight in with the ball. Of course, the Callaway team, which had just switched from offensive to defense, could not quickly target Zheng Qi. At least Zhongde could not keep up for the time being. Zheng Qi, who was in high spirits, dribbled the ball forward, and both Guojie and Cao Ren were broken through by him one after another. Players who can launch a breakthrough are very fast. Zheng Qi only took a few seconds to kill through half the court, and even had the momentum to continue. Zhongde finally came forward at this time, but facing Zheng Qi, who had already started to sprint with the ball, he did not dare to just go up to him. If he went up to him, the probability of successfully stealing the ball or being directly swiped by the opponent would be very high, and with Zheng Qi's skills and explosive power, the probability of the latter should be greater. So he could only block Zheng Qi in front of him, and then fight and retreat. There was no need to think about stealing the ball for the time being. Being able to stop Zheng Qi's progress was the most important thing. This worked very well. Although Zheng Qi continued to move forward, his speed began to slow down. After such a buffer, other players of the Callaway team also began to gradually arrive. Chapter 693. Be prepared. Just when Wei was about to meet Zhongde and try to intercept the ball with the two of them, Zheng Qi passed the ball. He stopped suddenly, then raised his foot and passed the ball to Yingbu, who was following up in the back row. Yingbu took a step forward with the ball, and then passed it to Zhongde Mei, who was assisting from the side. Zhongde Mei was temporarily unguarded on the side, so he continued to dribble that ball until he was close to the penalty area line, then raised his foot and passed the ball back to Zheng Qi, who came up to meet him. Zhongde still followed Zheng Qi, not letting him have the opportunity to break into the penalty area. However, Zheng Qi did not stop the ball, but faced the rolling ball, directly toe-tipped it, and passed the ball to the other side of the penalty area. At the back point, the Overlord overpowered the Tiger Car and jumped high. Zheng Lingjun went to block, but the Overlord headed the ball and threw it to the middle of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoshan flew to the top and scored with a header. Well done. Zheng Qi waved his fist, and then looked proudly at Zhongde, who had just approached him. I told you that it's not appropriate for you to mark me, but you didn't believe me. Really? Zheng Qi threw down a sentence and ran to celebrate. Zhongde clenched his fists. Fight for offense. There is no other way now. However, the extent to which you can control him determines whether our chance of winning this game will be higher. Wei patted Zhongde's shoulder helplessly and said, Our passing tactics, is it really impossible to get through? Zhongde said unwillingly. The three core tactics can be successfully implemented, and his efforts in it are also quite hard. As a result, it didn't take long for him to change the tactics. No matter how young and mature he was, he still felt unwilling in his heart. There is no way. You can see that they play so fast and press so hard in the midfield. The basis for our advancing tactics no longer exists. So instead of playing so awkwardly, it is better to launch a comprehensive attack, so that we can better grasp the opportunities. Wei replied. Zhongde nodded unhappily. But we can't let them have it so easy. When they attack, we also press and force them to play faster. Let them make mistakes in the attack. I don't believe that Zheng Qi alone can lead the attack of the Overlord team and increase their success rate so much. Wei added. The players of the Wei team nodded again and again. This is what they want to do. If everyone plays fast, who is afraid of who? It's nothing more than a competition of success rate. We have so many good players, are we afraid that we can't beat you? Of course, for players of Wei Wengji's level, they certainly know that in such tactics, the Overlord team's advantage is still not small. Lu Xiaoshen's scoring ability alone is enough to make up for the gap of the whole team, but now there is no other way to go. There is no other way to go, so of course we have to go on this road resolutely. There is really no certainty of victory, but what kind of victory can be absolutely sure to get? In this case, we can only attack against the opponent. In short, this is not our weakness. If we continue to fight, there is still a chance. Wei was undoubtedly an excellent captain. He quickly noticed the current situation on the field and found the most suitable way. There was still a long time left in the game. If they continued to fight like this, they would have many opportunities. But what he didn't know was that Zheng Qi wanted him to think this way. It was not impossible for the Overlord team to play in other ways, but there was no way to make Lu Xiaoshen score a goal more than the two sides opening up the offensive. Lu Xiaoshen knew this very well, so even though he had always been very critical of Zheng Qi, he never had any opinions on the tactics arranged by Zheng Qi. He also knew that if Zheng Qi really wanted to embarrass him, he didn't need to do anything else. It was enough to arrange a tactic of defending and counter-attacking in the front court to find him alone in every game. Even if he was awesome, it would be great if he could score 1 or 2 goals in a game after working so hard, let alone anything else. For the commentators, this game was indeed very lively. It seemed very lively from the beginning. However, apart from the liveliness, the technical content of the tactics seemed a bit lackluster. The two sides' quick fast break and quick back and forth battles pulled the game into a pure confrontation, without any tactical manifestation. In short, they just hit the ball to the opponent's half as soon as possible, and then shot when they had the chance. Once they failed to shoot, they began to press in the front court, forcing the opponent to kick the ball to the front court, and then fight for it in the front court. This kind of play is certainly very lively, but what tactics are there? A football match without tactical confrontation is like a dish without salt. However, in such a chaotic confrontation without tactical content, the personal qualities and skills shown by the players on both sides are enough to make people amazed. The confrontation without tactics can better show the personal abilities of the players. Wei, who came to the front court, received Malkai's head a fairy, and then he began to force a breakthrough, breaking directly to the bottom line and passing the ball back. Malkai followed up and scored the ball into the dead corner of the goal, equalizing the score for the Wei team. After the restart, Zheng Qi passed the ball to the back court, and the front court players of the Overlord team began to rush forward. Jibu, who had the ball, sent a long pass from the back. The Overlord grabbed the first landing point at the front of the penalty area. After the ball fell, Lu Xiaoshen relied on his speed to grab half a body position, and then decisively shot the ball before Eli could tackle it. The ball flew into the dead corner of the goal like a cannonball. With a wonderful world wave, the Overlord team took the lead again. Of course, such a wonderful offensive shot is difficult to appear directly in the game. Most of the time, both sides will still make mistakes in the process of passing. Such shots are often just the flashes of top players at that moment. There are not many top players in the Overlord team. However, except for Lu Xiaoshen, Overlord and Zheng Qi can often have such outstanding performances. Now their state has been fully stimulated. Although the Wei team does not have a super shooting machine like Lu Xiaoshen, the level of everyone in their front court is a little higher than that of Overlord and Zheng Qi. The flash of any one person may allow them to seize such an opportunity to score a goal. As a result, the Wei team, which was known as the most balanced team, and the Overlord team contributed a more exaggerated goal battle in the first half of the game. When the whistle sounded at the end of the first half, the fans in the stands came out of the tense atmosphere. In the first half of the game, the two sides played 7-6. The Overlord team led by 1 goal. Lu Xiaoshen continued to show his excellent offensive level. He performed a hat-trick in the first half. However, the outstanding performance of other players of the Overlord team also made them gain a lot. The Overlord also performed a hat-trick. With Zheng Qi's goal, the Overlord team had a glorious situation for the first time that Lu Xiaoshen's goal did not exceed half. The goals of the Wei team were quite balanced. Wei, Zhuang, Zhuanyuan, Malkai and Thong Da all scored goals. Among them, Malkai scored 2, showing their characteristics of multi-point blossoming vividly. Although the Overlord team led by 1 goal in the first half, they did not have much advantage in the overall situation, and the Callaway team did not fall behind. After returning to the locker room, Wei did not say much, but emphasized that he should control the ball better in the second half, or return to his accustomed tactics, otherwise, it would be difficult to control the situation in the second half. Such a tactical arrangement made everyone a little confused, but because of their understanding and familiarity with Wei, everyone had no objection, but respected his tactical arrangement. Perhaps only Guoji knew why Wei wanted to change tactics. In the first half, he played so fiercely and scored so many goals, but Zheng Qi still did not directly participate in the offensive. He hit several assists and constantly instigated his teammates' offensive. His position was also relatively forward, but compared with Yuan's Thong, who had explosive scoring ability before, Zheng Qi still kept a hand in this game. Once Zheng Qi also began to burst out his scoring ability, what would be the next result? Even Guoji did not dare to think about this. Only by incorporating the rhythm of the game into the rhythm you were accustomed to can you have a chance to win in the second half. In the second half, Callaway will definitely try to switch to their usual ball possession tactics. What we have to do is not to give them such an opportunity, disrupt their game rhythm, and let them fight with us. As for dealing with the opponent, it depends on Chen Fengxiao. Zheng Qi said to the other players of the Overlord team in the locker room. I have no objection to this, but will Wei and the others really switch to their usual tactics? In the first half, they fought with us in a chaotic battle, and they were not at a disadvantage. Overlord asked with some doubts. Don't worry, they will, because they are afraid of my forward penetration and scoring. If I explode, they will also suffer in a chaotic battle. I still didn't score in the first half. The more this happens, the more worried they will be. Zheng Qi smiled. So that's the case, but why don't you show your scoring ability? You also have a chance to score. Overlord nodded and asked. I can't score, I want to leave my share of the goal to our Xiao brother. Zheng Qi patted Lu Xiaoxun on the shoulder and said with a smile. Well, I am very happy to do this. Lu Xiaoxun expressed satisfaction. The main thing is that we don't need this in our game in the Chinese region. If we really want to score, we have to save it for the key games in the World Cup. Zheng Qi laughed. The others were stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. Damn, you actually thought so far? Long Qi asked in surprise. Of course, I have seen the top level of the Chinese region. As long as we play well, it will not be difficult to qualify from the Chinese region. There will be more strong teams in the World Cup, and I am eager to compete with those guys. Zheng Qi laughed. The others nodded repeatedly. Compared with the current situation in the professional competitions of the football era, the Chinese team is invincible. In classical football, although the Chinese team is also a top team, there are many strong teams shoulder to shoulder with them, including several teams in South America, a lot of teams in Europe, a lot of teams in Africa, and strong teams such as the United States and Mexico in North America. There are also several teams in Asia that can compete with the Chinese team. In such an environment, the strength of the Chinese team is really not the best. For such a game, it is right to prepare more. Chapter 694. Shadow of Failure. Hey, I'm just curious about one thing. Why do you have to keep a trick up your sleeve? Didn't you use it last year? B.A. Wang asked. The Chinese opponents know, but for the opponents in the World Cup still look for our games last year. A new team like us, they will look for this year's. It's more interesting to hide it. Zheng Qi replied. Oh, right. B.A. Wang nodded. It's nothing to say. If the B.A. Wang team makes it to the World Cup this year, then they will be a standard new face in the World Cup. To deal with such a team, the opponents in the World Cup will definitely just explore their performance this year. After all, if they were also very good before, they should also be famous in the World Cup. If they are not good, then they can only be regarded as a dark horse. To see the strength of a dark horse, of course, you have to look at its games this year. No one has nothing to do and looks at their information last year. But what if we encounter difficulties and can't win? Long Qi asked. Of course we have to find a way to win first. Didn't you see that both the Min team and the Callaway team took out their hidden things after meeting us? If we don't win the qualifiers, what's the point of talking about the World Cup? Zheng Qi replied. After a few words of gossip, the halftime break was almost over. Remember, in the second half, continue to fight in chaos. Only when they're uncomfortable can we be comfortable. After saying this very obscenely, Zheng Qi stood up and walked out of the locker room. The first team to kick off in the second half was the Callaway team. They began to patiently pass the ball back and forth in the midfield, looking for opportunities and gradually advancing. Most of the Overlord team quickly rushed across the hard field, including the two fullbacks, all of whom began to press fiercely near the midfield, except for the two central defenders who stayed in the middle. The two forwards of the Callaway team will also participate in the passing attack. Their running range is originally very large, but the two central defenders of the Overlord team do not mark people, but stay in the middle of the back court. No matter who initiates the attack, they have to rush past them. As a result, Callaway's advancement encountered the same problem as in the first half. They continued to pass the ball, and the midfield was fiercely pressed by the opponent. Although the space was relatively large, once a mistake was made, the opponent could launch an attack on the spot, which would be a great threat. If the ball was sent to the front court, it could only be directly handed over to the forward in front, letting them go 2-on-2, which was a difficult situation. Launch an attack from the wing, so that they lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. Wei were commanded in the team channel. Guo Jie received the ball and quickly passed it to the wing. Zhuang, who was inserted at high speed, chased after the ball. The Overlord team wanted to maintain the intensity of the press, so naturally they would focus more on the middle. The wing was relatively flawed, however, the next moment, they found that there was no flaw on the wing. When Guo Jie passed the ball, Zheng Qi, who was originally in the middle, started to move. When Zhuang caught up with the ball, Zheng Qi had already pressed up from the side, cutting off all his inward routes. Zhuang could only control the ball and pass it back to his teammates who came up to respond. The players of the Overlord team once again launched a continuous pressing in the midfield, play more direct passes, but don't play directly to the front of the opponent's penalty area. Play to their half, and the receiver should protect the ball first and press the formation forward. Wei continued to command. This is also a forward-pressing ball control tactic, but it relies on the ball in the front court to advance the entire formation. The Overlord team's defense line really began to retreat, but their pressing, but still did not relax. The most important thing is that Wei soon discovered that even if the formation was pressed forward successfully, they must maintain a very fast passing rhythm, otherwise they will fall into the opponent's multiplayer pressing. As long as they slow down, the Overlord team's pressing strength will be much higher than usual. Even if they can control the ball, it is naturally much more difficult to maintain a fast pass, which makes their ball control attack unable to maintain too long, and they must launch an attack as soon as possible. In this way, isn't it almost the same as the situation in the first half? After thinking about it, Wei was really depressed. It was not easy to successfully push the ball to the front court, but he still needed to play fast. However, he was also a good captain who made decisions immediately. Just play like this, push quickly, at least this way, we can play out our characteristics. Quickly control the ball and advance, interspersed with running, this is a variation of the ball control tactics. The difference from the previous ball control tactics is that it is more threatening, and it can also play out the characteristics of their front court players' excellent defensive ability, but the success rate will indeed drop a lot. After continuous passing, Zhuang Yuan, who retreated, received the ball, and then did not turn around, but knocked the ball to the side with his heel. Guo Jie, who inserted the ball, took the ball and inserted it into the penalty area diagonally, and passed the ball to the middle of the penalty area with an inverted triangle. Wei, who followed up, pushed the ball directly into the far corner without stopping, and the ball went into the net. Beautiful cooperation. The commentators praised one after another. The Callaway team's attack this time was indeed very exciting, with precise cooperation and smooth passing, which made people extremely happy. Okay, the game is back to our usual rhythm, attack. Zheng Qi smiled. The players of Overlord team were not discouraged by this goal. They were good at such fast attacks. So even though Overlord team failed to score in the next attack, under their pressure, Callaway team also failed to score in the fast attack. This time, they were unable to get into the penalty area. The pass at the front of the penalty area was intercepted by Yinggu in advance. After intercepting the ball, Yinggu immediately passed the ball to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi always appeared in the most appropriate place when his teammates had the most difficulty controlling the ball. This alone was terrifying. After receiving the ball, Zheng Qi took the ball and turned around. When everyone thought he was going to dribble forward, he suddenly raised his foot and sent a beautiful long pass. This is a long pass that is hard to describe in words. Zheng Qi took the ball to the right of his own half, just past the penalty area line. Moreover, his long pass was not in the air, but on the ground. The ball flew across the entire court like an arrow, and flew diagonally to the left side of the front court. Lu Xiaoshan, who started to move at the same time as he passed the ball, burst out his highest speed and instantly rushed past Zheng Qi, who was dragging at the end. Although the Colorway team was attacking, Eli had been guarding Lu Xiaoshan, but he was still thrown away by him for a distance. The ball rolled quickly, and Lu Xiaoshan quickly moved forward. Everyone looked down from the sky and saw that the running Lu Xiaoshan and the rolling ball were like two straight lines, converging towards a certain position, and when Lu Xiaoshan ran to that point, the ball just flew to that point. Simple straight line passes and simple straight line runs bring an incomparable pleasure to watch. After receiving the ball, Lu Xiaoshan took advantage of the situation and threw the ball to the middle, accelerating and rushing into the penalty area. Blind Xiao opened his arms and rushed over from the front, while Zheng Qi, who was returning to defend, also rushed over from the side. It only took less than 0.1 second for him to stick to Lu Xiaoshan, and Blind Xiao could also block in front of Lu Xiaoshan, but Lu Xiaoshan did not give them such a chance. Before the opponent could complete the defense, Lu Xiaoshan tiptoed, and the ball drew a beautiful arc in the air, flew past Blind Xiao's outstretched hand, and fell diagonally into the dead corner of the goal. From interception to goal, the whole process did not exceed 5 seconds. A wonderful goal. In front of this goal, the team goal of the Colorway team just now seemed a little eclipsed. This is the charm of football. Although the team is the most important, and the team goal is also the most worthy of praise and pride, but the occasional inspiration of an individual and the brilliance of that moment are the most talked about. Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, at this moment, have robbed the glory of the entire Colorway team. Moreover, no matter how wonderful that goal is, although it is just a ball, sometimes there is a difference between a goal and a goal. At such a critical moment, such a wonderful goal had a huge impact on the Colorway team. Although they all had a good mentality and were experienced players who had seen big scenes, such a goal also began to make them feel powerless. Their rapid passing attack would not have a low error rate, which was an inevitable error. If the opponent could quickly counter-attack and score a goal as soon as they got the ball, could they still play? Every attack could be a chance for the opponent to score a goal. How could they play such a game? Although they all knew that such a counter-attack goal could not be scored casually even by Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan, as long as they had the ability to score such a goal, the next game would be particularly difficult to play. They have always been very confident in themselves, and this confidence is not for nothing. After all, their outstanding performance has trained them to be a strong team and a kingly demeanor. However, in the current situation, they began to really feel their own powerlessness. If they continue to play like this, I'm afraid that they really have no chance. Such disappointment will spread like a plague. No matter how strong the players and the team are, it is impossible to continue to maintain their fighting spirit in such a situation. For a mature team like the Colorway team, they don't need someone to remind them to calm down, because they generally don't have such depressed emotions, but once such emotions appear, no one can calm them down. Even Wei himself fell into such emotions at this moment, because they had used the calmest mind to imagine various ways of playing, but at this moment, they began to realize that there was no way for them to win. This is an extremely huge blow, and the shadow of failure began to hang over their entire team. After this goal, their fighting spirit should be dissipated a lot. Next, we must work hard to keep them in such a mood. Zheng Qi said in the team channel. Chapter 695. Perfect suppression. Although Zheng Qi's words were not very clear, everyone understood what he meant. Since the opponent has already shown emotional vacillation, then don't have any other ideas. Continue to attack fiercely, let the opponent's vacillation become greater, or as long as the opponent has no time to stabilize his emotions, that's enough. Press them. Speed up again. Overlord shouted in the team channel, which immediately resonated with others. It is very difficult to improve running at this time. After all, they have run quite fast before. Physical fitness is not a problem, but running is not running blindly, especially in this kind of pressing. Who is against whom, how others should fill in the position when dealing with the opponent, how to press, these are all rules and regulations. And physical fitness is not a problem, but speed has an upper limit. Can you fight harder? The players of the Overlord team fought hard. The reason is very simple, their running began to be more active, almost never stopped, and with a high degree of concentration, their running is more effective and more reasonable. The Colorway team finally passed the ball to the front court, and the pressure they faced became even more fierce. Wei began to take over the attack. After receiving the ball, he forced his way forward, intending to use his breakthrough to create opportunities. However, Zheng Qi blocked him in front of him at the first time. Wei's several consecutive breakthroughs were blocked by him first. When he was about to pass the ball, Yingpo and Jibu, who were filling in the position, had already blocked him tightly in both directions. Wei sighed in his heart. He knew that he had made a mistake just now. His mentality was not so calm. Otherwise, he would have passed the ball long ago, and he would not be in such a desperate situation now. However, even if he passed the ball just now, it was nothing more than continuing to be fiercely pressed by the opponent. He could only maintain continuous and fast passing. If this continued, he would still make mistakes sooner or later. The strength of the Callaway team lies in their average. The level of each of them is above most of our players, so they have the best performance in the cup because they are the most stable. However, their fatal flaw is that they do not have a player with super strength. Wei is a team player, but he does not have such explosive power. In this case, he is just restrained by the tactics of the Overlord team. When seeing that the Callaway team's attack was ultimately unsuccessful, Zhu Chuo in the stand sighed. Well, we're better in this regard. At least you and Yuan are outstanding. Li laughed. But we're a little worse than Wei in other positions. However, if we meet the Overlord team, we will not be so passive. In addition, the Callaway team has been worried about today's game, and they have not been able to play their best level. Zhu Chuo replied. No way, they shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Li said in surprise. If they can't let go completely in such a game, it's no different from chronic suicide. The Callaway team is full of outstanding players, how could they make such a mistake? It should be because they are worried about Yuan's Thong. After all, in last year's game, Yuan's Thong's goal-scoring ability was fully demonstrated. This year, he has not shown this side. No one knows when he will explode. Zhu Chuo replied. Facing the Callaway team, they can still hold back. Is the current Overlord team so strong? Li asked in surprise. Not really, because the Callaway team has always been worried, so they can gain such an advantage in the overall situation. If they really use it, it will be different. The killer move that is not fired is the most threatening. In this regard, the Overlord team has a master who accurately grasps the mentality of the Callaway team. Even if we meet the Overlord team, we have to take this into consideration. It's just that we haven't experienced his scoring ability in person, so other players don't need to worry about anything. We just need to pay attention to it. Zhu Chuo replied with a sigh. Li nodded silently. On the other side of the stands of the stadium, Zhao Gongjin held his chin with his hand, looking at the court, without saying a word. How is it, did you see anything? Kim asked beside him. It's hard to say. The Overlord team should be the strongest team now, but their style is somewhat restrained by the Callaway team, so they can have such an advantage. If we fight against the Overlord team, it will be different. We are still confident. Zhao Gongjin replied. We have to make a breakthrough this year, otherwise, the Overlord team will dominate the game. These guys are very young. Kim sighed. That's right, but in any game, don't give up easily. We need to maintain a strong fighting spirit and a calm mood. The Callaway team was not very calm in this game. Zhao Gongjin said. Too many concerns, that's right, but if we were to face the Overlord directly, it would not be much better. Now, it can be regarded as the Callaway team reminding us. Bo Yan, who had not spoken much, said. Good observation, that's the truth. Those who were involved are confused, and we are also bystanders who can see more clearly. Zhao Gongjin smiled. Then should we mourn for the Callaway team, be more decent? On the court, after fighting back and forth, the Overlord team finally expanded the score. This is the first time in this game that they have expanded their lead to 2 goals. The goal was scored by Lu Xiaoxun again. This time, the Overlord team did not launch a quick attack, but finally found an opportunity after passing the ball back and forth. Zheng Qi passed the ball into the penalty area. Overlord and the opposing defender competed for the ball. The ball fell to a certain place in the middle of the penalty area. Lu Xiaoxun appeared at the point where the ball fell and shot it. 9-7. Compared with the first half of the game, the frequency of goals scored by both sides in the second half of the game was much lower, but the technical content increased a lot. Both sides began to show their own characteristics in tactical confrontation. In this regard, the Overlord team had the upper hand, which surprised many fans, because in their opinion, the more mature Callaway team should have the upper hand. In fact, the chaos in the first half had disrupted the rhythm of the Callaway team, and when they were engaged in tactical confrontation in the second half, their rhythm was always interrupted by the Overlord team, which led to such a result. During the chaotic battle, because the threat posed by Lu Xiaoshan and Zheng Qi was too great, Ba Wang and others had many opportunities. Now when the lineup was stretched out to play again, Ba Wang team began to focus on passing the ball to Lu Xiaoshan, and Lu Xiaoshan's shooting qualities were fully demonstrated at this moment. After taking a 2-goal lead, Zheng Qi began to control the whole team to slow down the pace, and Kao's team was finally able to take a breath, but this was still a very bad thing for them, because there was not much time left before the end of the game. After continuous passing and rhythm changes, Kao's team finally recovered 1 point, but then under the leadership of Zheng Qi, Ba Wang team began to firmly control the rhythm on the field, using the same constantly changing ball control offense to suppress Kao's team's players. Most importantly, they began to waste a lot of time that was not much. From the beginning to the end, the suppression, the current Ba Wang team is really excellent. Boy inside. It's because the Kao's team is really good that the Overlord team used this method to suppress them. This is actually a very risky thing, because if they can't suppress them, the rebound of the Kao's team will make them miserable. That's really miserable, not a joke. Zhao Gongjin replied. But they still did it. Kim Wu frowned and said. Yes, they did it, but it's also very dangerous. The Overlord team is very good, but not as good as they showed on the court. The key lies in Gyun's Thong and Chen Fen's Xiao, and the most important thing is Gyun's Thong. If he can be controlled, then the Overlord team as a whole will not be so threatening. Zhao Gongjin replied. It's very difficult to do. Both Thongday and Wei can't control him well, and he doesn't need to hold the ball for too long to create a threat. Such a guy is the most difficult to deal with. Boyan said after thinking about it. Zhao Gongjin nodded slightly, without commenting. On the court, the time of the game has come to the last moment, and the Overlord team is still in control of the ball. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the failure of the Kao's team is just a matter of time. Throughout the game, the Overlord team has been controlling the rhythm, which is something that makes many people feel chilled. Although many people don't like the Kao's team and think that their style of play is too utilitarian, no one can deny their strength. Such a utilitarian team has been suppressed without any chance, so how strong is the team that suppresses them? Of course, for Zhao Gongjin and Hu Chuo, who have excellent vision, they know that the Overlord team suppressed the Kao's team not because they have an overwhelming advantage, but because they took risky measures under the tactical restraint. It does not mean that the Overlord team is much better than the Kao's team. Although the threat posed by the Overlord team is still great, it will not make them feel any fear. Moreover, they still have to play in the afternoon. Only when they enter the semi-finals will they really consider the threat of the Overlord team, as well as the threat of Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan. The Kao's team is still resisting. The game is not over yet. They are only 1 goal behind. If they can seize the opportunity to counter-attack, they can drag the game into overtime. In any case, there is a glimmer of hope, and it is better to have no hope. However, Lu Xiaoshan's 6th goal shattered all their hopes. Lu Xiaoshan, who was pulling out of the penalty area to receive the ball, received Zheng Qi's pass. Eli was unable to press forward immediately and waited for his breakthrough. However, Lu Xiaoshan shot without warning at the top of the penalty area. A wonderful spinning ball. The ball whizzed into the air, then fell rapidly, and flew into the goal in the desperate eyes of blind Xiao. When Lu Xiaoshan scored this goal, Zhao Gongjin in the stand stood up in astonishment for the first time, with deep surprise in his eyes. Chapter 696. Unsteady. Scoring 6 or more goals in 3 consecutive games, scoring 20 goals in 3 games. When the game was over, everyone was sighing at this. Lu Xiaoshan was already famous before, and now, his reputation has spread far and wide. There are 2 more games left. With Lu Xiaoshan's current momentum of scoring goals, it doesn't seem difficult to break the record of 27 goals, it's hard to say. Although the opponents in these 3 games are all excellent, they are all offensive. Lu Xiaoshan showed his excellent scoring opportunities. The later the next games, the fewer opportunities there are. 7 goals, it's not so easy to score. That's right. There were shooters who scored a lot of goals in the first 3 games before, but he still has a lot of hope. The fans in the stand discussed it one after another. No matter what, now on the top 32 scorers list, Lu Xiaoshan has left the others far behind. Even if he doesn't score a goal in the next 2 games, at most no shooter can score double-digit goals. It is almost impossible for other players on the scorer list to surpass his performance. In other words, it was a foregone conclusion that he would be the top scorer this year. In the Chinese qualifiers, only the goals scored by the top 32 players were counted in the final scorer list. However, in the eyes of many people, although Liu Xiaoshan, who scored a lot of goals, was the most brilliant player in the Overlord team, Zheng Qi, who had always been low-key, was the most dangerous guy. Especially the top players, who still remembered Zheng Qi's performance last year, could not help but think that he was really too abnormal. He could still keep a trick in such a situation, so when the whistle sounded at the end of the game, the players of the Callaway team were very disappointed, but they were not too unwilling. They could not say that they lost with a clear conscience. At least they tried their best in the game. In the end, they still lost the game, which was nothing to say. And the score of 8-10, I can only say that the opponent's performance was too abnormal, not a crime of war. What I didn't expect most in this game was that although you were in a forward position, you still didn't enter the penalty area. Wei Sidon said when shaking hands with Zheng Qi. Now that the game was over, he came to his senses. It wasn't that he was stupid, but when he was in the game, he really didn't have time to think about it. Besides, Zheng Qi's threat was there. Even if he figured it out, he couldn't completely give up his vigilance in this regard. From this aspect, although Zheng Qi still didn't enter the penalty area, he showed the same good effect invisibly, making it impossible for the opponent to concentrate on the game. That's because you defended well and I couldn't enter the penalty area. Zheng Qi laughed and said. Wei smiled. Of course, he didn't take it seriously. Callaway's defense was not particularly good. I hope I can play against you again next year. Wei said finally. Of course, we are not playing next year. We will bring in a few strong players next year. Are you afraid? Zheng Qi said. Wei laughed. What can I do if I'm afraid? It's not like we're going to fight for it. Looking at the back of Wei walking away, Zheng Qi sighed. This guy is quite free and easy. He didn't even make it to the semifinals, but he still walked away so coolly. At this time, the fans of the Overlord team in the stands were shouting wildly, and the fans of the Callaway team had already begun to leave. The team they supported didn't make it to the semifinals this year, which made them a little disappointed, but they also believed that it wouldn't be long before the Callaway team would make a comeback. This is the foundation of a strong team. One failure can't defeat them. The Overlord smiled. Then what do you think about us taking their name? They must be very concerned about this, right? Zheng Qi said, touching his chin. The Overlord was chilled. If this thing was done, the Callaway team would explode. How could they not care about this? But the Overlord knew that Zheng Qi was just talking. The name of the Overlord team was not bad, and if they could continue to perform well, then the name of this team would also be sought after by many people in the future. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers? Teams like Callaway were just ordinary teams at the beginning. They were considered to be top teams because they always had outstanding players and achievements. Ambitious players want to use their performance to make the name of the Overlord team popular. The fans of the Overlord team cheered in the stands. Now they were the only ones left in the stands. Players from other teams who were watching the game also left one after another. When Zhao Gongjin finally entered the player tunnel, he turned his head and looked deeply at the court. He was looking at Liu Xiaoshan, not Zheng Qi. As if by telepathy, Liu Xiaoshan, who was bragging and celebrating with his teammates, suddenly became quiet and looked at the stands with some confusion. What's wrong? Are you electrocuted? Zheng Qi asked. It seems like someone is looking at me. Liu Xiaoshan replied hesitantly. TSK, there are a lot of people looking at me now. Look how proud you are, Zheng Qi expressed contempt. Forget it, let's watch the game later. Xu Han and Dong will play in the afternoon game. Da Qin and we have already entered the semi-finals. Dong was against Da Song. Xu Han, damn, they are so lucky, and they are another weak team. It came out before, didn't you see it? Then you didn't care before. Should we watch Xu Han's game or Dong's game? Although their games are not good to watch, but it is still more interesting to watch a strong dialogue, and I have a strong feeling that if they enter the semi-finals, they are likely to meet us, Zheng Qi said. Shut up. The others shouted in unison. Damn, I'll shut up if I want to, but if it's not Dong, then it could be Xu Han or Da Qin. What's the difference? Do you still expect that weak team to kill Xu Han and then meet us? What are you thinking? Zheng Qi said. Everyone else was stunned, and then they all felt that what Zheng Qi said was really reasonable, but after you came back, we haven't encountered a weak team. First, it was the Western Han dynasty, then the Ming dynasty, and then the Callaway. It was really hard to kill all the way here. Overlord sighed. Isn't this good? When we win the championship, no one can say anything. This is called goal content. Zheng Qi said proudly. Winning is called goal content, and losing is a glorious defeat, Lu Xiaoshan said. Hey, this person is more crow-mouthed than me. Zheng Qi pointed at Lu Xiaoshan and said. Okay, let's watch the game of the Dongguo team together in the afternoon. Overlord hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Seeing that the celebration was almost over, the players of the Overlord team also returned to the locker room. After chatting for a few words, they went offline. The afternoon game was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they didn't need to waste time here now. After going offline, Overlord served Yuji a comfortable meal, and then the two of them took a nap happily, and then went online together. Yuji watched the recent games in the stands, and when there were no games for the Overlord team, she watched the games with Overlord in the stands, which made Overlord very proud, thinking that he could bring girls to watch the games, but others could not. However, when he went online in the afternoon, he found that Zheng Qi and Lu Xiaoshan also had a girl next to them. Although they were both using the system's appearance, it was obvious that these two girls were also very beautiful. Who were these two? Overlord asked. Lu Xiaoshan pointed to the one next to him. This is my wife. The one next to him was of course Wen Xiang. Hey, aren't you married? Zheng Qi asked curiously. It's just a matter of getting the marriage certificate, what's the big deal? Lu Xiaoshan replied. So avant-garde. Zheng Qi sighed, then pointed at Su Jing beside him. This is my girlfriend, oops. Su Jing silently moved her hand away from Zheng Qi's waist, then smiled and said. It's okay, we are good friends. I despise you, you actually want to act first and report later, this is Su Jing, right? Lu Xiaoshan laughed at Zheng Qi in private chat. Yes, anyway, I treat her as my girlfriend. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. You're a husband and wife team, the two of you have a combined share of 70% of the fun, right? Lu Xiaoshan asked. For this point, others are not clear, but players of Lu Xiaoshan's level know it well. Zheng Qi shrugged. Our club is not professional in the first place, it's just a group of friends playing. Lu Xiaoshan smiled and said nothing more. After all, a club is so big, only Zheng Qi can say that it is a joke, but other clubs are really different from Fifan. Fifan is the only team composed of players, and then killed all the way up. Their foundation is quite weak, and they only rely on this group of players. To put it bluntly, if this group of players retire tomorrow, if the current Fifan club composition continues, then it is not a rare thing for them to be relegated to the Yamato League. However, if Zheng Qi and his group play for a few more years or even 10 years, at their age, they can do it, and as long as the framework does not fall, they can continue to introduce players to ensure competitiveness, and then vigorously develop youth training, obtain sufficient funds through competitions, and after a few years to 10 years, Fifan will really be able to compete with those traditional strong teams from any position. It's just that after this period of contract, Lu Xiaoshan almost knows that Zheng Qi may not have the patience to do such a thing. The current glory of Fifan Club is just duckweed on the water, without roots. Of course, Lu Xiaoshan will not worry too much about this. In short, it is the club's own business. No matter how famous he is just a player. Let's watch the game together. Lu Xiaoshan nodded to Su Jing and said. After that, he privately chatted with Wen Xiang and said, help me check the Zhaogonjin and see if he could be Li Qing's. Are you still thinking about this? Wen Xiang replied in surprise. Well, I always feel uneasy. Lu Xiaoshan said. Chapter 697. Keep your own thoughts. Wen Xiang didn't care about Lu Xiaoshan's mentality. Zheng Qi seemed to be in great glory now. The extraordinary club he led also suppressed Chengfeng and Tin Head in the league. However, in fact, if Lu Xiaoshan wanted to sit down with Zheng Qi to chat and drink tea in private, Lu Xiaoshan didn't care. But if he sat down with Li Qing's to chat and drink tea, Lu Xiaoshan wouldn't do it, and Li Qing's wouldn't do it either. As long as they were still the captains of Chengfeng and Tin Head, they would not sit together to drink tea and chat and become friends, even if they admired each other, or even admired each other. This was a question of position. However, even if there would be no contract, he would not give up. He was very familiar with Li Qing's, and even if he didn't see the other's true face, he would have a faint feeling. This could be regarded as a kind of telepathy between old enemies. Even if he couldn't see his face, he would feel familiar by looking at his movements and body shape. So Lu Xiaoshan always felt that there was something wrong with this Zhao Gonjin, and it was very likely that he was Li Qing's. The match between the Suqiao team and the Song team was indeed a bit uneventful. The Song team was also a team that was good at balanced defense among the 8 strong teams. They were very similar to the Suqiao team in this respect. It was almost imaginable how boring the match would be when these two teams met. This was indeed the case. Both sides patiently competed for endurance on the court. From the details, it can be seen that both teams were very outstanding. However, from the perspective of viewing, this match was really not very good. In the words of a certain harsh commentator, it was like two turtles fighting on the court for 90 minutes, and in the end, the one that could endure the most defeated the opponent. Relying on the lightning strike of forward Bofu, the Suchao team won this crucial match and advanced to the semi-finals. Wow, these two teams are really patient, but Zhao Gongjin is still a step ahead. He was able to find that opportunity. What a look! Zheng Qi said with a sigh. Would you have found it if it were you? Lu Xiaoshan asked. The opportunity just now is fleeting. Bofu's diagonal run caused the Song team's defender to make a rare mistake and fail to follow Bofu closely. Then Zhao Gongjin made a wonderful pass in the midfield, which penetrated the opponent's defense and helped Bofu score the only goal. Of course I can find it, Zheng Qi said without blushing. Why don't I believe it? Lu Xiaoshan attacked Zheng Qi while looking at Wen Xiang with an inquiring look. Wen Xiang certainly knew what he wanted to ask, but Wen Xiang still shook his head and replied in a low voice, I can't see it. The running method of classical football is completely different from the method in our game. The body shape is indeed very similar, but there are many people with that body shape, so we can't judge it arbitrarily. Well, we can only observe on the field, Lu Xiaoshan said. Give me some time, maybe I can find it out. Wen Xiang thought about it, and then said to Lu Xiaoshan. Really? How many days will it take? Lu Xiaoshan asked. 1 day is enough. If you meet him in the finals, I will definitely check it out before the finals. Wen Xiang said affirmatively. Well, I hope you can succeed. Lu Xiaoshan nodded. What are you two whispering about? Zheng Qi came over to ask. Su Jin pulled him, indicating that others might be talking about the club's affairs, and it would be inappropriate to run over to ask. Zheng Qi didn't care. It's okay, my brother Xiao and I, who is who? Anyway, what he said has nothing to do with you. Lu Xiaoshan replied speechlessly. If it doesn't matter, can't I listen? What logic? Zheng Qi said. I don't want to say it. Lu Xiaoshan frowned. You're really interesting. Wen Xiang couldn't help but smile, and said to Zheng Qi, no wonder, he likes to be with you so much. Don't say that, I never thought of competing with you for men, I'm a straight man. The kind of straight. Zheng Qi quickly stepped back, and then said. You know I don't mean that. Wen Xiang was also a little speechless. After making the most famous couple in the professional league speechless, Zheng Qi seemed very happy. Without saying much, he left the court with Su Jing. Tomorrow is the semi-finals, and the opponent has not appeared yet. He wants to take a good look at who the opponent is. After all, in another game that was going on at the same time, the Shuhan team won without any suspense. Now the top 4 have all come out, the Overlord team, the Shuhan team, the Dongwu team, and the Diakin team, all 4 of which are strong teams. Zheng Qi wants to use tonight's time to observe some information about the Dongwu team and the Shuhan team. It's not that he looks down on the Diakin team, but he vaguely feels that the system doesn't seem to give him such a good thing this time, and if he doesn't deal with Shuhan or Dongwu first, facing the relatively weak Diakin, even if he temporarily checks the information, it won't have much impact. After all, when playing against the Western Han and Ming teams, which were at the same level as the Diakin team, the Overlord team had a very obvious advantage. Although it seemed that the victory was somewhat difficult, Zheng Qi knew that it was actually because he was training himself that it was so difficult. If he really let go and played, it would not be a sure win, but at least the probability of winning was quite high. Only before against the Callaway team did Zheng Qi really lose that feeling, and in the game he actually used all his strength, but he just didn't enter the penalty area to shoot. This was just hiding his offensive means for Zheng Qi, not hiding his true strength, which was different, and because the Callaway team was worried about his offensive ability, his reserve of strength still brought a positive performance. Callaway is the team that has won the most championships and has the most stable results in the past few years, but if we really talk about their true strength, they may not be stronger than Dongwu and Shun. Dongwu has the strongest defensor, which is not inferior to the best defensive teams in the world, while Shun has the best offensive ability. Ming only has the strongest double-headed players, but what about Shun? They don't have double-headed players, but they have a large group of top attackers, whether it's Guoner who rushes forward, Zhao Zilong and Jin Markadao who ambush behind him, or Hu Chuo and Jin Kalin in the midfield, Bang Thong and Zheng Fei cruising on the sidelines. They are all excellent attackers, and Guoner and Hu Chuo are the best. These two opponents will definitely not be easier to deal with than Kaowei. In fact, because of their style, the Overlord team has some difficulty dealing with them. After going offline, Zheng Qi took Su Jing out for a meal, and then came back to look at the information. He began to look over some game details of the Shuhan team and the Dongwu team in the past 2 seasons. These details were collected by the club and were quite complete. The Shuhan team was full of fierce generals. Although many of their players were weaker than the Kaowei team in terms of strength, they also had a group of main players who could compete with the main players of the Kaowei team. In addition, Yonao and Huichuo were 2 top players with outstanding abilities. The strength they showed in the game was sometimes even better than that of the Kaowei team. The Dongwu team was relatively less star-studded. The level of each of their players was not very outstanding, but under the command and dispatch of Zhao Gongjin, when they were united, they could play a huge role. The 2 top teams did have their own outstanding features. Well, if we really meet the Dongwu team, it will be a bit difficult. It's okay to meet the Shuan team, we just need to fight with them, sir. We are not afraid of them, but the defensive style of the Dongwu team is a bit troublesome. Zheng Qi muttered to himself while reading the information. From what he said, it seemed that the Dongwu team was very difficult to deal with. However, in fact, he was only worried that it would be difficult for Lu Xiaoshan to score more goals under the tactic. Just winning the championship is not enough, and Lu Xiaoshan must complete his pre-match plan. This is called perfection. Zheng Qi actually has some perfectionist tendencies, especially in such a situation. If there are no conditions, then naturally he will try to win the championship first, but if there are conditions, then of course he will do it more perfectly. Strong attack. It seems good, although it seems like I am ramming into the opponent's gun muzzle, but whether I will get a bloody head or not, it all depends on whether I am solid enough. Zheng Qi touched his chin and thought about it. This is a habitual action he has recently developed, because he has recently started to grow a beard, which is a very unpleasant thing for Zheng Qi, who calls himself a pretty boy. So he shaves every day, but because of the strong hormones, his beard still grows out of his chin every day. After shaving every time, the remaining stubble is still stubbornly scattered on his chin, and when he rubs the stubble with his tiger's mouth, he feels a little bit of satisfaction, so it has become a habit of him unconsciously. Let's suppress the attack. I don't believe that Zhao Gongjin can be so strong. What we are good at is attack. Even if we can't make a fast break, we must at least show our level in the positional battle. The 2 fullbacks keep moving forward, Ba Wang covers and grabs points in the penalty area, Long Qi and Lu Xiaoshan go to the back to grab points, Ying Bujibu helps me control the midfield, and Xiang Zhuanguanshu is almost there. I can also actively return to defense. As long as the opponent doesn't seize the opportunity to counter-attack, then with our offensive ability, even if it is a strong attack, we can bite off a few pieces of meat from them. After careful thinking, Zheng Qi made a decision to attack, whether it was against the Suqiao team or the Shuhan team. Even though the Suqiao team's defense is really excellent, this team, which has actually been the least impressive among the traditional 3 teams, makes Zheng Qi feel the most headache. But that also requires a good display of one's offensive level. Only by bringing out one's best points can one suppress the opponent more steadily and perform better. This has always been Zheng Qi's approach to the game, whether it is a game of the football era or a game of classical football. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 698. Feeling different. On this day, Zheng Qi didn't go to bed until 11 o'clock in the evening, which made him feel a little tired when he went to bed. He rarely felt this tired, but Zheng Qi didn't care. After a good sleep, Zheng Qi got up with full energy. For a young man like him, overdrawing a little the day before was nothing at all. As long as he had a good sleep, he would still be as energetic as if he had just drunk a bowl of 10-in-1 soup. After getting up, he first exercised in the club's training room, which was also a way for him to stay familiar with the football era, and then he entered the football era and entered the Chinese competition area. Lu Xiaoshan and other players of the Overlord team have arrived. There are not many teams that can still participate now. The 4 teams in the semi-finals are all the participating teams. However, there are many people paying attention to the final draw ceremony, not only the participating teams in the semi-finals, but also the other eliminated teams. After all, the final champion is something that everyone will pay attention to. After the champion is decided, everyone will become fans of this team and go to the World Cup to support them. This is the tradition of classical football now. Although there is no professional competition, there are still countless die-hard fans. Shuhan, Dongwu, Diakin, the best is to draw Diakin, the worst is to draw Dongwu. The players of the Overlord team have almost the same idea in their hearts at this moment, but this is also obvious. Diakin's strength is still slightly inferior to Shuhan and Dongwu. With its extraordinary offensive level, it can completely incorporate the game into its own rhythm. In this way, their offensive ability can be fully exerted, and the probability of defeating the opponent will be greater. The Dongwu team is the most difficult to deal with. It is not that their strength is definitely better than that of the Shuhan team, but in comparison, the Shuhan team is more in line with the appetite of the Overlord team in terms of tactics. However, knowing is knowing. Whether the draw can have such good luck, the Overlord team players have no idea at all, especially when Zheng Qi, the unlucky star, is in the team. When he was there, the Overlord team never had good luck in the draw. The draw for the top 4 is indeed a sure win for a strong team. However, in the entire top 32 competition, every match against a strong team at the top 8 level is very unlucky. Last year, the Shuhan team, which was recognized as the most unlucky, did not encounter such strong opponents along the way. They only encountered 2 or 3 strong teams, and thus lost to the smooth-sailing Kali team in their finals because of a large overdraft. Compared with the luck of the Overlord team's draw this year, the Shuhan team last year was already a lucky one. Their ominous premonition really came true. When the Overlord team appeared on the top of the screen, the name of the Suqiao team soon appeared next to them: Overlord team vs. Suqiao team, Shuhan team vs. Deqian team. Well, fortunately, we play in the afternoon. Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. Do you feel a little troubled too? The Overlord no longer knew what anger was, but asked Zheng Qi curiously. Yes, it may not be difficult to win, but if we want our Xiao to score more goals, that's a bit difficult and we have to take risks. Zheng Qi replied. Lu Xiaoshan turned his head and glanced at him. You don't need to consider me. With a high winning rate, I don't have to score. Hearing this, the players of the Overlord team were deeply moved. What a good person, such a good opportunity to leave a name in history, but he would rather sacrifice it for the benefit of the whole team. It may sound simple, but in fact it is a very difficult thing. Everyone knows that the honor of the team is more important, but there is one champion in the Chinese region every year, and breaking the scorer record is something that no one has been able to do for decades. Such a record, it is not an exaggeration to say, is even more valuable to many individuals than the championship. Except for the fans of the team, no one will remember that a certain team won the championship in a certain season, but this kind of shooter who created a super record, even if they are not your fans, will have a great chance to remember you. You know, those who participate in the classic football competition are not professional players. Although the greatest enthusiasm comes from the love of football, leaving a name is still a huge factor. Lu Xiaoshan's ability to set such an example is enough to excite many people. Just when others were moved to tears, Zheng Qi looked up at Lu Xiaoshan and said, What are you doing? How can you not score goals? Everyone was stunned. What was he trying to do? I just said that it's a little difficult for you to score more goals, but it's not impossible. Zheng Qi continued. Then explain it clearly. Lu Xiaoshan said speechlessly. In this game, we still have to play offensive, but the lineup of the Dongwu team is very stable. No matter what we do, it's difficult for them to follow our rhythm. So when we play offensive, we have to suppress the offensive comprehensively, so that the backcourt will give the opponent many opportunities. However, as long as our offensive is strong enough and suppresses the offensive, we can score more goals than the opponent. Zheng Qi said. After hearing what Zheng Qi said, everyone was silent. Although Zheng Qi did not explain it in detail, the players on the field had good experience and were familiar with tactics. The tactics Zheng Qi talked about were simple and rough: suppression of offensive, pressing the opponent into his own half, and then constantly bombarding to score goals. This style of play has a very low success rate, and it would be very difficult to win by this. At the same time, if the opponent is suppressed in the half, there will be many gaps in the back line of the team. The most important thing is, what kind of team is the opponent Dongwu team? They are not afraid of the opponent's suppression of offensive. No team can be more patient than them, better at recycling defense and midfield stalemate, and no team can be better at fast counterattacks than them. Looking at their personnel composition, you can see that Zhao Gongjin is in the midfield, and beside him are 2 all-around midfielders, Boyan and Ziming, who can assist him in defense and forward attack. The striker at the front is the top-level Bofu, and the 2 wings of Ziyi and Xinpa. These two people are all-around players who can do dirty work defensive when retreating and counter-attack very quickly. Even if these three people keep retreating, they can always seize the opportunity to complete a lightning counter-attack. On the defensive line, the two wings are Yusheng and Ding Fen, a pair of fullbacks with strong defensive ability. They rarely attack forward, but they can stabilize the defense line very well. The captain Wang is behind, and in front of him is the brave Zhao Tai, and the goalkeeper is the steady Lu Zheng. Such a defensive line is better at defensa, and it can be called a copper wall and iron wall. What's more valuable is that they are not only good at pressing defense in the midfield, but also good at regional defense after recovery. As long as it is defensa, there is nothing they can't do. For such a team, Zheng Qi wants to suppress them in the half-court and bombard them indiscriminately, and there are so many gaps in the backcourt, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's intentional suicide. This is what the opponent is good at, and this is what they are best at. We can deal with them patiently, but no team can be more patient than the Suchao team. We should be able to see this in the last game, so even if suppressing the attack is actually what the opponent is good at least, it is not the opponent's best. Zheng Qi said lightly. The Suchao team can endure. Or rather, Zhao Gongjin can endure. Zheng Qi's words clearly expressed this meaning, this is the best part of the Donghua team. So we should avoid their best part and face their other outstanding aspects. To be frank, this is not rare at all. Is there no other way? Long Qia thought about it and asked, what about the last game's approach to pressuring the Kalaway team? Then they will pass the ball back and forth in front of their own penalty area, and never go forward without a chance. Zhao Gongjin can do this. Zheng Qi replied. Then we will compete with them in patience, Long Qi said halfway, and then closed his mouth. Patience. Isn't that what the Donghua team is best at? They are used to solving their opponents with 1 or 2 goals, so we have to contribute more goals. This kind of environment, at least it is not familiar to them, but we are absolutely familiar with it. From this perspective, we can achieve good results. Zheng Qi said with a smile. There is another advantage to doing this, that is, it gives our Xiao brother more opportunities. How about it? Am I a genius for coming up with this tactic? It's quite a genius. Most people don't dare to do this. Overlord nodded and replied. He was a little nervous now. Zheng Qi's tactics were simply playing with fire. However, after Zheng Qi's analysis, there was only one way to go. So in the game, we must have a firm belief, no matter how many goals they score, no matter how many we fall behind, we must insist on attacking. No matter how good their defense is, they are just people, not machines. There will always be mistakes, and our offensive ability is the strongest. We have Xiao Jie, Ba Wang, Longju, me, and all of you. As long as we concentrate on attacking, we will definitely be able to tear through their defensa. Zheng Qi said. Even if they score 1 goal and they counter-attack and score 3, we can't stand it. Wan Shu asked with some doubts. Zheng Qi had no opinion on Wan Shu's doubts. If there were doubts before the game, they would be raised, and then answered until there were no more doubts. This is the right way, at least so that the players would have no doubts on the court. They are not used to losing the ball. If they lose 1, maybe their mentality won't change. But when they score 2, 3, or even 3 or 4 goals, they will know that this game is different from usual. Zheng Qi looked at all the Overlord team players. This kind of difference is what we are pursuing. Their difference is what we are used to. In this way, we will have hope of winning. Do you understand? Chapter 699. Expanded. Zheng Qi's words sounded particularly mysterious. Just like those charlatans and 20 experts in the past, they didn't talk about details, but only talked big, because those words sounded very stylish, and you couldn't point out mistakes. The more specific and detailed it is, the easier it is to find mistakes. The more vague and exaggerated it is, the more difficult it is to refute. However, the players of the Overlord team did not doubt that Zheng Qi was actually a charlatan. He spent so much time playing with them just to trick them for fun. So although they didn't quite understand Zheng Qi's words, they still remembered them in their hearts and prepared to play according to his approach. And the only one who really understood Zheng Qi was perhaps Lu Xiaoshan, although he was not proficient in tactics. The arrangement of a game is actually divided into 2 types, which is the same as everything in the world. One is strategic and the other is tactical. Tactics are more specific, and strategy is the guiding direction. In this game, Zheng Qi's tactics were to suppress the offensive and break the opponent's defense line with constant involvement and a large number of attacks. This is the specific offensive tactic. As for how to attack each time, that is a more detailed tactical detail, which cannot be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. you can command on the field. The team channel makes the current classical football and the past professional football very different. It is much more important to arrange so many rules and regulations before the game. In terms of strategy, Zheng Qi's idea is the previous sentence. It sounds mysterious, but in fact, it is just an idea to make the process and rhythm of the game more inclined to the side that the Overlord team is adapted to, and away from the side that the Suchao team is adapted to. What is the Suchao team adapted to? A dull confrontation throughout the game, and then 1 or 2 goals to solve the problem. What about the Overlord team? If you don't score 70, 80 or 90 goals in a game, is it still a game? So even if you would rather let the opponent counter-attack and score more goals, you have to score more goals yourself. However, deep down, the players of the Suchao team are not adapted to such a game. This is the strategic idea. It won't be effective immediately, but if the idea is really right, it will definitely have its effect. This kid, is his strategic thinking so strong? Lu Xiaoshan thought to himself. Although they are teammates now, in the professional league, Zheng Qi and his Fifan are still one of Lu Xiaoshan's biggest opponents. Fifan's Yushan is already very good at arranging tactical details. If Zheng Qi is also strong in strategy and tactics, then the level they play on the field will be even better. This can almost be said to be an unquestionable thing. No matter how good a team's strength is on paper, it must be able to play it out, and Fifan has such a level. Lu Xiaoshan shook his head and drove away this emotion. He is an open-minded person and does not want to let such things interfere with his emotions at this time. Even if he and Fifan and Zheng Qi have to fight each other on the field in the future, that is a matter of the future. But before that, Lu Xiaoshan still sent a message to Wen Xiang, asking her how the investigation was going. Not enough time, Wen Xiang replied helplessly. Forget it, don't waste time. Anyway, we are going to fight them soon. It doesn't matter whether it is Li Qing's or not. Even if it is, we have to kill him. Lu Xiaoshan replied, you should have a good rest and don't be too tired. Wen Xiang replied okay. Lu Xiaoshan didn't care about it anymore. He knew Wen Xiang's character. He was the kind of person who wanted to know everything clearly. Even if he said so, Wen Xiang would probably continue to investigate and make sure to figure out the problem. And he would also go on the court and play against the opponent. However, even if he shook hands and chatted with Zhao Gongjin face to face, Lu Xiaoshan would not know the other party's identity. He could use the system's appearance for his appearance and the system's voice for his voice. He did this himself. After all, many people were familiar with the voice of a celebrity like Lu Xiaoshan. If he didn't hide it in this regard, Ba Wang and the others would have heard it long ago. If you really want to judge whether Zhao Gongjin is Li Qing's, you still have to observe the other parties running in the game. Although the running methods of the professional football game and the classical football game are different, it should be difficult to judge, but there is still a chance. No matter what, I have to figure this out after the game. Lu Xiaoshan thought to himself. When the players from both sides came out, there was a huge cheer from the stands. Not to mention that both the Donghua team and the Boan team now have many fans and supporters. Just the semi-finals are enough to attract many people. In a corner of the stands, the players of the Xuan team took their seats one after another. They had fought hard in the previous game and defeated the Deqian team and entered the finals first. In this game, they were observing who would be the opponent in the finals. The Kalaway team was eliminated early, which made the Xuan team feel very good. Although they were not afraid of the Kalaway team, as a mortal enemy, being eliminated early, the Xuan team had to be secretly happy. I don't know who the opponent in the final will be. Defender Wei Wenchang said. The Donghua Boang is not easy to deal with, and any one of them is about the same. Another defender Fa Xiaozi said. It's still the Boang, Donghua is too annoying to fight. Defender Pan Yuan said. It's hard to say. At least we are familiar with the Donghua team, but we are not so familiar with the Boan team. Li shook his head. That's the truth, and the Boan team is not weak, it can even be said to be very strong. In short, we should be prepared. If we play against the Boan team, we need to explore their strength more before playing. Hu Chuo laughed. In this game, observe the performance of the Boan team more. The players of the Xuan team nodded repeatedly. This is indeed necessary. The Donghua team is an old opponent, so there will be no problem. The Boan team is not very familiar. Even if you watch more of their games, it is not as direct as a few encounters. After all, classical football matches are amateur in nature. Teams such as the Xuan team are already very close to professional teams, but they are not professional teams. They have not played friendly matches with the Boan team, so they will suffer a little in this regard. Of course, the Boan team is also at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Zheng felt a little heavy in his heart. The Overlord team fought all the way up this year. In addition to the Western Han team and the Kalaway team, they were also unfamiliar with the Min team. However, they were able to win. It was relatively easy to beat the Western Han team and the Kalaway team, which was enough to prove the strength of the Overlord team. If they can still eliminate the Eastern team, then this opponent is really strong and terrifying. With this feeling, Zheng began to watch the game. On the court, it was Lu Xiaoshen's turn to shake hands with Zhao Gongjin. "You give me the feeling of an acquaintance," Lu Xiaoshen said first. "I feel the same." Zhao Gongjin smiled indifferently. Lu Xiaoshen let go of his hand and walked to the next one. "Hey, how is it?" After the handshake, Zheng Qi secretly asked Lu Xiaoshen. "I'm still not sure. Let's play first." "Maybe this type of player is all of that kind of character," Lu Xiaoshen replied. Zheng Qi laughed. The players of both teams were scattered on the field. The Overlord team kicked off first. Overlord and Lu Xiaoshen stood at the kickoff point, and Zheng Qi responded from the back. "Focus and watch the game," Lu said. The Overlord team took the lead in attacking, and I don't know how they will play. From the perspective of tactical restraint, they will be troubled by the style of the Suchao team, and even if they want to speed up the pace, it will be difficult for them to do so. I'm also curious about what they will do. Zheng smiled. They will still try to speed up the pace. This is what they are good at. If they grind with the Suchao team in a rigid manner, they will definitely not be able to do it. Yona thought for a while and said, "That's the truth, but it's hard to say." Zheng smiled. The whistle for the start of the game sounded, and Zheng Qi received Lu Xiaoshen's return pass. He did not pass it back again, but started to rush forward with the ball. "Here it comes, he will take the initiative to speed up the pace." Zheng Qi shouted. "It's expected," Zheng Fei muttered. In their opinion, Zheng Qi's initiative to use breakthroughs to speed up the rhythm of the attack is also a good way. Otherwise, once the attack fails and is dragged into the quagmire that the opponent is used to, it will be difficult to speed up the rhythm. Zhao Gongjin will not let this happen. Zheng shook his head slightly. Bofu, the first to come up to defend, was quickly thrown off by Zheng Qi. In a one-on-one situation, no matter how good the opponent's defense is, he has space to break through. However, after breaking through Bofu, he ran into Zhao Gongjin. Zhao Gongjin did not rush up immediately, but blocked Zheng Qi's route forward. Then, with a few of his commands, Ziyi and Xingba surrounded him at the same time, cutting off Zheng Qi's route to break through. "The only way is to pass the ball," Zhao Zilong said in a stance. Zheng Qi really chose to pass the ball and passed it directly to the wing. The one who inserted forward to receive the ball was Thonglei Mei. It was actually passed to the wing. The players of Shuhan were all stunned. Although this was a normal operation, those who had watched the Overlord team's games knew that in the Overlord team's current offensive system, although there were many elements from the wing, it was basically still based on the middle. Even if it was a wing attack, it was completed by others pulling the wing to the middle. Although the two fullbacks, Thonglei and Yuziki, were always in the front position, their roles were generally involved and supported, and they rarely led the attack. Of course, it was often not their turn to lead. The ball was hit to the wing so early. What did the Overlord team want to do? Launch an attack from the wing? What a joke, the two fullbacks came up to lead the attack. Did the Overlord team want to suppress the attack? When the players of the Shuhan team thought of this, they felt a little confused. Had the Overlord team expanded to this extent? Did they think they could defeat the Suchao team through a suppressive attack? Any tactics would be better than this. Chapter 700. Tactical error. Damn, they are really brave. Are you not afraid of death? The discussion of the Shuhan team players in the stands did not shake the Fifan players. They really suppressed them quickly and launched a repressive attack on the Dongguo team. After Thonglei Mei got the ball, he began to advance quickly along the side. The Dongguo team could grind and defend from the midfield, but the premise of doing so was to concentrate the troops in the middle, so that the team could have stronger pressure in the middle. In this way, their side seemed a little weak. Although Zhusheng and Ding Feng had strong defensive abilities, one person could not cover such a large area. Thonglei Mei rushed all the way to the 30-meter offensive area before Zhusheng came up to defend him. Thonglei Mei did not force a breakthrough, but turned around and passed the ball to Yingbu, who came up to respond. After Yingbu got the ball, he knocked it to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi did not stop the ball and made a long pass, directly transferring the ball to the other side. After Zheng Qi got the ball, he did not dribble forward, but directly kicked the ball at a 45-degree angle. The quality of this cross is quite good, but this level of cross is everywhere in the top 32 competition. It is nothing more than a good speed arc and a landing point in a more threatening place. In the final analysis, cross is an offensive means with a very low conversion rate of points, which mainly depends on the forward's ability to grab points and fight for the ball. However, the Overlord team is not short of such forwards. The Overlord sprinted forward and observed the landing point of the ball. Then after rushing forward 2 steps, he jumped high, facing the falling ball, and headed the ball out. This is not a header, but a ferry. He ferried the ball directly to the back point, where Lu Xiaoshan rushed forward fiercely, relying on his flexibility to get rid of Zhao Tai's defender, and then rushed to shoot with a shovel. This shovel shot was fast and fierce. Although it was not a spinning ball, it was still very threatening at such a close distance. Lu Xiaoshan, who was blocking the front point, fell to the ground a step too late. The ball slipped under his armpit and flew diagonally to the back point, just when the ball was about to cross the goal line, and the fans of the Dongguo team in the stands almost cried out in surprise. The King of War, who returned to defense in time, made a flying tackle and barely cleared the ball from the goal line. The ball flew out of the penalty area. Zhiming was about to control the ball, but Zheng Qi pressed from behind him in time. Zhiming had no choice but to clear the ball with one foot. The ball flew to the front court and was headed down by Wang Xiu, and then passed to Jibu, who responded. Jibu split the ball again and passed it to Zhong Aimei, who was retreating. Pay attention, they are going to press the attack. Zhao Gongjin said in the team channel. Press the attack. The players of the Dongguo team were all stunned. This was not a rare tactic, but the Overlord team was too confident to play a pressuring attack against them. Focus. Zhao Gongjin's voice rang again, startling the players of the Dongguo team. Yes, no matter what the opponent is thinking, first of all, they have to concentrate, otherwise if they're really forced to score by the opponent's oppressive attack, they will become a laughingstock. After stabilizing their emotions, the Dongguo team began to gradually retreat and started their recovery defensa. Although this kind of defensa is also very useful for the Dongguo team in normal games, after all, no one dares to do this, and few teams have the ability to suppress the Dongguo team, but this is still their specialty. When they retreated, the gaps on the 2 wings were no longer considered gaps. There was no need for others to fill in. Zhu Shen and Ding Fen could defend their side and prevent the opponent from breaking into the penalty area. But the attack of the Overlord team still surprised everyone. They did not want to cut into the penalty area, but started to continuously kick the ball from both wings and pass it directly into the penalty area. The Overlord stood firmly in the middle and kept fighting for the first landing point. Lu Xiao, Tianlong, Yingbu, Jibu and others took turns to move forward and compete for the header in the penalty area. Zheng Qi, on the other hand, kept passing the ball in a relatively backward position. With his distribution, the Overlord team's attack on both wings was very vigorous. They really want to suppress the attack. Look at their cooperation on the wing. Apart from Overlord, Chen Fen, Xiao, Long Qi, Yingbu and Jibu keep going to the wing to support. Then the others rush into the penalty area to grab the first point. This is too unskilled. Yes, although this is surprising and has a sudden effect, if the Suqiao team will be disrupted by this kind of attack, then they will not be the Suqiao team. Amid the discussions of the Shuhan players, the Suqiao team indeed defended very solidly. The King of War kept filling in the position. Zhao Tai was responsible for grabbing the first point. Zhu Shen and Ding Fen guarded the 2 wings. When the number of people in the penalty area seemed relatively small, Zhiming and Boyan also began to constantly return to the penalty area to help defend. Under such circumstances, they did not give up the protection of the front of the penalty area. Zhao Gongjin had been holding his position well to protect his own penalty area. The 3 forwards in the front court were constantly pressing Zheng Qi. Although Zheng Qi had a good grasp of the situation every time and passed the ball in time, preventing the opponent from stealing the ball, it was still frightening to watch. After all, in such a situation, as long as there was a mistake and the opponent counter-attacked, there would be no hope of saving the ball. The Overlord team still insisted on playing this inefficient attack, regardless of the huge flaws behind them. The Dongguo team is waiting for an opportunity. They are the most patient. Didn't you see that although both Fu, Xie, and Xingbei retreated to the midfield, they could launch a counter-attack at any time? The Overlord team's offensive efficiency is too low, and even a lucky clearance may cause them to encounter a quick counter-attack from the opponent. Jiang Kalin analyzed carefully. That's right. Hu Chuo looked at him with appreciation. It is undoubtedly very risky for the Overlord team to use this tactic. They should be betting that they can score first, so that they can compete with the Suchao team in patience without any worries. This approach is not without reason, but it is too risky. The Suchao team's iron wall is not so easy to break. If they can score by suppressing the attack and bombarding, then how can the Suchao team have such strong patience? The players of the Shuhan team nodded repeatedly. As old opponents, they are very familiar with the Suchao team. Of course, the same is true for the Kalaway team. They know how good the Suchao team's tenacity is. No matter how strong the suppression is, they can always withstand it. And in this game, it seems to be no exception. For the Overlord team, although their offensive is also very strong, it seems a bit foolish to want to tear open the Suchao team's defense like that. Their judgment is not wrong. The Overlord team's offensive is like a storm, constantly attacking the Suchao team's defenser. However, the Suchao team's defense line remains unmoved. Those who have read ancient martial arts novels seem to know a saying: the so-called strong winds will not last all day, and the heavy rain will not last all morning. There is also a saying that hardness cannot last long, and softness cannot be defended. This saying, which is known as the ultimate truth of martial arts, is actually a description of objective laws. Fierce suppression will not last long after all. The defense of the Dongguo team is extremely solid. After they have enough defenders in the penalty area, they continue to clear the ball quite steadily. Although the Overlord team has a good control of the periphery, it is inevitable that there will be mistakes. When Yuzuki once again passed the ball into the penalty area, Zhao Tai made a wonderful clearance. He overpowered the Overlord and headed the ball out of the penalty area, and the ball fell to Zhao Gongjin's feet. Zheng Qi pressed up at the first time, but Zhao Gongjin did not give him a chance to steal the ball and quickly sent a beautiful straight pass. Both leaned on Wanshu, and after receiving the ball, he passed the ball to the side, and the Dongguo team quickly counterattacked. The one who made the forward run in that position was Xingpa. He passed the ball forward and started a breakthrough on the wing. Zhonglei Mei quickly returned to defencer, but he was still a little short of catching up with the ball. Xiang Zhuan was forced to make up for the position, but Xingpa did not stick to the ball for too long. Instead, he made a large transfer while running and moved the ball to the other side. Xie, who was unguarded, received the ball at the corner of the penalty area. Wanshu was forced to defend him, but Xie did not continue to go deep into the penalty area. He raised his foot and passed the ball back to the middle. Bofu followed up and shot directly into the far corner. Fan Xingzhi, who had just turned around, only made a symbolic save and could only watch the ball fly into the goal. 1-0, after being suppressed by the Overlord team for more than 10 minutes, the Dongguo team scored the first goal through a wonderful counterattack. For the Dongguo team, when they are ahead, it basically means that they can take the victory into their pockets. Although they don't win every time they are ahead, at least 8 out of 10 times can achieve the final victory. Such a winning rate is already extremely terrifying. The Overlord team's tactics are still too unrefined. They want to take risks and attack to win a bit of luck. Such an idea is too radical and unacceptable. Hu Chuo couldn't help shaking his head. Their morale has not been affected at all. Jiang Kalin looked at the Overlord team players who had already re-entered the attack on the field, and then said, "To be able to play here, the players' mentality must be fine, but if they just rely on luck, no matter how good their mentality is, it will be difficult to win." Hu Chuo shook his head and said, "That's the truth." The players of the Shuhan team nodded repeatedly. And even if they don't waver after losing this ball, what if they lose another ball? It will be difficult not to waver. In my memory, the Dongguo team has never lost a game when they are leading by 2 goals. They are good at defense and claim to win the game with only 1 goal ahead. Although we have won when they are leading us by 1 goal, they have never lost when they are leading by 2 goals. Pan Chaiyuan added. "Really?" Wei Wenchang asked. "Do you doubt my ability to collect information?" Pan Chaiyuan asked back with a smile. "So, if the Overlord team can't equalize the score before the Dongguo team's second counter-attack goal, then they will definitely lose, right? Well, the next goal is very important. Finde est capture lo much as great as Pelaga has to el final. No se olviden de dull like busgasms contenido exclusivo y exeo inmediato. Si escribita news patreon. Recuerda, cada like, si escribes no dona que nos anima a continuar. Great as a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.